Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Last Child of Krypton, Redux in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 16, The Great Red Dragon and the Woman Clothed in the Sun. Misato had never felt so small, so weak, so insignificant, as when Unit 2 passed over her head. The Eva rose up from the earth, hunched, lurking, arms hanging at its sides, its right hand a burned, scorched stump. It paid her and the others no mind as it passed the ruins of the pyramid, stepped over them, and charged Unit 1. What happened so fast she could barely make sense of it. The two Evas grappled. Unit 1 moved with speed and purpose, an intelligence that belied its bestial aspect moments before, turning and twisting the Crimson Eva. She used her claws to slash away Unit 2's umbilical, and deftly struck at it, seeking not to maim, it seemed, but to dissuade, to disable its opponent. She felt the air change, and smelled the wet cement stink of ozone as their atfields met, pooling against each other, two translucent panes of light sliding on each other like oil pouring over the surface of water. Unit 2 was overmatched. Whatever Asuka, or whatever other intelligence might be controlling Unit 1, had done, it had stolen something from the angel and made itself greater. Unit 2 bowled backwards onto its back, wriggling like a bug out of Unit 1's grasp. A pressure wave washed over her, blowing tufts of charred grass around her feet. I don't have any data from Unit 2. Maya shouted, I'm totally cut off. Misato nodded, absently. It didn't seem important. Unit 2 stood, pushed against the atfield, and did something, she couldn't say what. The whole form was glowing, wreathed in crimson light, leaking through the shoulder pylons as they creaked and groaned, shifting as something pressed them upwards from the Eva's shoulders. She remembered the day the Eva went berserk and shuddered. It had tried to cast off the pylons before. The atfield that Unit 2 manifested changed, warped, and there was a sound in the air, a sub-audible thrum like the low strings of a bass orchestra all being struck at once. The fields folded in on each other, wrapped around the Evas, and Misato heard a very human scream. Unit 2 hugged Unit 1, drew it close to its own chest, and there was a flash of light. Misato stumbled. Air began to rush around the geofront in a great whirlwind, and tiny dust devils swirled around her feet. She could see dust flowing across the pavement, sliding towards the two Evas. A mass of black, swirling not like fog or like mist but like some inversion of light, opened from between the two Evas, whirled, and swallowed them in a pitch-black sphere, like dull obsidian, but lacking solidity. Maya, said Misato, can you tell me just what the hell that's supposed to be? May had nothing for her but dull shock. The winds began to die down, and Misato heard an engine. An APC rumbled over the dead grass and came to rest with a forward bounce and a grinding of gears. The rear end unfolded and Kaji came running out, Ritsuko stumbling behind him. They both stopped and stared, standing beside Misato and the stunned bridge crew at the rise of a black sun. The shape stopped expanding and simply sat there, seeming to spin slightly even though it had no real form, being a void in space. What the hell happened? Kaji shouted over the wind. I don't know, said Misato. The angel was tearing headquarters apart and Asuka attacked it, and I think it might have killed Shinji. Unit 1 went insane in it ate the angel. Look, said Ritsuko, pointing. She saw him. He flew, seeming to stumble in the air, twisting and turning as though something were tugging at him. Shinji lifted up from the ground, hovered in the air for a moment, and without a second more of hesitation, plunged into the black sphere. Misato screamed and bolted forward, stopped only as Kaji took her by the arms and pulled her back. What is that thing? Misato shouted, struggling against him. You said it ate the angel, said Ritsuko, oddly calm. Did it eat the core? What? Said Misato, yes, it ate the core. What does that have to do with anything? Impossible, said Ritsuko. It's stable. What? Misato demanded, shaking her by the shoulders. Ritsuko stared at her dumbly. Unit 1 must have absorbed the angel's supersolenoid organ. That would explain this. How? She stared at the black sphere. An inverted atfield could create a singularity. A black hole, said Kaji. That doesn't make any sense, a black hole would dash. No, said Ritsuko, it's not a black hole, it's a wormhole. A gateway into another universe. The inverted at-field must have created a theoretical space, a shadow dimension that swallows anything that falls into it. Unit 2 is in there, too, said Misato. It attacked Unit 1, and did something with the at-field. Ritsuko rushed to Maya. Do you have any data? No, Maya whimpered. Unit 1 went crazy and there's nothing but gibberish, and Unit 2 never gave me any readings at all. Is there a chance he can pull them out? Said Kaji. Ritsuko shrugged. I don't know. The equations all predicted the effect would be unstable, that the wormhole would collapse immediately and destroy everything pulled into it. I have no idea what I'm dealing with here. Is it safe to move around the geofront? Said Misato. Rei is still out there somewhere, we need to recover her. She must be hurt, her Eva was demolished. I don't know, said Ritsuko. I have no idea what we're dealing with here. If it isn't safe, it won't be safe anywhere. All right, Misato turned to Hyuga. Get a recovery crew out to the Unit 0 wreckage, I want her found and I want her in the infirmary if she's still alive. No one is to go near that thing, under any circumstances. We can set up a temporary command center in my lab, said Ritsuko. Are the Magi intact? I don't know. We took a hell of a pounding. Ritsuko looked grim. Misato shared the sentiment. Asuka was in a terrible place. She stumbled forward, wondering how she'd gotten here. There was something wrong. She was short. She felt tiny, crushed under the weight of the walls around her, distant and somehow close, looming over her as if they meant to fall on her. She recognized the smells, the stinging antiseptic smell of soap that every hospital tried to hide. Her polished leather shoes clicked on the tile floor as she walked. She passed a hospital stretcher. Her head barely reached the bottom of the mattress. When she touched her scalp, there were ribbons there, holding it back, and she was dressed in a frilly green dress. Hello. She called, but there was no answer. She kept walking. The hallway never seemed to end. No matter how far she went, the end of the hall, a distant convergence of the walls and the buzzing fluorescent lights over her head, never seemed to get any closer, and there were no doors, only the same empty bed, over and over again. Panic gripped her like a vice, and she started running towards the doors, hoping there would be some escape on the other side. She stumbled, and forced herself to keep running. The floor was moving, sliding under her feet, inexorably carrying her backwards, further and further from the doors. They grew distant, for hard as she might run, the floor carried her back, ceaselessly. She tripped and she fell, sliding across the floor, and rolled over onto her back as the floor rocketed away from the doors. The walls flew by in a blur, the same bed passing by over and over again, until abruptly stopped with a clanking, grinding sound like the seizing of gears, and the momentum rolled over and over into the wall. She sat up and shook her head, trying to chase the dizziness from it, and only made it worse. There's a door, she said, to no one at all. She stood up, leaning on the wall, and walked towards the end of the hallway, now in sight. This was a different door, a wide single door that hung ajar, a pale light within. Asuka stood near it, listening at the crack, and she shivered when she heard a harsh, croaking voice, a mad voice, a dry voice. She pushed on the door, and froze. The thing on the bed, a lurking mass of brittle straw hair, clutched something small in clawed fingers. Oh, it rasped, it's just that girl. Don't worry, Asuka, she won't hurt you. The thing clutched the form to its chest, and Asuka saw what it was. A doll. The doll looked at her with sightless blue button eyes under a mop of red yarn, faded to the color of carrots. The woman lurking under the brittle hair did not look at her, but stroked the doll, running long, cracked fingernails through the strands of yarn. "Shhh," she whispered, "that girl won't hurt you." Asuka walked through the small, cold room, and stood at the edge of the bed, staring up at the bloodshot blue eyes, hidden behind frizzed strands of strawberry blonde hair. Those eyes flicked to her, filled with loathing and contempt. Asuka touched the woman's sleeve. "But Mama," said Asuka, "that's a doll." "I'm Asuka." "Liar!" she screamed, slapping Asuka away. Broken fingernails scrabbled over her face, scratching her skin. Hot tears stung her eyes, and her lip quivered. She sobbed and fell to her knees, rubbing fiercely at her eyes. The woman on the bed turned away from her and cooed softly to the doll, rocking it in her arms. The sight of it made Asuka's chest hurt, a deep, pulling pain, as though someone had tied a string about her heart and was set on tearing it out. A small hand touched her shoulder. There was a boy. He was her age, and skinny, and he wore a white shirt and black shorts and little sandals. His hair was frizzy, in a great ball around his head, and silver. Asuka laughed through her tears. He looked like a dandelion. His eyes were red, not from tears but because they just were. He tapped her shoulder again. "Hello." "Hello," Asuka sniffed. She glanced at her mother. She ignored them. "I'm Kaworu." "I'm Asuka." "I can make it better," said Kaworu, holding out his hand. "Asuka. Don't." A woman walked in the room. Azuake thought she knew her. She was dressed as a nurse in a white smock and a bonnet with a red cross. She had chestnut hair and green eyes, and a warm smile that made Asuka feel safe. She knelt down beside Asuka and held out her hand to her. "Don't listen to him," she whispered softly, ruffling Asuka's hair. "I can take you away from the bad place. Would you like that?" Asuka nodded, snuffling. She brushed at her nose with the back of her sleeve. "I have a son. You know him, his name is Shinji. Do you remember Shinji?" Asuka blinked. She knew that name. He was important, somehow. There was a window over her mother's bed. The sun was shining through it. Was that there before? The nurse stood up, offering her hand. "Come on, we'll go home, and you'll never come to the bad place again." Kaworu frowned, and cocked his head to the side. "Nice try." Asuka looked at him. When he looked back, the woman with the kind green eyes was gone, and in her place was another woman, a shorter woman, heavy of chest with dark hair that ran down over her nurse's scrubs in shining waves, and she looked down at Asuka with a mix of contempt and distaste. Her hips swayed as she walked to the door, and a tall man with dark red hair moved to greet her. She rose up onto her tiptoes to kiss him, and he pushed her inside, shoving the door back behind him, ignoring Asuka and her mother. Kaworu stood behind her. "They don't need you," he whispered. "I'll make it go away." Asuka shied away from him and whimpered, but no one in the room noticed her. Her father pushed the nurse back against the wall, sliding his hand between her flesh and the elastic waistband of her pants, and snapped it. She squealed with joy, and she turned around, planting her feet apart, looking over her shoulder with a predatory grin. Asuka screamed and ran for the door, yanking on it, not looking. It popped free and she ran into the hallway, as fast as her little legs would carry her. Something whipped behind her, whirling in the air. A length of orange extension cord wrapped around her leg, and yanked her legs out from under her. She came down hard on the tiles, and the jarring impact made her bite her tongue. She screamed as the cord dragged her backwards with a squeak as she slid over the cold tires. It dragged her back through the door, and more cords ensnared her arms and legs, turning her over. The thing on the bed had lifted up into the air, like a spider, on a web of extension cords. The doll lay on the floor, the head torn free, bleeding white, stuffing yellowed from age and dirt. The woman's throat was bound with layers and layers of cord, squeezing her neck down until her face was purple and her eyes bulged, the lids unable to close over them. She smiled, and when she smiled, her face split, widening into a mad grin. Cords wrapped themselves around Asuka's throat and crushed her airway. "Quick," Kaworu said, appearing at her side, "take my hand." Asuka tried to cry out, but no sound escaped her lips. Blood dribbled down her chin, and the wires were crushing her, digging into her skin, trapping her lungs until they burned and her eyes watered, blurring the world. She gurgled and struggled, but it was too strong, the wires were too tight, and she couldn't move. "I can get you out," Kaworu pleaded, "it's me, or this, forever." She was about to take his hand with her free arm when the world warped. The walls and the floor rolled, the way a rubber sheet does when a heavy weight is dropped on it, something undulating underneath them. The plaster of the walls cracked and tiles flew up, and Kaworu stumbled, falling onto the floor. He looked around in a panic as the thing on the bed slumped and Asuka was free, gasping wildly for air. "What?" Kaworu snarled. "No, he can't be here." This is my place, he can't be here. Asuka turned around, frantic. You're not my mama. She screamed at the hunched thing on the bed. My mama died, she's gone. A tiny voice whispered to her. I'm here, Asuka. Help me. She turned, whirled in every direction, looking for the source of the voice. There was a closet door she didn't remember seeing before. She ran for it. Kaworu grabbed her hair and yanked her back from it, tearing a scream from her throat. That hurt. She shrieked, pounding him with her fists. Leave me alone. He won't find you, Kaworu growled, looming over her, huge and dark and red of eye. If it takes 1,000 years you'll come to me willingly. He shoved her, and she fell down, on pavement. She looked around. It looked familiar, this was part of the route she took to school with Shinji, but it was dark outside. She had no idea what she'd be doing out so late. She had a strange feeling as she stood up, as though she'd just woken from a dream, but she couldn't have, she wasn't asleep. She thought she'd dreamed of a hospital. Shinji spun around. He didn't remember landing, only flying into the black void, and the sudden, all-consuming cold as it washed over his skin. Somehow, he ended up standing in the Jia front, but it was completely empty. Above him, the glittering array of mirrors was intact. There were no Evis, the headquarters stood tall, gleaming, undamaged, and the trees and the grass and the lake were all pristine, too perfect even, like a painting. He started to walk. The impulse set on him, and without really thinking about it, he started walking. He was moving towards the lake. He could smell it, the deep musk of the waters, and he heard the slapping of the fish they stocked it with, sliding and sluicing through the waters. The lake didn't have much of a beach, most of it was just mud, but there was a thin section where it had been sanded, that very much resembled one. He saw someone, and some strange conviction settled on him that this was the only person in the world. She was sitting on a large rock, skimming stones over the water. He walked up behind her, feeling ashamed that he'd disturbed her. She was dressed for summer, in an air-sleeveless sundress and a straw hat tied with a long blue ribbon. Her arms showed too much skin, and she would peel later. She skipped another stone and motioned for him to sit beside her. He moved to her side and sat down. She turned and smiled warmly, and he thought he might fall into those warm green eyes. When the recognition hit him, he leaped into her, bowling over off the rock, crushing her to his chest. Tears stung his eyes as he pressed his face into her hair, drinking in her scent. Joy, pure like a glittering beam of sunshine, flowed through him. "Mother," he said, "Mother, it's me." "Oh, Shinji," she said, hugging him back, fiercely. "It's so good to see you." "Careful, you'll crush me." She laughed and kissed his forehead. "You're so big and so strong. You have to tell me everything." "Oh," he said, sitting on the sand beside her. "I missed you so much." "Where did you go?" "Away for a time," she said warmly, touching his cheek, "but I'm back now, and you'll never be alone again." "Shinji," another voice said. He snapped around, infuriated at the intrusion, and was on his feet. His mother tugged at his cape. "Wait," she said, "it doesn't matter. Stay with me. I love you, Shinji." "Shinji," the other said, "it's not real. It's a trap. Remember why you came here." Shinji stared at her. "Why are you wearing that?" His mother was as the day she died, or rather the day she left. Her hair was slicked back to her head to accommodate the helmet she would put on, and she had on the suit a thick, heavy diving suit, compared to the thin wetsuits that the modern plug suits were. It was bulky and heavy with large panels over her chest and back, and it looked uncomfortable to wear, almost like a space suit. She held out a gloved hand to Shinji. The other one tugged at him. "Please, don't leave me again, Shinji. I love you." Shinji swept his arm across his cape, yanking out of her hands. He moved to the other, standing on the beach. "Are you real?" he said. "What do you think?" He touched her, cupping her head in his hands. He felt her warmth, the soft feeling of her hair on his fingers. He leaned into her and hugged her, crushing the bulk of her suit to his chest, and she made a small grunting sound from the air being forced out of her lungs. "Careful, you really are strong. Get away from my son." The thing in the dress screamed, scrabbling over his shoulders. She clawed at Shinji with long, sharp fingernails. Mother pulled her arm back and punched the thing in the dress in the face, toppling it backwards. It hit the sand and shattered like glass, spreading across the beach. Two shards held her eyes, as though reflected in a shattered mirror, blinking. "Mother," said Shinji, "what's happening?" "I tried to keep her away from him, but that thing stole her from me," said Yui, stroking Shinji's hair. "He has her now, and he's trying to break her. We have to get her out." "Get her out," he said. "Can I bring you back? Are you back now?" Her lip trembled. She closed her eyes. "No, Shinji, but we can still save her. You can take her home." He bit down hard on a sob, and hugged her again. "I love you." "I know," she said, "come on. It's this way." She took his hand and pulled him along. There was a path from a beach, a path he didn't remember. It led between two trees, and as they stepped into it, they were in a forest. When he looked up he saw only sky. The geofront was gone. He stopped in his tracks. "How did we get on the surface?" "None of this is real," said Yui. "Don't let go of my hand, he might take you again." "Who?" "Keel's monster. Kaworu. He stole Unit 2 and used it against me after I took the super solenoid within myself. He mingled out at fields and created a theoretical universe. He wants Asuka, Shinji. He wants her to be the vessel of instrumentality." "What is that?" Yui sighed. "An ancient dream." She tugged him on, and started to walk. "After we learned of the angels, we thought it might be possible to end humanity's isolation from one another, to combine the at-fields of all humanity into a single being. No one would ever be lonely. There would be no death, no disease, no suffering. You would be born into a paradise. That's what we believed. What happened? We tried to steal fire from heaven and we were burned. These things are beyond us, Shinji. I had no choice. I allowed the Eva to take me, hoping I would give you a chance to stop it. I thought if I could control instrumentality, I could prevent the rest of humanity from being taken and end the threat of the angels." Shinji nodded. "What happens if this instrumentality thing starts?" "Everyone will die," said Yui. "Every living thing on Earth will lose its form and revert to LCL, the primal stuff of life. Their souls will all be joined in a single vessel, the great goddess Lilith. We will lose all that we are. There will be no suffering because there will be no one to suffer. There will be only a single mind, a single being, perfect and invincible, contemplating itself in an empty world forever." "Whose mind?" "Lawrence Keel, the head of SEAL, believed it. He mingled his flesh with the flesh of Adam, the father of the angels, that it would be his mind, but he's wrong. He'll die, just like the rest of us." Shinji stopped. They were truly isolated, now. The path seemed to have no beginning or end, only winding through the forest, and if he looked either way he saw only mist that glowed like polished silver in the high sun. The air was dry, though, and warm, not at all uncomfortable. "This has to be stopped," said Shinji, "at any cost." "No," said Yui, "not at any cost." "I believed, Shinji. Even after second impact, I believed. I thought there was nothing left for us but to all die. My only dream was to escape and live in the void forever as a grave marker for humanity, so that someone would know we were here." "You sound like him," said Shinji. "Like Kall," said Yui. "Yes, I saw him too, when I reopened the rocket." "That's how your father learned of it. He passed it on to SEAL." "You saw him?" "I did," she whispered, touching his cheek. "I knew then that I had to carry out the plan. Nothing could change. No one knew that you'd been created, that the Kryptonian machine had delivered its payload. I heard his message and when I went into the EVA, I wasn't afraid. I knew you would be able to stop this." "Mother," he said as he walked beside her again, "there's so much I have to tell you, It's all right," she said, softly, "what Asuka knows, I know also." Said Shinji. "You mean everything she knows?" Yui smiled at him. Shinji turned as red as a beet, heat prick cling on his cheeks. In the distance, there was a scream. Shinji turned to it, and tugged her forward on the path. "Wait," she said, "this is taking too long. I have to get you there faster. I might be able to reach her. Close your eyes." He did as he was bid, and she stepped closer to him. He choked up when he realized, as she held him, that he was a head taller than she was. He put his arms around her neck and something happened. The air went cold, and when he opened his eyes, they were somewhere else, standing on a road in the middle of vast open fields that stretched out to infinity on low, undulating hills. As he turned around he saw a castle. "What is that?" said Shinji. "It's not real," said Yui. "It's a construct." The structure was enormous, and nonsensical. It hurt his eyes to look at it. The gates were crooked, their shape so skewed it seemed impossible for them to stand barred and closed, yet they were. The tower on one side of the gate was tall and square while the other was low and round, and yet to see them at once, they appeared the same size. Beyond it, walls moved and intersected with each other, forming strange angles that didn't match up with one another. Towers jutted up like bad teeth, spread out from each other at strange angles like the arms of cacti, and there were doors that stood above windows, somehow. The stone of the castle was as black as pitch and somehow streaked with darker soot. It rose up overhead like a mountain, and when his gaze reached its summit, he saw something chained. Bound at the top of the castle was a giantess, an immense figure railing and struggling at two towers from which chains strained and pulled, clamped around her wrists and ankles. Her face could have been beautiful but was a mask of fury. She yanked and struggled and flailed, and she cried Asuka's name. Shinji gasped when she was wearing a suit, like Yui's, but red. Of course, it would be red. "That's Kyoko, isn't it?" said Shinji. "Yes," said Yui. "He has made her a prison for her daughter." Shinji clenched his fists, took a step, and lifted off. He then immediately hit the ground again. "What?" "The rules are different here," said Yui. "We are nearing the intersection of the Atfields. I have no power beyond those gates, he's already pushed me back. You have to go, Shinji. You have to find her. Remember your love and it will be beacon for her. Go." Shinji ran, charged up to the gates, and with all his might, turned and put his fist into the wood. The whole structure shuddered, groaned, and he saw cracks spreading through the walls. He hit it again, and it undulated, changing. The gates shifted, creaking, the shape of the portal that they closed over changing before they could keep up, and he wedged his fingers into the gap and spread it, grunting with effort. The wood splintered and yawned open, creaking and squealing, and the opening was big enough for him to crawl inside. He took a last look back at his mother. He saw a beautiful woman on a summer day, waving to her son. Behind her were three shapes, watching him. "Oh," said Misato, "oh God." Rei was a ruin. They'd bandaged her as best she could, but she was going to die, it was plain to see. Her left arm was withered down to nothing, wrapped in bandages mostly to prevent infection. It would be gone, if she lived. Half of her head was covered in a dense bandage, and her eye was swollen shut. Misato, arguably, had better things to do. Commander Akari would have let them wheel her off into the infirmary and gone back to whatever it was needed doing. Misato was not Commander Akari. Ritsuko walked into the room. She looked down in Rei with a blank expression, although the edges of her lips trembled. "She's going to die," said Ritsuko. Misato turned to her in shock, but said nothing. She was right, after all. Looking down on her, it was a miracle she was alive at all. The beeping machines were around her, measuring everything about her, quantifying her. Misato shivered. The girl had spent enough time wrapped up in machines. She stepped out into the hallway, and Ritsuko followed her. "Do you think I should give the order?" said Misato. "What order?" "To, you know." Ritsuko paled. "Come with me." Misato followed her. She slowed as she passed Hikari's room, also in the intensive care ward. Her family and the Suzuhara boy were crowded inside. The boy was asleep, head resting on Kodame's shoulder, while Hikari's little sister slept in her lap. Only the father was awake, staring into space, expressionless. Misato wanted to say something, but when she tried, there were no words finding their way past their lips. Ritsuko stopped and looked in, biting her lip, and then hurried away, turned to the floor. Misato hurried after her until they made it to the elevator, took it up to the upper level, and headed down the access tunnel towards the main base. Thankfully, like most of the structures in the Jia front, the hospital was partly subterranean, and had taken only superficial damage in the pounding the city had received. They took her arm, Ritsuko said to the air, and her eye. You can't blame yourself for that. She had no reply. When they reached the main base, Misato jumped at the sound of something immense creaking, and cursed herself. She pressed on, following Ritsuko, who moved mechanically, ignoring the sounds of hasty repairs and creaking metal and masonry that were slowly, inexorably falling apart. Where are we going? Ritsuko ignored her, waiting for the elevator. When it opened, she stepped inside, fishing in her pocket for a key. When Misato was inside, she pushed the closed door button, turned the key, and locked out the control panel. A small section at the very bottom flipped down, and she pushed the single button that waited there. The elevator began to sink. I'm going to show you why pulling the plug on her is pointless. The ride was silent, and it seemed to go on forever. When the doors finally opened, a rush of cold air greeted her. The hallways outside the elevator were unfinished, even compared to the Spartan levels above, all bare concrete, in some places still showing marks in paint and chalk from the construction crews. The halls were set at right angles, too, rather than the confusing maze of the base proper. It looked like an old, dilapidated school, rather than a high-tech facility with an operating budget that rivaled nations. Ritsuko came to a rather bland-looking door, typed a code into the keypad next to it, and pulled it open, holding it for Misato. She stepped into the darkness beyond and waited for the door to hiss closed on a gas piston before she flicked on the light. The lights came up with a heavy, whining thump, slowly building from a gloom to a powerful illumination from sodium lights, bathing the concrete room in yellow. There were inscriptions on the walls, something about flavor and charm. The middle of the room was dominated by scuff marks and old grime, ghosts left behind when machinery was removed from the room. What is this place? Said Misato, her words echoing from the walls. This is where REI was made, said Ritsuko, before I began working here. I was in grad school, you were in Berlin with Kaji. What do you mean, made? She was manufactured, said Ritsuko. REI is a clone, a combination of genetic material from the Evangelions, Yui Akari, and another source. When I first saw it, all I knew was that it was synthetic nervous tissue, part of some sort of computer system. You mean, said Misato, like the Magi? Precisely. The same type of tissue, in fact. At first, I simply assumed that it was the result of the same process used to create the tissue in the Magi system. When I learned about that binder in Gendo's office, it all clicked. What clicked? REI combines elements of Kryptonian technology with the human form. She is, in effect, a living computer, and like any computer, we can make backups. Backups? Said Misato. Let's go, said Ritsuko. It's through here. There was another door, a series of them, in fact. Finally, they reached the only part of this area of the complex that seemed to see any use. Like the rest of the place, it was dark, lit only by a massive tank of bubbling water at the rear of the room, filled with floating shapes. A cold ball formed in Misato's stomach as she walked inside. The room was dominated by a large tube, and she could see some kind of apparatus overhead, connecting it to the tank. Ritsuko turned the lights on, and Misato saw. There were a dozen Reese floating in the tank, moving around slowly on the current, bathed in red from the strange color of the LCL. They stared into space with fixed expressions of mindless joy, drifting into one another or the wall of the tank and bouncing apart. Misato started to shake, until she clenched her fists. What is this? The tube is for making the backups, said Ritsuko. Once a week, she'd come down here, and we'd make a backup of her brain patterns. In the event of her death, a new clone would be uploaded with that data and become the new REI. So if she dies, she just wakes up down here. No, said Ritsuko. She just dies. It doesn't work that way. The clone wakes up with her memories, but it's not her. I wanted to believe it would be, but it wasn't. Misato looked at her, staring into the tank, and she felt the heat rising in her throat. You've done this, haven't you? He made me, Ritsuko said softly. What? After the first attack, the second REI was too badly injured. It was a mercy, she would have been paralyzed and lived for a few weeks in agony. Misato folded her arms across her chest. I bet that makes it easy for you to sleep at night. No, she said thickly, it doesn't. When I first started, I hated her. Why? She's a little girl, he dash. Because he loved her, and not me. Because he used me but he never smiled for me. I was glad to pull the plug on her when he gave the order. I thought she deserved it. What happened? He didn't love her, he never loved anyone. Ritsuko touched the glass. I murdered her because I was jealous of her, and it took her death for me to see the truth. It was a way to manipulate her, just like he manipulated me. That man is a monster, and he makes everyone else monsters. Ritsuko pulled a gun out of her pocket. Misato froze. Ritz, she said, gently. What are you doing? I don't deserve to live, she said, flatly. The gun was still pointed earthwards. I thought I could make up for it, she said to the tank. Her medications limited her, constrained her abilities. I walked them back, decreasing the doses, and she got smarter, more like her true self. She's a computer, so I programmed her. I used the excuse of the targeting program for the pallet rifle to upload code into her brain. I connected her to the Magi system. You were just trying to help her, said Misato, gently. Come on, let me have that gun. It didn't matter, Ritsuko sobbed. She's a pile of meat up there and she's going to die, and the next one will go through the same thing, and the one after that, and the one after that. Hikari is going to die. Asuka and Shinji are dead. I'm like a wicked witch in a story. I eat children. Misato swallowed. Ritz, that isn't true. Hikari is alive, you can find some way to help her. The others are alive, too. You're just telling yourself that, said Ritsuko. You just don't want to see it. These things killed the mothers and now they're killing the children. We're all going to die for what we've done. Nothing can stop this. Ritz, Misato said, come on, don't do this. We can figure something out. It's too late for me, said Ritsuko, and she started to raise the muzzle of the gun. Something whipped out of the darkness and slapped Ritsuko's hand. Misato saw a flash of metal there and a spurt of blood, and the gun clattered to the floor. Ritsuko made an agonized sound, half laugh and half sob, and dove for it. Kaji appeared, seemingly from nowhere, and threw his arm around her waist, dragging her back. Damn it, he shouted, what are you doing? I'm not going to wait for it, Ritsuko shouted, I'm just going to get it over with. He pushed her against the glass. The hell you are? They're all dead, Ritsuko wailed, I just let it happen. Kaji grabbed her hand, pulled the spike of metal free, and tossed it to the floor. He must have thrown it. We need to get this bandaged, he said. Just let me bleed, Ritsuko whimpered. Katsuragi, said Kaji. You have the authority to confine her to the infirmary. We can't leave her alone. Misato nodded. Come on, let's get her upstairs. Asuka walked alone in a strange place. It felt normal, it felt real, like home, but it couldn't be her home. There were too many people, and they were all happy, smiling and laughing in the sunlight so bright, it hurt her eyes. She wandered in a daze, and no matter where she went, no one would look at her. She felt like a ghost, a phantom, something that didn't belong. She turned a street without remembering how she arrived there. When she turned her back, the place she left was gone, and she was alone on an empty street. The apartment building hunched at the far end, the lot empty save for, curious, Misato's old blue Renault, the one that got messed up in the explosion before Asuka came to Tokyo 3. She tried to remember her arrival, but it was blank, a void in her mind that pained her, like an infected lump under her skin. There was something missing, something scoured out. She walked up to the door, and entered the code. The box just beeped and returned a red light, rejecting her. She tried again, and found the same result. Each time she tried the code, it ignored her, beeping in annoyance. She grit her teeth and pounded on the door with her fist, and then gasped, her rage vanishing in an instant, when she felt a cold rush on her skin and her hand passed through the door. Something curled in the back of her mind, a prickling suspicion. She put her hands on the glass and pressed, and pushed through it with ease. She found herself on the other side. Am I a ghost? No one answered her. The elevator button didn't work, so she headed up the stairs. When she pushed on the door at the top of the stairwell, the latch refused to move, but her hands passed through it. She stepped through, closing her eyes as her head touched the door, and walked into the hall. It was cold and quiet as a grave, and very dark. She walked along the hall until she reached the apartment, and stood in front of the door. She tried to knock, but her hands simply passed through it. What is this? She whispered. She heard voices. There was a light on the kitchen. In a daze, she wandered past the couch, tracing her fingers over it. They sank into the fabric. She passed into the kitchen, and Misato and Shinji were there. There were dirty plates on the table, and the room smelled of food. Asuka breathed it in. Hey, she said, I'm here, You know, said Misato, I'm glad she's dead. She was a nuisance. I know, said Shinji, turning to her. Always so demanding, always complaining, and always ranting at the drop of a hat. She was such a bitch. Asuka gasped. Misato moved to Shinji seductively, swinging her hips, sliding against him. He wrapped his arm around her back and pulled her close, running his hand up her jacket. His fingers pinched the zipper of her skirt and started to move down, slowly, as he leaned in to kiss her. Asuka made a strangled sound and backed out of the kitchen as he turned, lifted her up onto the counter, and started pulling at the top of her dress. She heard fabric tearing as she ran out of the apartment, sobbing. It was so cold, now. She ran and ran, without knowing where. She was outside, and she didn't remember going down the stairs. There was a blue newspaper box sitting on the street corner, and the headline showed Misato embracing Superman, locked in a deep kiss with him. Asuka gurgled a strangled cry and stepped back, until she saw something. A tiny scrap of blue cloth stuck out of the side of the box. She moved forward, grabbed the lid, and tugged. It came loose and fell down, and the paper flopped out, spraying into the wind like so many leaves, rustling. Stuffed in the box was a rumpled piece of blue cloth. She pulled it out and it unfurled in her hands, flapping in the winds. The next paper in the box had the word lies written on it. She held up the cloth. It was some kind of a shirt. Someone gave it to her, she knew. It was blue, and on the front was a funny symbol red and yellow interlocked, like an English S. I remember this, she said. You look a little lost. She turned around. There was a boy. He was pretty. That was the word that came to her, pretty. He was like someone out of a story. His skin was pale, like shaved ice, and his hair was silver, smoothed against his head. He was dressed to the nines in a three-piece suit and a tie, all black. He reached for her with a white-gloved hand. I can help you find your way. Asuka stepped back from him, pressing the shirt to her chest. Oh come now, a woman shouldn't be out on these streets at night. It's dangerous. Asuka looked up. The sky was a blanket of stars, and all around her was darkness. She could see the outline of the street and buildings, but it was so dark she may as well have been blind. All she could see was the boy. He had a glow about him, an ethereal light. It wasn't dark before. Just come with me, and it will be all right. Go away, she said, backing further down the sidewalk. She bumped into something, and tripped, almost falling. The boy grabbed at the shirt. You don't need that. Come with me. She snatched it away. It's mine, they gave it to me. Who? I don't remember. See? You're confused. Come with me, and I'll take care of you. I'll take good care of you, I promise. Asuka turned and she ran, staring at the ground in fear that she would trip. The sidewalk felt like it would go on forever, without end. She couldn't even see the street, or the buildings anymore, only squares of cement sliding under her feet as she pumped her legs. Every time she turned, he was right behind her, keeping perfect pace without effort, holding out his hand. "I can see this isn't working," he said. She screamed as he yanked her back by the hair, dragging her away. She was in a hospital and the sidewalk and the street and the darkness were gone. He spun her around and yanked at the shirt, but she held it fast, so hard her fingers hurt. "Leave me alone." He pushed her back, and she tripped over something. She fell back onto a table, cold and metal, under a bank of harsh lights. She put her hand up to shield her eyes and he was there, shoving her down by the shoulders. He was dressed in surgical scrubs and a leather apron, and there was a surgical mask covering his mouth and a bonnet over his hair, so that only his chalk-white nose and his red eyes were visible. She was in an operating room, she realized now, surrounded by nurses, and they had no faces. They were smooth, like mannequins. Like dolls. She started screaming. "Hush, now, it'll be over soon," he said as they strapped her legs down, and then her arms. He pulled at the shirt but she wouldn't let go, it was important. She needed it. He wheeled a cart over to the table. Lying on it was a long needle, and a spool of thread, and 2 large, blue buttons. "Don't worry," he whispered sweetly, "you won't need eyes to see." He froze. She heard a familiar voice. She thought he heard it, too. Shinji heard screaming and he ran, his boot slapping on the hard stone of the castle hall. The world was bathed in darkness. No matter how hard he tried, he could see only a few feet ahead. He stopped running when he heard the quivering scream again, drew his breath. He had to remember, it wasn't real. He could run all day, and he wouldn't get anywhere. He tried to listen for the screams, but they came from everywhere at once, echoing from the very stone. So he turned, and he bashed the wall down with his bare hands. He crashed through it a shower of broken stone and powdered mortar and dust, coughing as he waved it away from his face, and he broke into another hall. This hall, though, was familiar. It was a hospital. The hole in the wall behind him was still stone, but he'd broken through drywall into a hospital hallway, next to a gurney. He closed his eyes and listened. She was close now, he could feel it. He looked up and down the hall. At one end was a wide pair of double doors, through which sunlight streamed. At the far end was a smaller, older-looking door. He heard creaking and groaning doors within it. He turned towards the doors with the sunlight streaming through, and stopped. It was still a trick. Nothing made any sense here. "Kaworu!" He shouted, "I know you can hear me. This way." He heard the voice, he was sure of it. He didn't know if it was another trick. "I'm up here." He looked up, but there was only ceiling, tiles and long rectangles that glowed with double banks of fluorescent lights. He tried to fly again only to slap back to the ground, so he climbed up on the gurney, put his fists through the tiles, and pulled them down. When he pulled himself up through the hole, he was on another level of the hospital, or so he thought. There was only one way to go, this time. One end was a dead end, just flat wall, while the other was a heavy, locked door, behind a set of bars. Shinji walked up to the bars and tested them with his hands, giving them a sharp pull. He thought about going through the wall, but he had no idea where he might come out if he did that. He wrapped his fingers around the bars again and yanked them, but they refused to budge. Despairing, he slumped against them. He stood up, looked at the bars, and focused. He put his hands around the centermost pair, moved up to them, and strained his back, grunting, and then grunt became a shout. The bars quivered, and torqued in their settings, and slowly, inexorably, they bent. He wedged himself between them and pushed, pressed them apart until he could wriggle through. The door was worse. It was made of a thick layer of solid steel, and looked like a bank vault. He pushed against it and it failed to budge, and when he pulled at the large, unmoving handle, it snapped off in his grasp. He pounded on the door in frustration, and still it did not move. Panting, he stood there, his anger growing with every passing second. He pulled back and threw one great punch, put all his might behind it, and when he hit the steel his fist sank into it to the elbow. It dented in around the blow, the metal groaning as it bent. When he pulled back, it started to unfold immediately, forcing itself back into shape. He hit it again and again until he could get his hands around the outer edge. He didn't even try bending it. He peeled the entire thing loose in one great motion and let it crash through the side wall. Inside was some kind of hospital room. The walls were padded, and stretched up into infinity. He couldn't see a ceiling. On a raised platform in the center was a wide four-poster bed, chained down with heavy links. He walked up to it, and shuddered. On the bed was a woman. It had to be Asuka's mother. She moaned and twisted against her bonds, curling her wrists against the heavy monocles that bound them. The chains crisscrossed her body, creaking and clanking as she tried to force her way up. She was blindfolded and gagged, sweating profusely, her face an unhealthy yellow pallor. Though the gag he could hear her moaning and forming the strangled roots of screams that died away as she thrashed at her bonds. Kyoko. She froze, her head turning towards him. I'll get you out, don't move. He pulled at the chains, but they tightened around her, and she moaned in pain. He ran down the length of the chain, feeling to where it was moored in the floor, bound to a heavy iron ring bolted to a concrete mooring. He yanked on the chain, and Kyoko made a strangled cry of torment. He looped his fingers through one of the rings and pulled, hoping to break it, but there was nothing he could do, it simply wouldn't budge. What are you doing here? He whirled. Kaworu stood in the room, by the bed, his hand resting on Kyoko's forehead. I'll kill you! Shinji shouted, but when he put his hands around Kaworu's throat, they touched nothing but air. He was already behind Shinji. You made a mistake, coming here. There's nothing you can do but die. Shinji touched his face. A metal plate was clamped down over his mouth. As he moved, monocles clapped around his wrists and his arms and legs, drawing him down as yet more chains clanked around him, wrapping about his body like pythons, crushing the breath out of him. He heard Asuka scream again. Oh, don't worry, said Kaworu. I can be in two places at once. See, I can do something you can't do. Shinji stared at him. Yui's words rang in his mind. It wasn't real, it was just a construct. If it wasn't real, then he was playing by Kaworu's rules. Yet, if they were Kaworu's rules, why didn't he just kill him and get it over with? Shinji closed his eyes. When he opened them, he was standing behind Kaworu. The other Shinji looked at him and he nearly lost it, almost forgot what he was doing. Splitting his concentration was hard, but he willed his other self to grab Kaworu by the shoulder, and drag him back. Kaworu blinked in surprise and another Kaworu stepped out of the air. Together, they pulled the second Shinji back, and punched him in the stomach. Shinji doubled over in pain, both of him, but he forced himself to focus. Then, there were 4 Shinjis. The Kawurus looked at him, and said, in unison, any number you can think of, I can double. And then there were 8. Shinji closed his eyes. He couldn't remember where he really was in the room anymore, seeing himself from 16 different directions. Kaworu clenched his fists in fury, and doubled himself again. The room was a sea of Kawurus, all identical, all staring him down, pulling at him. He shrugged them off, and doubled himself again, grappling with them. He focused on the chains. He pulled at them, and they came free, shattering like glass, like the false Yui on the beach did. He hurried, just in time for all the Kawurus to scream at once, raising their voices in a shrill scream of agony as he jumped onto the bed, grabbed Kyoko's chains, and with all his might, parted them. Maybe, said Shinji, but I bet you can't split your attention in all those directions and hold her back, too. Kaworu charged him, and he was one Shinji again. The army of Kawurus pushed him to the floor, scratching at his throat, clawing at his eyes, snarling like animals. They dragged him away from the bed, until Kyoko stood up. She gleamed like a golden goddess in white robes that flapped in an invisible wind, her long locks of strawberry curls trailing out behind her. She stepped down the dais from the bed, grabbed the nearest Kaworu, and with one hand, neatly twisted his neck around 180 degrees. Misato looked down at Ritsuko and sighed to herself, touching her friend's shoulder. They'd bandaged her hand, and changed her into a gown. She was asleep, sedated. Misato took her sheet and dabbed the tears away from the corners of her eyes. Her cheeks were still red and raw, but she was breathing easily. She looked almost peaceful. Kaji tugged at her arm. We need to go. What were you even doing down there? she said, rounding on him as they walked out of the room. I followed you. I had my suspicions. She was acting off ever since Matsushiro. I was afraid she might hurt herself, so I kept track of her. Misato nodded. You know how to get back down there? I have a feeling there's some stuff we haven't seen yet. Kaji nodded, then looked over her shoulder. It'll have to wait. Captain Katsuragi. Nakashima, the Secretary General of the United Nations, walked up to her. The woman looked tired. Kaji stiffened. What are you planning to do about that thing outside? Misato swallowed. We're working on a solution. That simply isn't good enough, Captain. I need to know if that gate or whatever it may be is going to expand. There are worried people who think that third impact is imminent. Misato shivered at the words. As I said, we're working on a solution, and As I said, that isn't good enough. I want answers, and I want them now. You may be nominally in charge here, but as of now, you report directly to me. You have about 12 hours to come up with an answer, or I'm going to employ the one given me by my advisors. Which is? Dump the entire Japanese stockpile of non-nuclear mines into the gate and hope the explosion closes it. You can't do that. Misato shouted, grabbing her by the collar. My pilots are in there. Superman is in there. You're not giving me any other options, said Nakashima. I've cleared it already. The operation will commence in 12 hours. I'd suggest you evacuate your people. I'm begging you, said Misato. The head of the Evangelion project told me the gateway is stable, it's not going to dash. You mean the one you have sedated, on suicide watch? I've made up my mind. I'm sorry, but I have to take the safety of the world into account. With that, she turned, and stalked away, brushing past a nurse carrying a tray of medicines. Misato clamped her hands over her face and growled into her palms. Kaji put his arm around her and squeezed her. He can do this, said Kaji, he'll bring her out, I know he will. Another nurse ran up to them. Captain Katsuragi. Yes. Rei Ayanami is demanding to see you. Kaworu poised over her with the needle. He froze, his face going blank beneath his surgeon's mask. The needle sparkled in the harsh lights of the operating theater. He turned his head away, distracted by something. The bond around her left wrist slipped, as though someone holding it let go, and her arm was free. She grabbed something off the tray, a kidney-shaped dish, and brought it up into his face. He snorted in anger and jumped back, clutching at his chin. His surgeon's mask was stained red. Damn you, he snorted, his voice thick from a broken nose. Asuka flailed against the bonds. Images, memories flooded into her head. As she remembered, she grew stronger, and she pulled her other hand free. When Kaworu came at her, she caught his wrists, spread his arms, and head-butted him. He fell backwards, away from the table, and it gave her time to pull up the straps around her legs. She slid onto the floor, cold beneath her bare feet. Okay, asshole, she snapped, playtime's over. She looked at the shirt dangling from her hand. She spread it, she lifted it, and she pulled it down over her head. She brushed her hair free, and when she opened her eyes, the red S was stretched over her chest. A red skirt hung down to her knees and she wore red boots, and a red cape trailed behind her. Kaworu yanked off his mask and stumbled backwards, wide-eyed. Her arm shot out, and she grabbed him by the throat, picked him up, and punched him as hard as she could, right in his stupid pale doll's face. The whole world thrummed with the impact. The walls bent out, and then back in again, and Kaworu sailed through the air, tumbling head over heels into the far wall. He crashed through it, rolling in a pile of stones and wires and drywall and mortar, and moaned as he pushed himself up onto his hands and knees, shaking his head. Asuka ran up to him and kicked him in his side, punted him like a football. He flew up, cratered the ceiling, and slammed back down, clutching his side as he rolled over. He stood up, slowly, panting. I wanted this to be easy on you, he said, his words doubling on themselves, distorted, like an animal growl. I wanted you to embrace me willingly, to take me into yourself, but it's too late now. Your life is pointless. Your suffering is meaningless. You are nothing, a cosmic mistake. Bullshit. Asuka screamed, lacing her fingers around his throat. Here, he croaked, let me show you. Before she could stop him, he slapped his fingers to her head, and she felt them sink into her skull. Everything hit her at once, and her entire body jerked, as from an electric shock. She released him and her arms flew to her sides. Everything. The stink of the hospital, the smell of death that hovered around her mother as she dangled from the ceiling fan, an extension cord looped around her throat, the broken shape of Hikari lying on the gurney as they wheeled her into surgery, pale and pitiful and dying, Shinji lying broken and bruised on the living room floor, Kaji pushing her back from the door of his berth in her stupid dress and stolen perfume, and above all her mother screaming, ranting into the doll that she had to die, she had to die with her, tearing its head loose. She would have killed you. No, Asuka croaked. Stop it. It will end when you submit. Never. Then it will never end. This will be your life, for eternity. All of your pain. All of it, in every moment, forever. She ground her teeth, even though she couldn't feel them anymore, and pressed her eyes closed, but he was in her head, twisting all of her memories against her. You're alone. No one wants you. No one needs you. You're just a part of a broken machine. No, she croaked. She closed her eyes and she focused her mind. Hikari was hurt, but that wasn't all there was. Asuka saw in her mind's eye their chatting and their shopping and the way Hikari was so demure, so innocent, always so happy for other people, always willing to give. Her laughter rang in Asuka's mind. Yes, Kaji pushed her out the door, but it was for her own good, not to hurt her, and it was Shinji who found her and carried her back to her bed and could have used her but didn't, and when Shinji was hurt he woke up the next day and they whispered secrets to each other in the morning sunlight. Give in. No. Asuka shouted, batting at him. Never. 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 Kaworu's face twisted into a mask of hate. His eyes turned from red to bright green, and his teeth filed themselves to sharp fangs. He pressed her to the wall and sank his fingers into her skull to the knuckles, and the intensity incensed. I don't care anymore, he snarled, I don't care if your brains are jelly. There was a light, a golden light. Mama, she whispered. Kaworu turned, horrified, as a golden queen, standing tall over him, grabbed him by throat with fingers of alabaster and dragged him away. Asuka pitched forward as the torrent of memories faded, and she fell into strong, warm, familiar arms. She breathed in his smell, pressed her face into his neck and kissed him, warm and safe and needed. Is it really you? It's me, said Shinji. Mama held Kaworu up like a bug. She pushed him into the air, and he simply vanished, fell through a crack in the air. Everything shifted and changed, the floor undulating under her feet. She pushed into Shinji, afraid it was all another trick away to break her down, until she realized where she was. They were in a summer field, beneath a tree. The air smelled of flowers and grass and all things that were new, and there was so much sunlight it hurt her eyes. Mama gently peeled her away from Shinji and pulled her into her arms, pressing Asuka's head into her shoulder, twining her fingers through her hair. You're so big, she murmured. I missed you so much. I could always see you but never touch you. Mama, was all Asuka could say. I love you, she said, over and over. I love you, my darling, my precious girl. I'm so sorry. Kyoko. Asuka turned. Yui stood under the tree, her hand on Shinji's shoulder. What? We have to let them go. The theoretical space is becoming unstable. But, said Kyoko. No. Asuka shouted. Kyoko closed her eyes. She's right. I can't keep you. She cupped Asuka's face in her elegant fingers, and smiled. You have to go now, darling child. Be happy. But dash. She was falling through the air. Shinji caught her, pulled her to himself, and twisted his body underneath hers. The impact rattled her teeth as he slammed into the earth of the geofront and schemed over it, coming to a gradual stop, breathing hard. His costume was a mess, and he had a black eye. Asuka sat up and looked over her shoulder. The Eva slumped against each other, sinking to their knees. Unit 2's back armor had unfolded, and there was no plug in place. Asuka's stomach clenched. Then, she saw him. Shinji saw too, and lifted her up as he rose to his feet, pulling her behind him. Kaworu stalked across the charred earth in his plug suit. Blood dribbled from one corner of his mouth, and one of his eyes was bloody. His fists clenched and unclenched. "I," said Kaworu, "am going to do more than kill you. I am going to end you. I will break every bone in your body and leave you in the sun so I can do it again the next day. I will murder every one of these mewling Lilim." He glared at Asuka, starting with her. "Every one of them will die. Your beloved insects will die screaming, and when you and I are the last living things on this worthless mud ball, I will listen to you beg me for death until it pleases me to end your life." Shinji stepped forward. "Let's go." Chapter 17, A light shines in the darkness, and the darkness comprehends it not. There was nothing Asuka could do but run. When she saw them move towards each other, Shinji and Kaworu saw them advance on one another. Pure survival instinct took hold of her legs and turned her away from it. She spared a glance over her shoulder in time to see the first impact, before the shock of it rolled her off her feet. She could feel it in the ground as she rolled across her hands and knees, onto her back, and up onto her feet again before breaking into a wild-armed sprint. She skidded to a stop, her plug suit booties sliding in the mud, as Kaworu appeared before her, just materialized out of the air and wagged his finger in mocking disapproval. She flailed backwards and landed in the wet earth with a splash as he reached for her. Shinji checked him hard from the side, grabbed his arm, and spun him around, pounding his pale face with a savage right cross. "Asuka, run." He didn't have to tell her twice. She scrambled back to her feet, digging tracks in the mud with her fingers, and bolted, stepping lightly, her lungs burning from the effort. She'd never run so fast in her life, so fast it felt like she wasn't touching the ground. She saw a rock, vaulted over it, and kept running. She was just in time. Shinji and Kaworu, grappling with each other, came down behind her like an artillery shell. The blast threw up a ring of mud and rocks and splintered wood, and almost knocked her off her feet. She whipped her head around, looking for some kind of refuge. From the corner of her eye, she glimpsed Shinji ripping the trunk of a scorched tree out by the roots. He turned it around in his hands and swung it like a club, only for it to splinter into 1,000 pieces as Kaworu battered it away and charged him, striking him so hard in the belly that she could feel it as a jolt that ran up her knees. Shinji caught his hand with both of his own and spun Kaworu around, lifting him bodily through the air and slammed him into the ground. She could see headquarters in the distance. She just had to keep moving. She pushed herself harder and harder with every step, jumping over rocks and downed logs. The doors to the infirmary stood open, a square of harsh white light in the gloom, and she headed for them. Her feet slipped when she hit asphalt, but she kept her balance, cartwheeling her arms, until she ran through the doors. The two security guards stared at her in confusion until she skidded to a stop, leaving twin streaks of mud in her wake, and bounced off the wall, grunting. "Run! Run!" They didn't listen. Kaworu appeared from above, his arms stretched wide, pale orange light flickering and crackling around his body, making his hair stand on end. He lighted on the road in front of them and raised his hands, the power field that wreathed him turning scarlet. As he unleashed a blast of energy, Shinji dropped on him from above, twisting his arms so the beam went wide and carved a rent in the ceiling, bringing down a pile of flaming tiles and shattered fluorescent lights. They wrestled, and Kaworu picked Shinji up and slammed him through the wall. Shinji held on and pulled him along, and they both rolled into a clattering collection of tall metal gas canisters, bound to the wall with heavy straps. Asuka grabbed the guards by the collars and yanked on them. "Move." She ran further inside, until she hit the first nurse's station. "Get on the PA system, we need to evacuate the upper levels," they dash. She felt it, before she heard it. She ducked down as flames streaked through the hallway, licking along the ceiling, and squinted to see the forms of the two combatants silhouetted within. Shinji and Kaworu were grappling, holding each other by the shoulders, twisting around and around. Asuka grabbed at a fire extinguisher on the wall, but one of the nurses hit the alarm. "Let the sprinklers handle it," she shouted, tugging on Asuka's arm. She looked back. She couldn't see them anymore. Misato leaned on the doorframe and stood there for a while, watching. REI was in the dark, in an intensive care room all by herself, in a deep darkness lit only by the machines strapped to her body. There was a monitor for her heart rate and for her temperature and for her blood pressure and the oxygen in her blood, but the most curious one was the monitor for her brain activity. It was going mad. In the cool darkness, a crimson eye opened, and Miss Atto suddenly felt very small. "REI," she said, weakly. "I need you," REI rasped. Miss Atto edged into the room, stepping over a thick bundle of cables. She looked around, and realized there was no intravenous line. She hugged herself. "Does it hurt?" she asked, dumbly. "I sense injuries," REI rasped. "The data could be called pain." "What do you need?" "I'll get it for you." "Are you thirsty, or dash?" REI's head tilted slightly, and with her one unbandaged eye, she held Miss Atto with a sort of affectionate contempt. "I cannot move under my own power." "Get a wheelchair." "REI," said Miss Atto, "I can't do that, you've been very badly hurt," and dash. "I am going to die," said REI. "I am not going to die in a bed while Shinji needs me." "Get a wheelchair." "Shinji," said Miss Atto, but dash. Maya ran into the door, skidding on the heels of her shoes. "Captain." Miss Atto and REI both focused on her. Maya paled when she saw REI's gaze settle on her. It took Miss Atto poking her shoulder to get her to start talking. She shook her head, blinking tears out of her eyes. The theoretical space collapsed. "What?" said Miss Atto. "It's gone." "Where are the pilots? Did they make it out?" Maya nodded. "We saw Superman catch Asuka on the monitors, but she ran away. They're fighting." "Who?" said Miss Atto. "Superman and Kaworu. They're tearing the dash." There was a rippling boom. Miss Atto fell against the wall, and had to catch Maya to keep her from going down. The whole structure groaned, and a piece of tile fell loose and slammed into the floor near REI's bed, shattering as it hit. The monitors all blinked and alarms started flashing. Maya shuddered. "They're tearing the Gia front apart. We have to do something, or they're going to collapse the whole city on our heads." Miss Atto started to move. "Captain," REI rasped, "please." Miss Atto hesitated at the door. "Get a wheelchair." "But Captain," she dash. "Don't argue with me." Maya hurried down the corridor and ran back, pushing a collapsible wheelchair before her. She pushed it into the room, ramping it over the bundle of cables, and Miss Atto hurried to REI's side. She started undoing the cables running to her chest and arm, ignoring the squeal of the monitors. Maya took her legs as they lifted her out and propped her in the seat of the chair, against a pillow. She leaned, so Miss Atto grabbed another pillow to hold her up, and then threw a blanket over her. "This is crazy," said Maya. "It might be our only chance. She knows what she's doing." "I must go to them," REI croaked. "Hurry." "Them," said Maya. "Who's them?" "The others," said REI, "in the tank." "I don't understand," Maya whimpered. "I've got this," said Miss Atto, "I'll handle it. Get Kaji and start coordinating some kind of a defense, we have to dash." Another boom sent streamers of dust pouring down from the ceiling, and Miss Atto felt it rise up through her feet. She pushed out into the hall. Kaji was already there, looking aghast at REI. He stopped Miss Atto with a hand on her shoulder. "What are you doing?" "She says she has to go to the others," said Miss Atto. "In the tank." Kaji looked at her grimly. "I'll do it, you stay here. We may need to evacuate." Miss Atto nodded, and let him take the wheelchair away, half sprinting down the hallway, leaning so that his chest propped up REI's head, lolling to the side. She didn't think it was possible, but the girl was more pale than ever. The light was going out of her. "What do we do?" said Maya. "There must be some way we can help," said Miss Atto. "I have to think. Do you have your portable unit?" "Of course, it's dash." "Get it, and meet me on the surface." "Bring your phone." May nodded and scurried off to grab her portable terminal. Miss Atto unlimbered her gun, for all that would do, and headed for the elevator. A nurse stopped her. There was a fire on the upper floor, and she couldn't go that way, so she sprinted for the service elevator and rode up to the loading dock. The elevator lights flickered and the whole car seemed to sway under her feet as she rode it up, almost pushing the doors open when it arrived. She headed outside, and was almost bowled over onto her feet. Kaworu and Shinji, moving so fast she couldn't tell which was which, were locked in some sort of aerial duel, darting around each other in figure-8 patterns, occasionally trading blows that sent the other off course and rocked the geofront like rolling thunder. Maya joined her a moment later, staring slack-jawed at the spectacle. As she did, one of them, she thought it was Shinji, hit the underside of the city, schemed along the roof of the cavern in a great plume of dust, and hit one of the sunken skyscrapers. Misato grabbed Maya and dragged her to the ground. The entire structure, a hanging high-rise full of offices and apartment blocks, rumbled from side to side, like a bad tooth in an immense jaw. It yawed lazily to one side, and there was a great chorus of grinding and snapping sounds as it pitched, hard, hanging by threads of cable and strained concrete, and in slow, graceless motion, began to fall. When it hit the ground the world rolled as it collapsed in a fountain of dust and powdered masonry, rolling out over the floor of the cavern like fog. "He's going to die if we don't do something," Misato shouted over the roar. "What can we do?" Maya shouted back, clutching herself. "I wish Ritsuko was here, she'd know what to do." Misato shook her head. Of course she'd know what to do. She knew what Shinji needed when he was hurt before, when she moved him off of the couch in the living room. What was it she said? He didn't need food or sleep, he needed sunlight. Misato stared up at the mirror array, still clinging to the underside of the city, glittering as it tilted to create a false sunrise. Shinji and Asuka must have been trapped in the singularity all night. "Maya," said Misato, "can you control the mirrors from here?" Shinji tumbled through the air, out of control. He hit the ground shoulder first, bounced, tumbled head over heels, and slid to a stop in the mud, groaning. He felt every blow Kaworu had laid on him, and it took him a moment to struggle to his feet. The boy landed lightly, just out of his reach, arms at his sides as though completing a gymnastic dismount. He walked across the geofront with purpose, tapping his chest with his fingers. In the center of his body was a smoldering sphere of red light, glowing through his pale skin and even the material of his plug suit. "Of course," he said, "you have an upper limit, but I don't. Anything you can do, I can do better." Shinji crouched, wiped blood and spittle from his lip, and charged. He threw a wild punch and Kaworu countered, diverting his blow and laying a punishing strike of his own, a knifing blow of the side of his hand to Shinji's flank. Shinji grunted in pain and stumbled past him, and crashed into the mud again. "It's curious," said Kaworu. "You rely on your strength, but you make no effort to understand it. With only a little training, you'd be unstoppable. My butler fights better than you." Bellowing incoherently, Shinji got up and charged, trying to tackle him. Kaworu dodged easily, kicking him hard in the chin as he passed. Shinji flipped over onto his back and skidded along in the mud, and started to move until Kaworu put his foot on his chest. Shinji struggled against it, but though he pushed as hard as he could, he simply wouldn't rise. Kaworu leaned over him, smiling to himself. He bent down, and tore the last remnants of the emblem from Shinji's chest, letting the wind carry them away. "You put up a good fight, but it's pointless. I am the beginning, and I am the end. I was ancient when the world was new. I dash." Kaworu froze. He looked over his shoulder, and his eyes went wide. The mirror array, the great glittering sea of glass suspended high above the cavern floor, groaned and muttered in defiance, some of the glass panes remaining fixed in place. Enough of them, though, enough of them turned, gradually at first, and then faster, until a focused beam of light and heat swept across the cavern floor. A pool of brilliant yellow sunlight crowned Kaworu's head, turning his hair to a golden glow. "Talk too much," Shinji grunted. Shinji's arms shot up and he clamped down on Kaworu's knees with all his might. He rolled, slammed him into the ground, rolled again, standing as he did, and holding him by the legs, flipped him over and over his head, crashing him into the mud. Kaworu wriggled free of his grip, but not fast enough. Shinji turned and hit him hard in the small of the back, sending him spinning over the ground, though a tree, and into a boulder that crashed to powder from the impact. Kaworu stood up, brushing himself off. He looked none the worse for wear. He sighed softly, and greeted Shinji with a cat-like smile. "You think you can physically harm me? How quaint." He brought his hands together, and pale orange energy wreathed around them, flickering with tiny orange octagons. A concussive beam of pure force shot out, pressing the air out of its way, and caught Shinji in the chest. He folded his arms in front of himself, as if leaning into a stiff wind, and pressed forward. Kaworu's expression shifted slightly, from amusement to concentration, and the beam intensified. Many-sided shapes of light, built from strange angles, folded in and out of being around him. Shinji closed his eyes and leaned into it, spreading his fingers until he touched Kaworu's neck and clamped down. "Hey," Shinji rasped. "Can you breathe in space?" "What?" Kaworu croaked. Shinji flew. He pulled Kaworu along with him, dragging him skyward by the neck. As he rose he turned to face the blazing pool of sun pouring down on him until he was cast into darkness by the edges of the crater in the cavern roof. There the last angel had blasted away the armor plating. He rose up through it, ignoring Kaworu's flailing, until he found the surface and the pure, warm air that waited outside. He opened his eyes and soaked in the rising sun, and all about him was devastation. The angel had leveled much of the city, flattening it in a wide circle around the impact point. The air closed in around him, rushing in his ears, and yet he pressed, higher and higher, faster and faster, until he soared through the clouds and took a streamer of vapor with him. Kaworu grabbed pointlessly at his arms. One by one, the stars were coming out, and a sonic boom tried to tear Kaworu out of his grasp. He sucked in a breath as the air thinned more and more, the pressure from the encroaching vacuum building up on his eyeballs. He felt the sun blazing on his back as the atmosphere fell behind him, and he drew Kaworu up through the edge of the air itself. Kaji held Ariai's head in his hands, cradling it to support her neck. She was cold, and she was barely breathing. He couldn't find a pulse as he probed at her neck. His hand began to drift to the control panel, to stop the elevator and take her back to the infirmary. Her good hand batted feebly against his arm, and he froze. "No," she croaked, "keep going." Sighing, he did as she asked, waiting for the elevator doors to open. He had an inkling of what she meant to do, and was half tempted to take her back on general principles. She was tough, she might make it, even with the burns. Finally, the doors opened, and he carefully wheeled her out, wincing as she made small sounds of discomfort from the chair bouncing over the gap between the floor and the elevator. She closed her eyes, or her eye, anyway. He wheeled her through the labs until he had to enter Ritsuko's code to open up the clone facility. He wheeled her through, and he could have sworn the bodies floating in the tank twitched. She motioned for him to move her closer to the central chamber, and when she was near it, pushed the blankets off her body and started to stand up. "Rei," he said, very softly. "You can't do this. I have no choice. You will assist me or get out of my way." Gingerly, wincing at the red spots forming on her bandages, he helped her stand and half-held her up as she limped to the tube. She hit the controls herself, and the tube slid open. She couldn't make it up the steps, so he scooped her up and carried her up himself, setting her feet down in the tube. Her legs twitched and trembled from the exertion of standing up, and she slumped against the glass. She started picking at her gown, her fingers fumbling over the ties. "I must remove it for proper transmission." Kaji tensed, then relented, working the ties himself. He had to partly peel the gown away. She was bleeding from under her bandages, and it stuck to her body at her shoulder and the wounds on her legs. She was standing there, cold and shaking and naked, and he stepped down. "What now?" "Press the button on that panel," she pointed. "The system will do the rest." He moved to the panel, and his finger hovered over the button. He sighed, closed his eyes, and pushed it down. With a hiss, the glass tube slid together, and there was a hollow rumbling sound as it flooded with LCL. Rei became buoyant, her hair floating in thick strands around her closed eye, and he felt a bit of relief. At least as she floated, it would relieve some of the pain of standing herself up. He took a step back, and watched. The computer systems lit up, and progress bars appeared, and he knew at once he was out of his depth, watching the process unfold. Rei's back arched and her mouth fell open in a sort of ecstatic relief, and then her body went visibly limp in the fluid. It drained out all at once, and she slumped against the inside of the tube. He ran up to it as the glass slid apart, and caught her limp form tumbling out, cradling her against his chest. Her face was fixed in a mask, and no breath escaped her lips, only a dribble of orange fluid, tinged with blood. He sat down on the steps and rocked her, pointlessly. They did this to children. His head lifted as he heard the tube moving. The glass slid together, and with the same hollow sound, filled with a rush of the orange suspension. The tank vibrated, thrumming with power, and through some hidden means, one of the clone bodies slid upwards, vanishing into the machinery overhead. He felt a deep sickness forming in his stomach like a slippery ball that wanted to crawl up through his throat. He held Rei's dead form and remembered Redusco's words. It was just a copy. Rei was gone. He stood up, holding the girl's dead body, watching the same person settle into a gentle float in the tube in front of him. He carried her back to the wheelchair and curled her in the seat, pulling the blanket over her in a futile gesture, out of some kind of decency. He picked up the hospital gown, it was the only thing he'd have to cover the new one with. He cursed himself for even thinking that, clenching his fists as he realized he was already thinking of her as some kind of machine. The tube slid apart, and the new Rei stood in the old one's place, goose pimples forming on her skin from the cold. He rushed up to cover her, sweeping the gown around her body even as she looked away. She sensed his intent and did the laces herself, until it clung to her, as she was still slick with LCL. She stepped down onto the floor, and looked at her old self, touching the other body's hair with a sort of detached fascination. She lied, said Rei, about how much it hurt. I must free the others, she said, moving to the control panel. Rei, said Kaji. What others? She looked over her shoulder at him. A shiver ran down his back as he realized that the bodies in the tank had stopped drifting, and they were all standing motionless, hanging in the slippery fluid like swimmers at rest in a shallow pool, watching him with active, intelligent eyes. The other Rei. I don't understand. How can there be more than one of you? There is only one. We are Rei. She started typing, and another clone body moved through the tank, shifted through the apparatus in the ceiling, and dropped into the holding tank. The new one moved more quickly than the second, and they stared at each other, one in the hospital gown and one stark naked, having some sort of silent conference with each other as the third moved down from the open tube. When the fourth emerged, she walked to the limp form on the chair, and began stripping off her bandages. What are you doing? Said Kaji, constantly reminding himself not to stare. Rei had no modesty. None of them did. Preparing her, said Rei. For what? She is a machine, like us, said Rei. Like any machine, she can be broken. But machines can also be fixed. The Rei in the hospital gown approached him. We have the situation under control. You will come with me. We must save Shinji. Kaji swallowed. You know what's happening. We know what she knows. She looked at the crippled Rei in the chair, and so much more. Shinji Dove. He yanked Kawura close to him, so he couldn't escape, twisted, and powered down into the atmosphere. The air folded around them, pressed in close, and then boomed away as he broke the sound barrier, easy in the thin upper atmosphere. He pushed harder, until it was screaming in his ears, and in his wake it began to glow, like a firebug's tail, spreading around him. Kawura was screaming wordlessly in fury or pain or both, feebly trying to struggle free. Shinji hit the cloud cover and it parted before him, the world pitching and yawing wildly underneath. He aimed away from the city, for the hills, to keep Kawura away from the Jia front. He saw the school for a brief second, and the trail where the soil had collapsed in the wake of the tunneling angel that had destroyed the building. He closed his eyes as the hillside rushed up to meet him. The impact jarred through his body, rattling his teeth, as he started to turn from the force, his body crashing through the hill itself, dragging Kawura with him. The entire hillside lifted up in a dome shape and slid downwards, covering the road in a thick layer of flowing mud. Kawura rolled away, lying on his back, panting. Shinji got up, holding his fists at his side, moving towards him slowly, deliberately. Kawura sat up, then stood, stumbling from side to side, the core in his chest burning with its own fire. He rubbed at his forehead and sneezed, and mucus and blood and mud fanned out over his arms. When he turned back to Shinji, his eyes smoldered with an inner red glow. "That," he rasped, "hurt." Scarlet energy scythed around his body, and tracers of red, glowing in his veins, burned under his skin as he moved. He no longer grinned or joked, but moved with grim purpose, and Shinji did the same. They struggled, each trying to force the other down. Shinji managed to turn him and press him into the ground, but he wriggled free, kicked back into Shinji's face, and took off for the Jia front, lifting himself under his own power. Shinji followed after him, barely catching up, and as a pair they rocketed down into the cavern once again. Kaworu landed with a crash, throwing up a cloud of debris as he crouched. Shinji lighted beside him, and charged. Kaworu backhanded him, and knocked him back. His eyes glittered as brightly as the sphere in his chest, and the skin around his eyes was beginning to char and split. His plug suit was deforming as his back hunched, and with each step he seemed to grow heavier. His voice was deeper, more resonant. "Here," he growled, "here's another one of your little tricks." Something blasted from his eyes and caught Shinji full on, instantly setting the ground around him to blaze, flash boiling the water out of the ground itself, charring the remaining grass to ash. Shinji shielded himself, but it forced him off his feet and he slid across the ground, now hard-packed and cracked, like high desert in the sun. Kaworu stalked forward, grabbed Shinji by the throat, and hauled him up. "No matter how hard you fight, it's pointless. Go to your grave knowing that you failed, and the redhead dies first." The skin around his eyes puckered further as they bulged from his head, the glow becoming a blinding light. Shinji closed his eyes and brought his hands up, slapping them over Kaworu's face. The energy blast boiled against his hands, spread out from the gaps between his fingers like rays of sunlight, and there was a deep thrumming sound before the explosion that threw them both apart, rolling Shinji across the Jia front floor. Slowly, he rose to his feet, panting, holding his side. Kaworu arose slowly on his own. His head was a charred ruin, all the silvery hair burned off, one of his eyes swollen shut, the other bloodshot and watery. He reached towards Shinji feebly, his pale fingers sliding over Shinji's collarbone and cording, loosely, around his neck. He could barely stand up. Shinji returned the gesture all the same. He felt Kaworu's blood beating beneath his fingertips, felt his rasping breath suck in and out, felt the life he held in his hands. He trembled. Kaworu smiled. Half his teeth were missing. "You," he choked, "can't," he coughed, "do it." Shinji trembled. "I'll regenerate," he croaked. "When I do you won't stop me. Or you won't the next time, or the time after that. I can do this forever." Shinji willed himself to close his fingers, to crush the life out of the hateful thing, but his hands only shook. Kaworu pushed him back. He wiped his chin with his hand, and the cut on his lip was gone. He closed his mouth, did something with his tongue, rolling it around the inside of his mouth, and when he opened it, all his teeth were back. He pressed his eyes shut and opened them both, just as easily. But for his hair, he was normal again within moments. "Weak," he snickered. "Excuse me," Rei said from behind him, "I must borrow this." "What?" Kaworu snapped, spinning. Rei moved with lightning speed, and her arm sank in Kaworu's chest to her elbow. She stared him in the eye as he jerked and spasmed, flailing against her. Shinji grabbed his wrists, and stared in disbelief as Rei yanked her arm free, drawing the red shining core, a perfect sphere of polished red, free of his chest. She held it in her hands, and then with a soft, almost imperceptible smile, pressed it into her own chest. It burned a hole in the hospital gown she wore and sank into her body, her pale flesh spreading to envelope it before it vanished, leaving her unmarked but for the hole in her garment. Kaworu turned around, lurching oddly. His lip drooped, and he made a pained sound. He took a swing at Shinji, but missed, and sank to his knees. He made a sort of agonized gurgle, and managed a single word. "Father," he said. He fell, and when he fell, his body simple ceased to be, melting into a splash of orange liquid that seeped out of his plug suit and into the ground. The suit held a shape for a moment, moving somehow of its own accord, before it went limp and lay flat against the earth, gradually losing its shape, almost like a balloon leaking air. Shinji rounded on REI. You're alive. She stopped him with a hand on his chest. You are injured. You will report to the infirmary. REI, REI tilted her head to the side, and a strange expression flickered over her face, somehow disappointment, and sadness and confusion all at once. I am sorry, she whispered. I am not that one. I don't understand, said Shinji, his voice tight. I am the next clone. I am sorry. She looked down. Shinji limped forward, put one hand on her shoulder, and turned her face up by the chin to meet his gaze. Tears fuzzed his vision. You're still my sister. She moved to his side and slid herself under his arm to support him as he walked. He limped along beside her, and felt the sun, stronger now than before, on his face and on his skin. He was finally able to stand on his own, and walk. It was just in time, as Asuka came tearing along and crashed into him, almost bowling him off his feet in her embrace. Misato and Kaji struggled to catch up. Ow, he grunted, sliding Asuka back down onto her feet. When did you get so strong? Ritsuko blinked her eyes open, and immediately regretted it. She was in darkness, but her eyes stung anyway, and she felt the groggy haze of drugs tugging at her eyelids. She knew right away she'd slept for many hours, but wasn't any less fatigued. She was half sitting up, lying in a hospital bed, the painful tug of an intravenous line in her arm. When she tried to move, her wrists were held down by thick nylon straps secured to the sides of the bed. She sat up a little, then fell back into her pillow, monstrously tired but too long under sedation to actually fall asleep. A shadow fell on her, and she opened her eyes again. Maya looked like 5 miles of bad road, with dark circles under her eyes, her hair plaited to her head from sweat in a day or two without washing. Her lab coat was rumpled and her uniform hung open, unbuttoned, and wrinkled. You look great, Ritsuko rasped. Maya brushed Ritsuko's hair out of her eyes. So do you. Ritsuko turned away, but Maya simply walked around to the other side of the bed. No fair, she croaked. Thirsty? Ritsuko nodded. Maya stuck a straw in a plastic cup of ice water. It was a blessed relief, and she drank until she had to let the straw go in order to breathe. She gasped and just let herself feel cool for a moment, before she downed the rest of it, making little slurping sounds at the straw. She touched her lips with her tongue. They felt like cracked stone. That is, until Maya leaned over and kissed her, gently brushing her lips against Ritsuko's own. They felt better then, even as Maya pulled back, slipping her fingers into Ritsuko's hand. Untie me, Ritsuko mumbled. I'm not allowed, Maya said sadly, looking at the floor. They're afraid you'll hurt yourself. I should, she said defiantly, staring at the ceiling. I kill children. But they're alive, said Maya. Asuka is alive, and Hikari is alive, and Shinji is with them now. And REI is, complicated. Ritsuko blinked. What? I'll let you see for yourself, when they check you out. I need you to come out of this. I can't do this on my own. Tell me what happened. Ritsuko groaned as she listened to Maya go over the morning's events, the sudden re-emergence of the Evis from the sphere of nothingness, and the battle with Kaworu. Ritsuko wanted desperately to just pinch the bridge of her nose, but she didn't want to struggle and disturb Maya. When it was over, she drew in a deep breath. So, said Ritsuko. Unit 1 and Unit 2 are still sitting out there. Unit 1 now has a functional super solenoid. REI, somehow, ate part of Kaworu and is walking around with it lodged in her chest. Not walking around, said Maya. We put her in a hospital room. She didn't argue. She wouldn't. Did you say Asuka appeared outside the EVA? Did she eject the plug? Maya shook her head. No, it's still in place, why dash? Ritsuko groaned. Did you ever get any readings out of it? Some, said Maya, but it was garbled. I have my portable, if you want to see it. Ritsuko nodded, and Maya moved the bed, so that she was sitting up more, and set the computer up on her lap. She could just barely reach the keyboard, and started sifting through the data recovered from Unit 1. Has it done anything strange? No, said Maya. We're moving it into the cage now. Order it sealed in bakelite, she said, absently. Just to be sure. Maya nodded, tapping her phone. Ritsuko froze. There must have been an error. The synchronization rate, for a few minutes before the signal was lost entirely, read at 400%. She leaned forward to peer at the screen, wishing for her glasses. Maya pulled them from her pocket without being asked, unfolded them, and slipped them on her face, her fingers lingering just slightly, to touch her cheeks. Thank you, she murmured. Did you say that Asuka appeared outside the Eva, but the plug was in place? Maya nodded. Go get an oral swab, I need to test her DNA, make sure there's no contamination. She discorporated. What? Ritsuko nodded at the screen. She discorporated. The Eva absorbed her, and then her ego barrier was restored and she rematerialized. What? Maya said again. Ritsuko sighed, then pitched forward, hard. Her glasses tumbled into her lap, and she snatched them up with her hand. Quickly, she used the earpiece to undo the strap, then when her hand was free, undid the other, slid the computer off her lap, and gingerly stood up, a wave of fatigue washing over her. Maya stared at her, blankly. I may as well come with you. She tugged at the 4 lines, then disconnected them from her arm, and slid the needles out. Said Maya, your gown. Ritsuko realized she felt a rush of cool air up her back. Is there a robe or something? Maya found a closet, pulled out a thin, threadbare-looking robe, and pulled it up over Ritsuko's arms. She belted it around herself and shrugged, clutching it to her body. She was cold. May was blushing furiously, and trying to focus on the ceiling. Yes. Said Maya, do you squat, or do Pilates or something? Yoga. Said Ritsuko. Maya's blush deepened. Really? Ritsuko rolled her eyes. Lieutenant Ibuki, are you flirting with me? Yes. Maya said, weakly. Ritsuko stepped into the scuff slippers by the bed, scooped up the portable unit, and slid her arm around Maya's waist, kissing her on the cheek. How long was I out, anyway? About 12 hours. How long have you been here? About 12 hours, said Maya, smiling weakly. Ritsuko smiled, too. We have work to do, let's go. Asuka sat on the exam table, swinging her legs back and forth, staring into the floor. She had to admit, having a difficult time processing all of this. She continually wondered if any of it was real, but when she touched the stiff paper on the table and felt the soft cushion under her and breathed in the sterile infirmary air, cold and stinking of soap, it felt real enough. Shinji stood beside her. The swelling in his eye had gone down, and he was now barely marked, the bruise being the only sign he'd been fighting at all. He leaned on the table and put his hand on hers and leaned over, and he kissed the curve of her jaw, and stopped to rest his head against hers. He stood up, tipping back a little to look down the back of her hospital gown. Hey, she muttered. Nothing I haven't seen before, he smirked. She laughed softly to herself. Of course. You have X-ray vision. He looked wounded, sighing deeply. I'm kidding, she rolled her eyes. Wait, did you ever, look at me like that? He shook his head. Of course not. She tilted her head to the side, and looked at him. She believed him completely. If there was anyone in the world that could see through solid objects and wouldn't use it to creep on a girl, it was him. I'm using it now, though. She punched him in the arm. Ow, he said in mock indignation, rubbing the spot where she'd hit him. She tugged at the collar of his white shirt. Other than having it untucked, he was in uniform, as he almost always was. She touched one of the spots on his jaw where he had a fading bruise. He looked down at the floor. She knew that look. What is it? I couldn't kill him, he murmured, shrugging. All the things he did and said, and I couldn't do it. I had my hands around his throat, and I just couldn't do it. She took his hand and twined their fingers together, and leaned on his shoulder. Of course not, stupid. Superman doesn't kill. Well, people anyway. No, he said, but REI killed him all the same. It might as well have been me. You had no choice. Are you mad? He said, that I feel bad about it. No, she sighed. It's just you, being you. He seemed to brighten up at that, and hopped up on the table beside her, slipping his arm around her waist. She leaned on him and just breathed, and she might have fallen asleep. When the door closed, she sat up abruptly. Ritsuko walked into the room with a stack of papers and a confused, haggard look on her face. Her glasses dangled from her mouth by the earpiece until she pulled them away and tossed them on the counter. When, I should say if, we get the EVIS ready, we'll need to do a synchronization test. Great, Asuka groaned. You may not be able to pilot anymore. She froze. Why? Ritsuko took a deep breath. I don't know how to explain this. Asuka froze. Is it, am I contaminated? Shinji squeezed her hand. No, said Ritsuko, not exactly. Here. She put the folder down on the table, and drew out a piece of paper. She stuck one to the overhead cabinet with a magnetic clasp. This is your chromosome profile. Asuka blinked. Okay. It's normal. You have 46 perfectly formed chromosomes. Or, you did. This is your new profile, from the sample we took today. She put the paper up next to the original. There were more. Half again as many, in fact. Asuka blinked. I don't understand. I'd show you your genome, but I can't exactly print that out. You have a triple helix, an entire secondary set of genetic material grafted onto yours. When Unit 1 went berserk, your body dissolved. When it reassembled itself as your ego barrier was restored, you were put back together, with a little something extra. Asuka paled. Where did it come from? A planet called Krypton, Ritsuko said wryly. She recoiled in horror. What? She looked at Shinji. Does that mean I'm his sister now? Ritsuko burst out laughing. No, not even close. From what I can tell, you have as much relationship with him as I do with, let's say, Misato. You're the same species. The first two members of a new species, in fact. Asuka looked at her hands. So, does that mean that I can fly? Not yet, said Ritsuko. It took years for that, said Shinji. The first thing was the speed, and the strength, but I didn't know I was different until I could fly. One day I woke up and I couldn't see my own hands. I would have thought I was going crazy if... He looked at her. Ritsuko coughed. Be fruitful, and multiply. Asuka's eyes narrowed. Watch it, said Ritsuko, don't accidentally burn me with your heat vision. You're in a good mood, said Asuka. It's not often I give people good news. This is good news, isn't it? Asuka looked at the floor. I guess. Come with me, said Shinji, dropping from the table. He held out his hand, and she took it. Will you excuse us? Said Asuka. Ritsuko took a moment to get the hint. Oh, you mean me? Nothing I haven't seen before, said Shinji. Fruitful and multiply, Ritsuko muttered to herself as she left the room, pulling the door shut behind her. She shimmied out of her gown, and Shinji turned around, although she caught him sneaking glances at her as she poured her dress over her head and slipped back into her shoes. She held his hand as they walked out of the infirmary, and then outside. Wait, he said, I want to see Hikari first. Asuka felt a pit in her stomach, but nodded, and went along with him. The smells and sounds of the intensive care ward seemed especially vivid, and she wasn't completely sure it was her imagination. She felt awful walking into the room, like some kind of intruder. She was stable now, and her people had taken to visiting her in shifts. Kadama was there, and Toji, staring at the floor. He had something in his bag. Asuka walked to the bed, while Shinji sat down next to Toji. But for the bandage over her eye, Hikari might have been in a peaceful sleep, piled up with pillows and blankets, her dark hair fanned out over the white linens. She was breathing normally, and was a good color, lively looking. She looked like she might wake up at any moment. Asuka leaned over her. Hey, she said, get better soon. Her voice wavered a little. I miss you. She touched Hikari's forehead and turned. Kadama gave her a solemn look, and settled back, her eyes lidded from fatigue. Toji followed them out into the hallway. Asuka thought he meant to say something to her, but he stopped Shinji instead. He unshouldered his bag, and pulled out one of the fan club t-shirts, still in its plastic bag. "You might need this," he said quietly, "your other one got messed up." Shinji looked confused. "It's at the apartment." "Not that one," Toji said softly. "The other one." Shinji nodded and took it. Toji nodded back. "Boys." Folding the shirt under his arm, he took her hand. Ritsuko passed them, carrying a file under her arm. Asuka stopped and watched her. She stood at the threshold to Hikari's room as though it were a physical barrier, gathered herself, and went inside. She gave Shinji a little tug and they walked out together. The sun on her face, even reflected in the broken mirrors, looked different. When they were out of sight, she put her arms around his neck. "It's faster," she said. He lifted up, and she felt her stomach try to remain at ground level for a bit, exhilarated by the feeling. She had a sudden, heady realization that she too might do this one day. The idea seemed so alien that it couldn't be real, somehow part of the dream. Shinji took them both up through the gaping hole in the GIA front roof, and when she saw what had happened, her breath caught. "Pen," said Asuka. He didn't bother with subtlety. He landed on the balcony, and they rushed inside. Pen wandered into the living room and worked piteously. Asuka hurried into the kitchen, murmuring softly to him as she opened a can of sardines and poured them out into his dish. She watched him eat, against her better judgment, and walked out into the hall. She looked around, thankful that their place was intact. It made something in the world feel grounded, normal. It began to settle on her that all of this was real. Shinji emerged from his bedroom, holding a silvery cylinder. He unscrewed the cap, and took her hand, curling his palm around hers. He took a deep breath and said, "Close your eyes." When she opened them, she was underground. Shinji was standing beside her, holding her hands. She had a profound sense of the weight of the rock above her, held back by a curved ceiling that was marred by an angry crack. She was standing in some sort of lab. She saw burners and flasks made of a funny material that looked like glass but wasn't, unnervingly off in their design. In the center of the room was a long, polished rocket, like a bullet with fins. Beside it stood a tall man in a black bodysuit and a red tunic draped over his chest and back. On the robe was the same symbol that Shinji wore on his chest. "What the dash?" "Hello," said the man. "My name is Kall. I am speaking to you from a planet called Krypton." Rei was busy. All of her. The sensation was heady. She had a memory of a memory, an inkling of what had come before, but none of her predecessors had shared experience anything like this. She was lying asleep on a hospital bed in the infirmary, 2 doors down from Hikari Horiki. She remembered Hikari, or at least her predecessor did, fondly, for her behavior in school and her relationships with the others. Rei was also busy at work in the laboratory where she was made, all 11 of her, including the one walking nude through the main tank, holding the body of the last Rei. She wondered how her predecessor had gotten anything done with only 2 pairs of hands. She had so much to do, so much to prepare. The previous Rei was still in a deep coma, able to be called alive only because she was not properly human. An ordinary human being would have mistaken her for dead, but she had simply complete what she, at the time, presumed to be a final upload, a sort of sacrifice to grant her gifts to the ones who came after her. She was not the sentimental type, at least where herself was concerned. It was not for her sake that Rei would save her. Part of her it was difficult to keep track, sometimes, but she sent 3 bodies took the elevator to the deepest depths, where no one could enter. Since access was controlled by the Magi system, access was, naturally, hers. She had only bid the gates to open, and then 3 of her walked into the vast space, the LCL production plant. Her true self wore a mask of polished bone, once perfect, now cratered by debris, inscribed with the symbol of an ancient order of mystics, 7 eyes over a triangle. She could feel the pull of it, the drag of the creature trying to draw her back into itself, but it was not yet time. She had problems to solve, things to do, and enemies to see defeated. She was the white giant on the rosy cross, and the white giant on the rosy cross was her. She would not abandon her children any longer. Keel was losing his grip. He no longer breathed on his own. There was a machine to do that, a great pumping thing he could watch through a window in its side, where a plastic bellows rose up and down in perfect rhythm. There was another machine to pump his blood, similarly suspended, a plastic artificial mockery of a heart that leaked a little with each pump. Like an old engine, he had to be topped off constantly. The nurses that puttered around him preserving the rudimentary functions of his physical form mostly escaped his notice. Keel did not suffer to spend his last hours, in this form at least, in a stark white mockery of a room filled with antiseptic odors and the faint stink of feces, even if he'd long lost the ability to smell. Though he was little more than a quivering collection of atrophied limbs and failed organs, he still had his dignity, and his hearing. Beethoven lulled him, for he could not sleep, only dream. He had shared so many hours with the boy, dreaming their dreams together and hearing the music. His optic unit auto-focused on the valet who approached him. In his artificial sight, the attendant was little more than a blur in front of the blur that was his vast library of books, now merely an artifice, as he could no longer read now that his eyes had fully degenerated. The attendant shifted nervously. Keel's throat clicked, and the machines made the sounds into a mechanized voice rumbling, "Speak." "Sir," the attendant said, staring into a leather portfolio, as if the pretense of officiality would soften the blow. "Kaworu Nagisa is dead." "My son," the mechanical voice boomed. "Sir, I dash. Get out. Send for the engineers." The attendant left, and Keel motioned with his right index finger, the only part of his body that was still his, for the nurses to leave. They lowered the lights as they departed, and left him in poetic silence, full of music that made colors in the ruins of his mind. He had shared it so many times with the boy, always enjoying his wry smile, the curve of his chin, the shape of his eyes. He saw himself in that face, alien as it was, and now no one would see it again. He waited, half sleeping, until the engineers arrived. His support apparatus was all of a piece. He had long surrendered his desk, so it was simply a matter of rolling him out, like so much cargo. He focused intently on the ceiling rolling over his head, counting the chandeliers. As a boy, before the wars, he had counted those chandeliers 1,000 times, running from room to room, obsessed with quantifying their number. He would never run again, not in the great house nor in the fields outside, never run between the flowers in the springtime and slice them from their stems with an old sword. How could anyone oppose such a noble goal? How could anyone refuse the glory of rebirth? To be free of suffering, of pain, of death, of ending? He ruminated on this as they loaded him into the back of the ambulance, and forced himself to remember. Soon, he would be forever, and he dared not forget who he was. Cool evening air breezed across his face before the bright lights of the ambulance interior nearly blinded him. He was almost asleep again, at least for part of his journey. He could only glimpse the world through the 2 portholes at the rear of the vehicle, and it was there he focused his attention, rather than the sterile stainless steel cabinets and the swaying glass intravenous bottle and the harsh lighting. He saw trees as he rode. He remembered trees. When he arrived, he was taken down, into a dark place, first by elevator, and then by a ramp through a concrete tunnel, dripping with moisture. The doctors and nurses and the engineers moved with him, carefully monitoring his vital signs. He was so close. The pain was about to begin. They took him to the operating room, first. He saw the apparatus by which he would be inserted into the entry plug, a curved couch set in the body of a great machine festooned with the apparatus needed to keep him alive. He would not be able to breathe the LCL, he would need an oxygen supply, as it was not rich enough, and too thick for his tortured body to expel properly from his lungs. He felt nothing as the technicians switched over the machines, breathing first, then his heart, leaving the rest, since soon he would no longer need kidney dialysis, for example. When the basic functions were attended to, they began attaching the sensory devices. The first thing to go was his eyesight, what was left of it. He waited while the new system was attached to the implants at the base of his skull. He could hear one of his manservants standing beside him. His hearing was always keen. "Sir, the rest of the committee is demanding to know when the complementation will begin." Soon, Keel's machines said. Mass production series launch tonight. Yes sir, said the valet, and departed. He felt them removing the pins from the implant and sliding the new ones in. Eyes first, then smell and taste, all transmitted to him from the machine. When it came time, at last, they picked him up, cradling his once massive body in a sheet, and slid him into the machine. Carefully, his limbs were positioned and clamped down, fixed in position, his head last of all. He would never move again, at least not in his present body. Soon, it would no longer matter. They rolled the machine, and he felt the mass of it around him, though he could not see it, not yet. He heard the grinding of the crane as they moved him into a much larger space. The acoustics revealed that, and felt the shift in gravity as it picked him up and lowered his sarcophagus into the entry plug. When it sealed around him, there was a second sense of motion as the entire plug was raised into position. He could still move his jaw, and clenched his teeth when it slid home. He could feel it around him already. The ice-cold LCL poured in around him, though he barely felt it. It rejuvenated him, soaked into his skin, restoring its elasticity, eased the pain in his joints, made his old bones feel less weary. He should have been soaking in it long ago. It began to heat. Sir, said the head engineer, we are beginning the synchronization process. Keel smiled in his steel coffin. The sensation was most odd, and most pleasant. It slithered up his spine, the first time he'd felt such a sensation in ages, and took root at the base of his skull. He could feel the creature pressing into him, joining with him, seeking him. He felt its alien desires, its need, its power. Passing absolute borderline. Third stage connection imminent. Colors flashed, an ancient pattern wrought with significance. He wondered if the mewling children who piloted the lesser machines understood what they were seeing, that the tree of life was unfolding before their very eyes. His smile faded, as he no longer knew which set of lips was his. Then, it was on him. Sight, blessed sight, and a titan's sight at that. The light of the solar collector stung his new eyes even as it enervated him, passed into his being and made him whole. He felt the air current on his new skin, smelled the crisp outside air being pumped in by the ventilation system, heard the heartbeats of the pathetic things in the control room ahead of him, now so small. Third stage connection established. How do you feel, Chairman? He raised the hand of his new flesh before his eyes. It was white, as the others were, smooth and shining like the skin of a leviathan, but his arm was crooked and corded with massive, flexing muscles. Long spikes of gray bone protruded from his flesh along the back of his arm, at his new knuckles, and formed claws around the tips of his fingers. He marveled at them. Chairman. Good, he rumbled, and he saw the men in the booth take a step backwards. Excellent, sir. The first operational test of the Kryptonian hybrid Evangelion is a success. No test, Keel rumbled. He pitched forward, tearing the restraints from the wall, felt them slide down his back and crash to the floor. He took an initial shaky step, and then another, prouder one. He held his arms out to steady himself, and heard the crashing of glass as the spikes along his hands tore rents in the sides of the solar collector. Sir, the lead technician babbled, we need to run hours of tests and diagnostics before dash. Such a tiny thing, so soft. He reached out, bored his new digits into the concrete, and closed his fist around the control room. The mewling creatures inside were so small, so soft, so insignificant, he barely felt them crush together against his palm. He dropped the detritus to his feet and began tearing at the wall, ripping great chunks free. He could feel her, his bride in the east, ancient Lilith, who in union with him would raise Lawrence Keel to the godhead. In truth, he felt like a god already. Chapter 18, A New Heaven, and a New Earth. Kadama looked at Ritsuko the way she might look at a poisonous snake, or a particularly loathsome insect. Ritsuko felt an uncharacteristic urge to shy away, but the weight of what she carried folded under her arm impelled her forward. She put her other hand on the folder, folding it across her chest, as if she could draw strength from it, and walked into the room. She didn't speak to Kadama, not yet, but watched Hikari for a while. The girl's head was half covered in bandages, and she seemed so small, curled up under the blankets with only one leg and one arm. Ritsuko touched her hand, and felt Kadama tense. What do you want? I have something to show you. A proposal. I said, what do you want? She handed Kadama the folder. What is it? See for yourself. Kadama opened it and started flipping through the documents. Ritsuko clasped her hands behind her back and waited, watching the girl's eyes widen with each passing page. She reached the end, neatly closed the folder, and stared at it. After all she's been through, you want to make her a lab rat. Ritsuko frowned. That's not dash. You want to experiment on her. I want to fix her. Kadama threw the folder on the floor and jumped to her feet, pointing at the bed. You want to fix her? You want to fix this? She's not a machine, Dr. Akagi. You've fixed enough already. Please, said Ritsuko, hear me out. I could restore her ability to walk and see. In time, with improvements from field testing, I could dash. Field testing. Ritsuko sucked in a breath. She had to do this. She'd be a pioneer. Millions of people would follow after her. Landmine victims, people who've lost their sight to age or disease. Kadama clenched her teeth, and her hands folded into fists. I am not letting you turn my sister into some kind of machine. Ritsuko looked at the floor. You can keep that, she said with a sigh, turning. Hikari coughed. Everyone froze. Ritsuko slowly turned to see her one good eye open, lidded, watching her. Her free hand, weighed down by bandages in a pulse monitor clip and intravenous lines, lifted weakly from the bed, and her finger wagged in invitation. Ritsuko moved closer to the bed, glancing at a glaring Kadama, who moved beside her. Hikari swallowed, a piteous, rasping sound. She's thirsty, said Kadama, lifting a plastic cup full of ice chips. Hikari took a sliver of ice in her mouth and closed her eye, working it around her lips reverently before swallowing. Ritsuko started to move away, but Hikari weakly grabbed her wrist, just barely touching her. Show me, she rasped. Ritsuko picked up the folder from the floor and brought it to the bedside. She turned to the first of the schematics. This would be your new arm. I'd have to remove and replace your scapula and part of your collarbone, and you'd have to wear a harness to support it. Hikari nodded, and she went on. This would be your new leg. Again, I'd have to surgically remove part of your skeleton. I can't simply attach it to the old joint. In this case, I'd have to remove part of your pelvis and insert metal struts to support the joint. The leg would also attach to the external harness, which would carry your power supply. Hikari smiled a thin smile. I would need. She closed her eyes and licked her lips. Batteries. I'm afraid so, yes. There's also a design here for an eye. I've been in contact with a plastic surgeon from Switzerland. I'm not guaranteeing you'd look exactly the same, but you'll look a lot better than if we simply gave you a glass eye. I would be able to see out of it. Yes. Do it, Hikari rasped. Kadama tensed. Ritsuko glanced at her, then turned back to Hikari. These surgeries would take months. The process would be far from painless, and there would be months of therapy. Hikari closed her eye. I said do it. Ritsuko closed the folder and pressed it to her chest, sighing to herself. She hurried to the edge of the room and leaned on the frame of the wide door, staring out into the hallway. She heard Kadama stalk to her side, but didn't look at her. Why are you doing this? I'm not going to leave her like that, said Ritsuko. I'm not going to abandon her to a life of suffering. If I can do one good thing with my life, it'll be this. She stood up, and without looking, walked away. Shinji met REI in the elevator. It was somewhat disconcerting, since REI was also in the hospital, and on the bridge helping with the repairs. So far, she had agreed never to appear in more than one body in the same place at the same time, but only after Misato begged her. To do otherwise, she argued, was inefficient. Like all of her other bodies, this one was wearing a plug suit. There were plenty of them, and they were, as she put it, efficient. Asuka was with him, holding his hand. Misato and Ritsuko stood behind him. He looked over his shoulder. Where's Kaji? Negotiating with the United Nations to keep us all out of prison, said Ritsuko. I have a feeling he'll show up if he feels like it, anyway. We must hurry, said REI. She had a post-it note stuck to her chest with the word 5 written on it in neat letters. Shinji wondered why she'd done that, since none of the other ones had. Asuka shifted nervously. "What's down there?" "The truth," said Rei. When the doors closed, Rei's eyelids flickered and the elevator began grinding down slowly on its own. No one spoke during the long ride, although Asuka's grip on his hand grew tighter. He was surprised by the length of the descent. He could feel the weight of the rock over his head as they plunged downward. So far they must have broken through the bedrock. When he looked through the walls of the elevator he saw only the machinery of the shaft and dark, deep, dense rock that seemed to go on forever. Far below he could see some sort of space, but it was difficult to make out. The rock was too dense. At length, the elevator stopped, and Rei led the way. Asuka looked around wide-eyed as they passed through a large space of bare concrete walls, industrial-looking and heavily used, with water dripping down the walls. It reminded Shinji of Rei's apartment. She must have liked spaces like this. Beyond it was another lab. Beyond the first set of empty labs was a fully functional one, a dark room dominated by a clear glass tube, and at the far end, a massive glass tank, now empty. Rei was everywhere here. It was hard to count the copies of her walking around in plug suits, as they were all identical except for the numbers on their chests. Asuka shivered. "I had a nightmare like this once," she whispered. "Join the club," Ritsuko said absently. The Rei bodies mostly ignored them, bustling around the room attending the various consoles. Sometimes, they would stop and stare into each other's eyes, locked in some sort of silent conversation, before they went on about their business. The one with the 5 on her chest led them past the large tube to the tank at the rear of the room. A Rei floated inside, in the fetal position. Unlike the others, she was nude, and Shinji winced. Her arm and face and legs were covered with severe burns, and 2 Reis standing in the tank, moving around with exaggerated steps like astronauts on the moon, were moving her around and using scalpels to carefully excise strips of burned flesh with scalpels and collect them in small plastic containers. They ignored the small party that had taken up a position watching them. Ritsuko glanced at the panel. "You changed the nutrient concentration in the LCL bath." "Yes," said 5. Ritsuko nodded. "That's the 3rd Rei. You're repairing her. Is she still alive?" "Life and death are more complex than you are prepared to accept," said 5. "There is yet hope she may survive. We believe her mind has fully integrated with the Magi and she is now in information space, ready to return to her physical form when we have repaired it." "Why not just put her in another body?" said Shinji. "It does not work that way." "I don't understand this," said Asuka. "How can there be more than one of you? Are you like a hive mind or something?" "No," said 5. "We are all individuals, but we are all Rei. A perfect copy is the same as the original." Ritsuko looked around. "When they stare in each other's eyes, what are they doing?" "We can interface with each other as we interface with the Magi system. It is usually unnecessary. Our thought patterns are identical, but in a chaotic space there can be some divergence due to minuscule changes in the system. Therefore, we interface to ensure we have attained consensus." "So you're not a hive mind," said Asuka. 5 stared at her. "No. I am the talkative one. That is why I have been chosen to represent the system." "Okay," said Asuka, "let's change the subject." Shinji put his hand on the glass. "What else are you doing down here?" "Preparing." "For what?" "Seal," said Rei. "Now that Kaworu Nagisa is dead, they will mount an attack in attempt to complete the Red Earth ceremony." "The what?" said Ritsuko. "Instrumentality," said Shinji. "That's what that means, isn't it?" "It's what they call their plan for instrumentality." "I'm a little lost here," said Misato. 5 nodded. "You will understand when we show you Terminal Dogma. There is something else you must see, first. Follow me, please." She moved around, behind the tank. There was a plain wall behind it, unmarked except for an inexplicably placed numerical keypad embedded in the wall. Ritsuko walked over to it and leaned over it, brushing the dust from the top with her finger. "That's odd. I never noticed this before." It is not connected to the Magi system, said REI. Therefore, we cannot override it. Shinji scanned the wall. There was definitely something behind it, but the walls of the inner chamber were too dense to see through. There's something back there, some kind of room. A hidden door? Said Misato. I have an idea, said Shinji. He tapped his birth date into the pad. Nothing happened, and he sighed. Then, there was a grinding sound, and a section of the black wall slid inwards, exposing a seam even he hadn't noticed, until it had traveled a few inches. It then slid apart, letting a chill wind flow out. He could feel the size of the space inside. He motioned for the others to stay back and walked inside a few paces, his footsteps echoing in the gloom. He looked around until he saw a switch, an exposed blade switch, no less, like something out of an old science fiction movie. He threw it, and there was a shower of sparks. This must be completely disconnected from the main grid, said Ritsuko. I never knew it was here. One by one, heavy sodium lamps thumped on, bathing the room in an eerie orange glow. It was as large as Shinji thought. The walls were lined with lab equipment and benches. Ritsuko rushed past him to examine it, heedless of the danger. Shinji could only focus on the object spread out in pieces on a large table in the center of the room. By looking at the smooth, silvery shell, if it were put back together, it would make. It's the rocket, Asuka breathed. The rocket? Look at this, said Ritsuko, looking at the lab equipment. This is our old equipment from upstairs. Gene sequencers, centrifuges, an autoclave, it's all here. He set up some kind of genetics lab. Shinji moved to the rocket, reaching out for the pieces before Ritsuko grabbed his wrist. There may be residual kryptonite in the fuel chamber. Be careful. This is incredible, said Misato. What was he doing here? Let me look over these lab notebooks, said Ritsuko. What's this? Said Misato. On the side wall, there was a whiteboard. Most of it was some sort of scientific shorthand, scrawled so densely and so tightly even Shinji could barely make it out, but in the center, written in large, block letters was a simple legend. I stole fire from heaven. Shinji scrubbed his hands through his hair. Fire from heaven, he said. He turned back to the rocket. He didn't feel even the least bit queasy, which was good. The shell of the rocket was spread out. It looked like an exploded schematic, the parts laid out to display the finished shape of the outer fuselage. Its guts were lying on the table, but appeared intact. Shinji held his hand over the sphere that would have held the fuel, but felt nothing. How did he get it open? Ritsuko flipped through a lab notebook. He used a sample of your genetic material. Apparently, it reacts to you. What are these? Mounted in the center of the apparatus, connected to one another by thin streamers of wire in a roughly triangular pattern, were 3 spheres, about the size of a grapefruit. He touched one of the shells, and found it cool under his fingertip. He was tempted to pick one up but stopped. That's the central processing unit, said Ritsuko, reading from one of the notebooks. It's 3 cores that communicate with each other for a decision-making process. It's like the Magi. Exactly like the Magi. This must be where the cloned nervous tissue we used came from. What are these? Said Shinji, reaching for a simple box with a series of crystals mounted in it. When he touched one, it vibrated, and the whole thing hummed. Said Misato, what is it dash? Something like a screen, some sort of hologram, flickered into the air above the rocket. It had a simple legend. Archives functional. Constructor system insufficient power. Constructor system. Said Asuka. What the hell is that? What? Said Misato. How are you reading that? It's just gibberish. Ritsuko slapped the notebook closed. It's not gibberish, it's Kryptonian. I don't know how to read Kryptonian, Shinji objected. Apparently you do. It must be part of your genetic memory somehow. Asuka, you too. I don't think we should mess with it, said Asuka. Agreed, said Ritsuko, not until we know what we're dealing with. Okay then, said Misato. We'll leave it alone. We must go to Terminal Dogma immediately, said REI 5. There may not be much time. Misato nodded. What's down there? You will see, said 5. She led them out of the hidden lab. Ritsuko carried one of the notebooks with her, still leafing through it as she walked. Beyond a set of doors in the REI lab, there was another elevator, unlocked, with a single button. REI didn't have to press it, the doors simply slid open. Shinji was surprised at the lack of security, but he supposed if someone made it this far, it would no longer matter. The elevator ride was longer than the first, and Shinji felt an increasing sense of nervousness. They had to be very far underground. When it finally stopped, the doors opened onto a cavernous space illuminated by work lights. The floor was bare black stone, smooth and slightly grayed, almost like ash. A tunnel, roughly carved into the stone, led away in the darkness. As Shinji walked, he touched the sides. There were tool marks, the remnants of some kind of tunnel boring machine, probably the type used to carve underwater tunnels. It must have taken years to burrow through the rock, long before second impact, even. His footsteps echoed in the darkness. This is creepy, said Asuka. Where the hell are we going? Terminal dogma, said REI. Yeah, I caught that part, said Asuka, but what the hell is a terminal dogma? The chamber within the black moon where Lilith rests. That's really helpful. After a while, the light seemed to come from everywhere at once, without an obvious source. Shinji couldn't see through the walls, and something about that bothered him. He glanced over his shoulder and stopped, the others almost bumping into him. There was something off in the darkness behind them, 3 shapes. What is it? Said Misato. He moved past them, looking back up the tunnel. Nothing, he said, must be my imagination. He picked up his pace to keep up with REI. She looked nervous about something, and seemed to stumble every few steps, as if someone were pulling her by the shoulder. The tunnel widened, and instead of being neatly carved, the rock was sheared off. He stepped out into the open space, followed shortly by the others, gathering around him. Ritsuko turned away. Misato stood and stared, dumbstruck. Asuka squeezed his hand so hard it almost hurt. There was a sea of blood in the earth, acrid and stinking of iron. In the middle of the sea was a rosy cross of rusted iron, and bound upon it was the form of man, a great white giant of smooth, almost cetacean flesh, hanging limply from massive nails driven into its pudgy digits. Its long legs dangled into the sea beneath it, and from 1,000 cuts, thin, watery blood flowed. Is that? Said Shinji. Yes, said Ritsuko. We refine it into LCL. You, Asuka said sharply, as if she were about to retch. I've been rubbing that in my hair. Shinji looked at her. What? That, said REI, is Lilith, the All-Mother, the origin of all native terrestrial life on Earth. Through the forbidden union of Adam and Lilith, all life will return to nothing, reverting to the molecular primordial soup you call LCL. All souls will be reunited in Lilith, and all individuality and discrete existence will end. The Earth will be returned to its zero state, as she found it, billions of years ago. Yes, said Shinji. When we were taken into the other place with the Evis, I was told about this. How do we stop it? We cannot, said REI, so long as Adam and Lilith or their children continue to coexist on the same planet, the forbidden union is inevitable. For that reason, we have already initiated it. When you consumed Kawura's core, Ritsuko said absently. It's already started. Why haven't you rejoined her? There will come 7 mass production Evangelions, said REI, and the key. If we join while they still exist, the process can be co-opted and control taken away from us. Kryptonian Evangelion hybrid, said Shinji. That's why they were hiding it behind acronyms and budget reports, so you wouldn't find out about it. Indeed. So that's it. Misato said, her voice high and strained. After all this, we're just going to die? You're going to merge with a fucking marshmallow thing and kill us all. REI tilted her head to the side, and rested her hand on Misato's shoulder. We have an alternative in mind. The Red Earth ceremony must not commence. You must stop them. When will the attack come? Said Ritsuko. REI looked up, and closed her eyes, and her eyelids twitched as her eyes rolled beneath them, as though she were dreaming. She opened them again and said, We must return to the surface immediately. Kaji was getting sick of conference rooms and meetings. Working in the field was much more interesting. He managed to actually tuck in his shirt and straighten his tie, as befitting a meeting with the Secretary General herself, the freaking Secretary General of the United Nations, as Misato called her. He was unsure of how this was going to go, but so far, so good. He was sitting at the end of a conference table with the secretary at the other end and representatives from the rest of the Security Council ringing the table. Nakahima held the thumb drive in her slender fingers. You make extraordinary claims. He leaned forward and folded his hands on the table. I have extraordinary evidence. If you've gone over the material I've gathered, you'll see that the conspiracy reached only so far down as Gendo Akari and Kozo Fuyatsuki. I don't think anyone else at NERV knew what they were planning. No one in their right mind would go along with this. You believe that Fuyatsuki was colluding with Superman, and this led to his death. Kaji nodded. Nakashima frowned. He should have come to us. Kaji looked his folded hands on the table, secretly smiling to himself. With all due respect, Madam Secretary, I think he chose a more powerful ally. Indeed, said Nakashima, which is why you are now asking us to do the same thing. You claim that Superman will testify on behalf of the senior staff of NERV, and that he has inside information you are not privy to. That's right. Yet, he doesn't work for them. He sighed. I know it sounds mad, but what he told you is true. He is an alien. Is that so hard to believe? We've been at war with alien beings for nearly a year, for 15 years if you look at the hard facts. We live in a new universe, Madam Secretary, a much bigger universe than any of us ever imagined before. And I thought you were a cynic. I think even a dedicated cynic has to give in a little when he meets a man who can fly. Nakashima smiled at him, wryly. Based on your report, I'm inclined to agree with your conclusions, but I'm not prepared to go so far. Assuming Superman does indeed testify and we have full cooperation, your people will have their immunity. Ritsuko Akaga's freedom will carry some conditions, however. I'm sure she'll agree to them. What about the children? I'll do what I can to see the terms of their contracts with NERV are honored, and we will protect their identities. Good luck with that, Kaji said to no one in particular. Excuse me. Nothing, Madam Secretary. I'm personally familiar with the pilot corps and some of them are, shall we say, prima donnas. Think fighter pilots. Ah, said Nakashima. For the moment, Misato Katsuragi will remain the acting commander, and the rest of the chain of command will remain in place. What does the committee have to say? She shook her head. The committee members that were in country have all left in the last 24 hours, and no one is returning my calls. Kaji frowned. They're leaving the area. Yes. I think we should prepare for dash. A heavy-set American sitting next to the secretary stood up. I have something I must say, he said calmly, adjusting his heavy glasses. Through the pain of death lies the glory of rebirth. He reached into his jagged, tugged out a pistol, and aimed at the secretary. Kaji's hand flashed out, and he put 2 quick shots from his pocket backup gun into the man's arm. His aim went wild and the secretary screamed as the gun went off over her head. The room went insane. The big American tried to crawl over to his dropped gun as Kaji jumped up on the table, ran down its length, and kicked him in the chin. He toppled over backwards and Kaji was on him, knocking the gun away with his foot. He aimed his own pistol at the man's head. The big fool only grinned, fumbled something around his mouth with his tongue, and bit down. He convulsed, throwing Kaji off of him, and foam flushed from between his lips and through his nose. Kaji moved to his side, and then recoiled. Cyanide capsule, he panted, suicide pill. Nakashima stood up slowly, her steel gray bun all out of place, ragged strands of gray hair hanging in her face. Thank you, Agent. She turned to her aide. Get security in here, now. I want the situation room ready, we dash. Another aide ran in the room. Kaji instinctively readied himself, holding his gun low, and moved to the door. The man, he couldn't have been much more than 18 or 19, ran into the room, panting. Madam Secretary. He shouted, the Russians just launched a ballistic missile at us. Shinji left his civilian clothes behind him as he ran along the floor of the geofront. He'd managed to repair his suit. He had most of a spare put together already, before Unit 3, and had finished it the night before. It was good that he did, as he realized he was going to need it. He took off and headed for the open crater in the roof of the geofront, gaping open wide like a great mouth, blue sky beyond it. The sun on his skin was like a baptism as he rocketed up out of the opening, looking away from the devastation all around him. The beautiful summer city of his faded memories was gone now, and only cinders lived in its place. He couldn't see the missile yet. He hoped it was non-nuclear, hoped that the madmen would not want their new god irradiated. The world fell away beneath his feet as he rose up, spreading out beneath him and curving, the edges falling away into the great blue ring that was the sky. He turned in the air, scanning the horizon, until he saw it. The missile was as big as a small skyscraper, still headed straight up on a plume of dense white smoke, pushing into the air so hard he could see the shockwaves rolling off its nose. Where the atmosphere was thinner, at the very edge of space, it would be easier to move. He schemed along, the world spinning slowly under him, pulling a thin contrail of compressed air in his wake. He saw the missile rise up through the clouds, carrying them with it, thin streamers trailing from its long form. The first stage booster fell away and a second engine fired, pushing it up and out of the atmosphere, and he followed after it. He only had to turn it off course. Once it went into freefall, it would be unpowered, unable to maneuver. The strength of a ballistic missile was that it fell so quickly once it reached the apex of its flight that it couldn't be shot down, but its great weakness was that inability to maneuver. He followed it to the top of the arc as the second booster fell away, the warhead turned, and it started moving straight down. He moved alongside it, resting his hands on it, and then he felt something moving inside. With all his might, he pushed. The missile wasn't for Tokyo 3, after all. They knew he would try to catch it. He gave it a great shove and dove down as fast as he could, moving away from the warhead as it tumbled in the air and fell off course. When it went off behind him, there was no sound. The light and heat moved ahead of the noise, pushing a pressure wave through the upper atmosphere, and he pushed as hard as he could, the fire of a tiny sun on his heels. When he looked over his shoulder he saw a new star born in the sky, a second sun that ringed itself in cloud. A sudden thought dawned in his mind. They would have known he could outrun it. They launched it for a single purpose: to get him out of the geofront. Full alert! Misato shouted, "Everyone to battle stations!" Aoba, Hyuga, and Maya, sitting in front of their consoles amid the computer's guts, looked at her in a panic as she ran down the stairs to their section of the bridge, but quickly turned and began carrying out her order. Ritsuko passed her in a flurry, spun herself around, and slid down the ladder to the lower section where the Magi nodes stood. She ran to the console and started typing furiously. "I'm glad you're here, Captain, Air Commander," said Hyuga, "everything's going nuts. Someone launched a missile at us, and there was some kind of explosion at the Munich facility. I'm trying to bring up a satellite feed." The main screen was still out. In fact, there was still a gaping hole in the wall where it once stood, but Misato watched the feed on Hyuga's much small monitor. Black smoke, thick and heavy, hung over the entire city. The satellite was powerful enough to duplicate a flyover from a few hundred feet, but there was nothing but a smoking crater visible just outside the city. Something immense was moving under the cloud cover, and every once in a while, a swinging pair of what looked like wings appeared and then disappeared again. As if it knew it was being watched, whatever it was stopped, and stood up. Its head came up and she caught a brief glimpse of it through the smoke, a monstrous thing, an ancient leviathan with slavering jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth and bulging bloodshot eyes. There was a red flash that turned to white, and the satellite went dead. "What happened?" "The satellite's gone," said Hyuga. She stood up, and looked around. "What's the word on that missile?" "It detonated in the ionosphere," said Hyuga. "It was an antimatter explosion." "Why would they do that?" She looked around. "Shinji. It was a distraction." "A distraction?" Aoba said, incredulously. "Who the hell uses a nuke as a distraction?" "Someone trying to distract Superman." "Shut all this down, get everyone to the lower level. We have to protect the Magi and this position isn't defensible. Seal those doors." "Ma'am," said Maya, what about the hospital, and the outbuildings? Sound an evacuation alarm. Get the hospital administrator on the phone. I want everyone and everything they can move brought over here through the service tunnel as quickly as possible, I mean double time it. Tell them we're expecting an attack. We've got a problem, Ritsuko shouted from the lower level. The Berlin branch is trying to hack the Magi. Misato ran to the railing and looked down at her. Give me some information. Ritsuko shook her head. I don't understand what I'm looking at. They're locked out. Our Magi are writing some kind of heuristic firewall. On the fly it's like it's designing a secondary artificial intelligence without any input from me, but it's drawing processing power away from other functions. Oh, said Misato, that's fantastic. Hayaga, what kind of communications do we have? Almost everything, he said, satellite, high gain, landlines. We lost a few lines in the last attack, but dash. Get on all of them and send out a distress signal. We are under attack. Hayaga nodded. Commander, said Maya, look at this. She rushed over to Maya's station. The map showed 7 blips moving across the continent at high speed over China, heading in their direction. The pattern matched those of an Evangelion, and they were flying in formation. She swallowed. Hayaga, she said, add something to that distress call. We have hostile Evangelions inbound. He stared at her for a moment. Why yes, ma'am, he stammered, turning back to his work. We've been caught with our pants down. Aoba, what's the status of the Evis? Both are in the cages, but Unit 1 is being locked down with Bakelite. Well, unlock it. I don't know if that's a good idea, Ritsuko shouted. If the super solenoid were to destabilize, we dash. We're all dead anyway if we can't mount some kind of defense. I want Section 2 on full alert. Where are my security teams? Moving, said Hayaga, they're moving to cover the entrances. Well, you heard me. Get those consoles shut down, grab the portables, and get downstairs. We'll be at a disadvantage down there, said Aoba, pulling out his portable unit. If anyone comes in here, they'll have the high ground. We have to keep the Magi system up, said Misato. Without it, we're defenseless. Come on, go. The nodes are armored to resist attack, said Ritsuko. We're not leaving, Misato insisted. Damn it, I'm not abandoning this place again. There's an alternative, said Ritsuko. I can set the Bakelite injectors in a time delay. Give us a few minutes to get out, then seal the entire level. Then we're trapped without access to the lower levels. Ritsuko grabbed her head with both hands. We're sitting ducks down here. Misato sighed. Okay, do it. Everybody, grab those portables, we'll head to Ritsuko's lab. That's a fairly defensible position, there's only one way in and out, and it's near the armory. Let's go. As he ran out of United Nations headquarters, Kaji ducked instinctively. A black chopper, a big Chinook transport, rumbled low overhead, bathing him in the downwash. He looked up and saw more thumping in, a whole swarm of them. They must have never intended for the choppers to reach the ground. He got up and ran for his car, slid over the hood on his ass, and clambered inside, pulling the door shut even as he shoved the clutch in and turned over the engine. He squealed out of the parking lot, following the flow of the choppers. He threw the top back as he slowed for a curve, to get a better look. He floored it when he hit the highway. There was no traffic going into Tokyo 3, and for good reason. He looked up at the choppers again. They were short-range craft, meaning they'd originated in country, unless they'd flown one way, and that would be stretching it. When he crested the rise leading into the city, he saw them take on a formation, orbiting the city center like swirling vultures. One by one, they tipped up into a hover and lowered themselves into the huge hole-blasted ground that led into the GA front, a dangerous, almost suicidal maneuver. He looked over his shoulder and saw a second wave approaching, and among them were attack helicopters. Kaji slammed on the brakes and stopped in the middle of the road. He threw his jacket aside, tore off his dress shirt and tie, exposing the black body glove he had on underneath. Hidden under the rear deck of the car was his gear. He slipped out his trousers and pulled his heavy combat boots on over his jumpsuit, shrugging into his gear harness as he did. From the trunk, He pulled a heavy silenced .45 submachine gun and threw at the passenger's seat, jumped back in, and took off towards the city. He looked up at the waves of invaders soaring over his head and knew Nerve was badly outnumbered. Hell, the JSSDF would have a difficult time repelling an attack like this. From a flight of choppers over his head, an angular attack helicopter, lean and shark-like beside the bulk of the transports, peeled off, circling around lazily so that it flew sideways, aiming its weapons at him. Oh, perfect. He veered to the side as it opened fire with its main gun, the shells ripping up the pavement to his side as he swerved out of the way. It was no good, he couldn't maneuver fast enough to avoid them for more than a few seconds. Then, there was a wind, or so he thought, but it was not a wind, but a blur of motion, stepping between him and the rain of fire falling on him. Shinji turned lazily in the air beside him, the explosive shells bursting across his back, as harmless as balloons. He nodded to Kaji, turned, and headed for the chopper. When he met it, he lighted on the side, reached up, and grabbed the central joint where the rotors hung together. There was an awful shearing sound as he hand met the metal, and the rotors slowed. He tore the entire apparatus off and tossed it away into space, and it ran along the ground like a loose bicycle wheel, the blades shattering and bending as they hit. He held the chopper up through his own strength, turning it, and with his free hand yanked the cockpit off. He grabbed one of the pilots, then the other, holding them by the collars of their flight suits with just his fingers, and then with the barest effort turned the entire body of the chopper by swinging his arm and tossed it down by the side of the overpass. Kaji skidded to a stop as Shinji landed in the road, leaping from the car with his weapon slung over his shoulder. The pilots feebly scrabbled for their sidearms until Shinji yanked them free, held them together in his hand, and crumpled them into a bundle of folded metal and snapped plastic. He tossed it over his shoulder and threw them down on the pavement. "Who are you people?" he shouted. Almost in unison, they convulsed, foam spraying from their lips. Shinji started, and Kaji grabbed his shoulder. "Suicide pills." "What? Why would they do that?" "They think they're being reborn in paradise, or something." "We have to get back to the base," said Shinji, looking at Kaji's car. "That's too slow. Come with me." "What are you dash?" Shinji picked up him, threw him over his shoulder in a fireman's carry, and took off. Toji ran into the hospital room, covering his ears to drown out the shrieking of the alarm. He'd only stepped out for a little while to get some air, while the Akage lady talked to Kadama. Akage scared him, she was like some kind of med scientist in a movie. He decided to take a walk for a while, even though he was afraid he'd miss it when Hikari finally woke up. He needed to get out of that room, away from Kadama and her bouts of staring sullenly at the floor or weeping softly, away from the 1,000-yard stare of Hikari's father. He wanted to see his own dad, but he was working down in the EVA cages and he didn't exactly have time off, with everything that was happening. When he got back, there were doctors and nurses crowded in the room. He teared up, before he even realized it. "What's happening?" he choked. Kadama grabbed his shoulders. "It's okay, she's fine. We have to move her." "Move her? Where?" "Over to the base. There's some kind of attack or something coming." "I don't understand," said Toji. "We're underground, we never had to move before." One of the doctors looked over his shoulder. "Kid, it's not an angel this time." Toji felt the blood drain out of his face, his hands were cold. "You mean it's people? Why would somebody do that?" "I don't know," said Kadama. "Why would they hurt Hikari?" "She's a pilot," Kadama hissed angrily, ducking to the door. She yelped and ran back into the room, followed shortly by the sound of gunfire. Chunks of wood and masonry flew out of the wall. The doctors moved to cover Hikari with their bodies, and the nurses pressed against the back wall. Toji saw shadows on the wall, distorted, like strange creatures, but they were only men in helmets and gas masks. They rounded the corner, turned through the door, and he practically felt the machine guns level at him. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Something happened, and when they fired, there was no sound. They fell backwards, and he saw the bullets bouncing off of something, some kind of plane of orange light that unfolded in front of him in an 11-sided shape with weird angles that made his head feel funny when he looked at them. He moved to Hikari's side, adding his body to the human shield, until a moment later a wave of amber light shoved the attackers back, crushing their bodies together and sweeping them aside like so much dirt. Rei stood in the door. "We must leave. We're not done prepping her," said the doctor. "There is no time. I cannot remain here indefinitely to protect her. She'll die." Rei had a curious look of calm on her face, even for her. "Today is not the day she dies. Bring her." Hurried, they tossed the 4 bags onto the bed and unhooked the rest of the monitors. Toji and Hikari cleared out of the way to let the bed fit through the door. He threw himself behind it and helped push, running down the hall. Hikari's head lolled and she groaned, but she seemed okay. Kadama ran alongside her, leaning into it, pulling the bed with her hands. She threw her legs out and pushed her shoulder into the bed to help it make a turn. Rei walked along calmly behind them. Toji glanced over his shoulder and saw another team of armed men approaching her. Rei looked at them for a moment, as if in thought, and gestured with her hand. They weren't simply shoved away. A spiraling form of orange light, like some sort of luminous buzzsaw, formed in the middle of the hallway and expanded outwards in every direction, crashing into the walls and the ceiling and floor, and the whole hall collapsed in on itself behind her, crashing into a heap as the floors above slammed down as the load-bearing walls fell. She turned and continued walking. There was something glowing in her chest, and it was burning her hospital gown, barely hanging on her shoulders by threads. She continued following, padding down the hall in her bare feet. The doors to the access tunnel that led to the main base were locked. Rei blew them apart with a gesture, just unmade them into chunks that spread along the sides of the concrete tunnel. Toji joined the doctors in pushing, and as the sodium lights flickered over Hikari's head, she moaned. A tiny trickle of blood leaked from her lip. "Do something!" Kadama screamed. The bed slowed and the doctors moved to her side in a panic, until Rei pushed them aside with her slender arm. She looked at Hikari, moved, and before anyone could stop her, sunk her hand in Hikari's chest to the wrist. Hikari gasped and there was a loud popping sound. She half sat up, her back arching, and then fell back into the bed, out cold but breathing normally. The doctors stared in stunned shock before she nodded forward, and they started moving again. "Where do we go?" said Kadama. "The Section 2 barracks will be the safest place," said Rei. "Follow me." Kaji rolled off of Shinji's shoulder, almost dropping his gun, and shouted, "Never do that again." "Sorry," Shinji shot back, "I didn't want to carry you newlywed style, that would be weird." Kaji looked at him. "Take care of the surface, I'm going down into the base." Shinji nodded, watching him run towards the ruins of the pyramid. He turned back and watched the helicopters spin in slow circles as they filtered down into the geofront. The backwash made his cape flap out behind him as he walked towards the landing zone where the heavier transports were coming down in near rows and disembarking their cargo and passengers from ramps at their backs. He lifted off the ground and floated over their heads, and drew in enough air to make his voice ring like thunderclaps through the cavern. "Excuse me," he said. "I'm going to have to ask you to leave." He saw muzzle flashes. The bullets streamed lazily through the air towards him, slapping off his skin like raindrops as he descended. He was surrounded by flashes and gunfire. He plucked a grenade out of the air, closed his fists around it, and after it went off with a low thump, he let the shrapnel slide from his palms and dusted them off with a clap. He walked over to the nearest helicopter, put his hand under the long tank that ran beside the fuselage, and casually flipped it over. It moaned as it rolled up on one side of the landing gear and toppled over, snapping the blades. A Humvee loaded with men ran past him, kicking up mud and dust. He focused on one of the tires, and it went up with a loud bang, shreds of melted rubber flying off into space. Someone charged him, shouting, "Through the pain of death lies dash." Shinji all but ignored him, knocking him unconscious with a casual backhand across the top of his helmet. He walked among them, yanking the rifles out of their hands and folding them up into squares, pushing the choppers onto their sides, ripping the wheels off of the Humvees. Even as he moved, there were too many, more and more helicopters flooding through the roof of the geofront every moment. He had no idea where they'd all come from. He picked out the engines in the helicopters and started focusing on them until their wiring melted and they spun around lazily, held aloft only by auto-rotation, ignoring the hail of gunfire as he walked across the cavern floor. A group of Humvees made a breakout and charged away from him at high speed, bouncing and leaping across the patchy, muddy remnants of agricultural fields and forest. Shinji followed them, soaring over their heads, and landed in front of the lead vehicle. He put one hand on the bumper, planted his feet in the mud, and forced it to a stop. The hood came off with a yank, and he pulled out the distributor and tossed it away in a tangle of wires before turning to the others. He ripped a tire off here, blew one out with his gaze there, and pulled out the rear axle of one of the vehicles as it crested a small rise, leaving it sputtering, the engine screaming madly as the driver, seemingly ignorant of the vehicle's distress, kept gunning the engine. Shinji walked over to it, pulled him out, and for good measure, ripped out the steering column. "Hey," he shouted. "Who are you people?" The driver just stared at him dumbly. Shinji looked at him, looked into his body. There was something wired into his skull, with wires running from a pair of what looked like nerve clips to an apparatus embedded in his helmet. As Shinji looked around, he saw that they were all like that, with wires running right into their skulls. He pushed the man back against the car, focused on the spot where the electronic bundle was mounted in his helmet, and melted it. He looked at Shinji in shock. "GDJE-sam." Misato carried the last portable unit into Ritsuko's lab, unbalanced by the rifle slung over her shoulder. She carried to the back where Maya and Hyuga were setting up while she, Ritsuko, and Aoba hovered near the door, checking their rifles. Ritsuko had a cigarette dangling out of her mouth as she checked the magazine, slapped it in place, and yanked the charging handle. "Very butch," said Misato. "Oh, shut up." Misato risked leaning out the door, pushing her helmet into place. It wouldn't sit right on her damn hair, so she undid her ponytail and crushed it down, doing up the strap under her chin. She raised her rifle and then abruptly pulled back, holding her fingers away from the trigger as Kaji jogged down the corridor, a machine gun slung over his shoulder. He arrived at the door, panting. "Let me in, damn it. Where the hell is everybody? I have Section 2 covering the entrances, and everyone else is holing up in the barracks," said Misato. "What the hell are you wearing?" "My work clothes." Misato shook her head. "What's the situation outside?" "There's an army up there, that's the situation outside." "Shinji's outside holding them off." Aoba looked at him and blinked. "What? I didn't know he could shoot." Hyuga sighed behind him. "You really don't know?" "Know what?" "Get inside," Kaji said sharply, pushing them back in. "Does this door lock?" Ritsuko hit the panel and the door slid shut, and she typed in her access code to seal it from the inside. "There's not much cover in here. It's the best I could do on short notice." "The walls are reinforced," said Misato, "and the door is, too. This whole place is a fortress." "A poorly designed fortress," said Kaji. "There's plenty of ways in." "I don't know about that," said Hyuga. "The blast doors are lowering. We might be okay." "What about the evil launch tubes?" said Kaji. "Tubes 8, 29, and 37 are seized up," said Hyuga. "The mechanisms were fried in the last attack." "That's suicide, though. No one could get in through there." "Suicide, said Kaji. "Get on your radios and let everyone know we may have company." "Wait," said Misato. "If they come in through the tubes, wouldn't they come out in the cages?" "Yeah," said Hyuga, "I guess. Why, oh." Misato jumped up, dragging Kaji by the arm. "Ritz, you have the deck." "Right," Ritsuko sighed, standing by the door. She hit the panel and the door slid open. Misato looked out, and then waved Kaji on. The door closed behind them and they moved down the hall, stopping at the first corner to check, advancing in unison with each other. She'd never done anything like this with him before, but felt natural, almost easy. They made it to the elevators and Kaji kept moving, heading for the stairwells instead. It would take longer, and they'd have to thread through the twisting labyrinth of the base, but it was better than being caught in an ambush when the elevator doors opened. Kaji went in first, leaning over the railing, and motioned her forward, but she was already moving. They headed down that way, towards the cage level, moving one by one and covering the corners, and each other. At last, at the cages, they stopped, and Kaji edged the door open with the barrel of his weapon, peering through. When he saw it clear, he motioned her forward, and they moved together, jogging down the hall. Where are the pilots? Asuka and REI were on their way here. You really think REI piloting is a good idea? Unit 0 is down, I know, but we don't have a pilot for Unit 2. She stopped near the locker rooms, peering around the corner. She heard footsteps behind her, whirled, and saw Asuka and REI stepping out of the elevator. Hey, said Asuka, what the hell is going on? Get over here, Misato hissed, motioning them over. Asuka jogged to her side. We're under attack, said Misato, peering around the corner. They might be in the cage. Under attack? By who? Everybody, said Kaji. Let's get to our lockers and suit up, said Asuka, motioning REI forward. It was the one with the 5 on her chest, Misato noted. Kaji darted to the other side, and together they covered the walkway across the first cage while the girls headed into the locker room. It was an agonizing wait, but REI was already suited up and it only took Asuka a minute to get into her own suit, and together they moved up to the next cage, where Unit 2 stood. Wait, said Asuka, who's going to pilot which one? I will pilot Unit 2, said REI. You are the most adept pilot, and Unit 1 is the most difficult EVA to control. Asuka looked tense for a moment, but nodded, and REI went up the walk to the plug. Asuka looked back tensely as they headed to Unit 1's cage. The EVA still bore the scars of the last battle. Its mouth hung open, displaying the great blunt teeth within, and its regrown arm was uncovered, gray and fleshy. The shoulder pylons were missing, too. You're sure this is safe, said Misato. Completely, said Asuka, turning to run up the plug. She stopped. She turned back, ran to Misato, and hugged her, almost lifting her off the floor. By the time Misato knew what was happening, she'd already let go and embraced Kaji. Don't do that, he said, this isn't goodbye, everybody's coming back. Asuka, said Misato. There's going to be 7 EVAs coming in, and some kind of thing. Be careful up there. I'm always careful, she said, rolling her eyes, and ran up the steps. There's nothing else we can do here, said Kaji. Misato nodded, and they turned, and headed back. Shinji stood on top of a rolled chopper, gazing up into the sky. He saw them 7 enormous flying wings, flying in a stacked formation, from the west, from the sun. The enormous black craft moved with ominous slowness, great white masses hanging from their underbellies. All around him, the invading soldiers suddenly stopped firing at him, their weapons hanging slack, their mouths falling open. Shinji turned around, just as they turned their weapons on each other and opened fire. No! He screamed, leaping among them. He moved at the speed of thought, moved so fast it bowled men off their feet, so fast it made the air sizzle. He pulled rifles out of hands and folded them together, tossing them aside and moving to the next one, but even then, he was too slow, and he watched bodies fall, ecstatic grins on their faces. His stomach roiled, and he felt an urge to vomit. The survivors stood dazed, staring into space, their eyes blank, empty. He walked among them, waving his hands before their eyes, only to be ignored. What the hell? He looked back up, and saw the flying wings begin to dip. They angled lower, spreading out, and the fleshy white forms hanging from their underbellies roiled and moved, pulling free of the craft. Their heads emerged first. Long, cetacean things, more snout than face, eyeless, and with livid red lips over rows of razor teeth, like shark's teeth. Their arms pulled free next, and each of them clutched a bladed weapon, a kind of long grey sword with a pair of handles fixed in the spine, to be held two-handed. They fell backwards and tumbled into the air. From packs on their backs, great white wings unfolded, not the wings of a bat nor those of a bird but somehow in between, suggestive of feathers. They fell into a lazy circle, 7 of them, holding their long blades in both hands under their bodies, waiting for something, anticipating something. The armed men around him, the survivors, began chanting something. Latin, he thought. He lifted up from the ground. As he did, Unit 2 bobbed out of the ground, one-handed, carrying a pallet rifle. It moved forward, umbilical trailing, and as it did, Unit 1 joined it, not attached to the rails by the pylons but simply holding them in its clawed hands. It stepped free of the launch tubes and walked out into the geofront, gazing up at the opening above and beyond that, the sky where the seven beasts swirled like vultures. They descended. He saw now that they were marked, numbered from 1 to 7, and they folded their wings and dove through the crater into the geofront proper, sweeping out and into a lazy circle around the perimeter of the cavern, moving, it seemed, under their own power. They circled until the last had joined them, and slowly, in perfect unison, tipped their feet downwards and came to skidding landings, their wings folding and nearly vanishing into their backs. Brandishing their weapons, they moved forward, taking short, guarded strides, moving as one, copying each other's movements perfectly. One of them passed him, its eyeless gaze disregarding him. That was a mistake on its part. He moved with all his speed, his power, his fury, and he passed straight through the thing's head, emerging from the other side in a fountain of armor plating and dense, almost metallic bones and red gore that spread out in a fan behind him. The creature reeled, swinging its weapon wildly, and it gave forth a strange bellow, a twisting, ululating cry of agony that he could feel in his bones, and it turned on him. Battle was joined. REI moved in Unit 2 with warlike precision, every moment clipped, economical, constantly turning her back away from her enemies to avoid exposing her umbilical cable. Shinji had never seen her move so elegantly before. She fired short bursts, blasting open cratered, weeping pockmarks in the EVA series sides and legs, aiming to cripple their movement. They curled over and circled the two EVAs, brandishing their blades. The one marked out as one, the leader, moved in to attack, raising its weapon up and charging across the geofront floor, its feet sliding in the mud. Shinji passed between its legs, rose in front of it, and put his hands into his chest. He hooked his feet in the air and pushed, and it did not stop but continued forward, out of control, its feet sliding out from under it. It fell hard, the impact shaking the floor of the geofront and throwing up a great mass of mud and debris. The blade flew out of its hands. With almost practiced ease, Asuka caught it, spun it around, and tested its weight in Unit 1's hands. She seemed to like it, as she lifted it, spun it, and took its owner's arm off at the shoulder. The limb sheared free in a spray of gore and tumbled across the cavern, standing for a moment on the palm before it toppled with a great thump like a felled tree. One-armed, the thing got up, swinging a closed fist at her, and she impaled it, lifting it bodily from the ground. Another one came up behind her. Shinji shoulder-checked it away, looked it in the face, and unleashed the fire of a red sun. Its white skin puckered and blackened, and it stumbled backwards, shrieking in agony. REI turned, put a quick salvo through its head, and shoved it aside with the cauterized stump of her offhand. It rolled across the ground, flailing, kicking wildly with its legs, trying to bury its burning head in the mud, all the while shrieking. The others, the other 5, fell back, hopping on bent legs like birds, strange warbling sounds echoing through the cavern. They held their weapons out and Asuka and REI moved back to back, the battered purple Eva almost touching the crimson one, and all at once they advanced. Shinji chose one, ducked down, and hugged himself to its ankle, and pulled. It pitched forward, and he could almost feel the stress in the bones of its other leg as it came down hard. Asuka moved, deft and quick, turning the blade in her hands, and neatly cleaned its head from its body. It rolled away, still grinning madly, a thick, two-human tongue lolling over its sharp teeth, bleeding. The other 4 continued to move in, feinting with their blades. REI emptied her gun into the body of one but it ignored her, screeching as it charged. She flipped the pallet rifle in the air, caught it by the barrel, and took a swing with it. The stock, a massive construction of steel, split, and groaned the long gray blade bit into it. REI turned the stroke, spun her Eva around, and with her other arm, cracked the creature in the face with a vicious elbow strike. It rolled to the side, but as it did, it wrapped its fingers through her umbilical jack and dragged her down with it. Shinji flew to her side, landed on the offending arm, and as the creature wailed, buried his hands in its flesh. It was cold and slippery, and he felt its blood pulsing over his arms. He found bones, and, bellowing in fury, pulled. There was a great crack as its hand tore free, hanging at first by slivers of flesh and then by nothing as REI rolled away. Another of the EVA series stood some distance away, holding its blade. Shinji would swear it was grinning at him as it swept its blade down and buried the point in the earth, neatly severing REI's umbilical. As Unit 2 grappled with the one on the ground, he charged the other, rocketing across the Jia front to hold it back while Asuka held the other two, parrying and beating back the swings of their blades with her own, the blows ringing out like crashing thunder. He dodged the thing's swing, turning around the blade as it passed, hearing its sharpness making the air sing. He aimed for its chest and then cut up suddenly. The impact crushed its jaws shut, impaling its own lolling tongue on its sharp teeth. It stumbled backwards, losing its grip on the blade, and he turned to pound it with both fists, stripping it from the creature's grasp. Asuka turned 2 swings from her opponents, battering them both back at once, and with a scream echoed by Unit 1 itself that rolled out over the cavern, she spun fully around, holding the blade in one hand, and bisected one of them, neatly slicing through its middle. It stared down at itself in confusion before she recovered, brought the blade back, and impaled the top half on the point, lifting it away from the legs in a stream of gore and guts and wires hanging from its midsection. Its legs stood for a moment, then fell onto their knees and toppled to the side. Asuka turned, Unit 1 swinging around with the momentum, and hurled the top half of the one mass-production Eva at the other one, bowling it back. REI's opponent had Unit 2 pinned, pushed down into the ground. It lifted her by the shoulders and slammed her down over and over, until Shinji turned to it, pressed across the space so fast it made the air behind him blur and glow, and crashed into it at full speed, bowling it over. REI moved quickly, rolling onto all fours and running for an umbilical station as she blew out the useless jack on her back. She grabbed a fresh one, rammed it into place, and ducked a sweeping punch from the Eva that Shinji disarmed moments before. She struggled with it, and the other moved to join it. Shinji rocketed past Asuka and pounded the jaw of her opponent with his fists, and she immediately turned and rushed to REI's side. She took her blade, took a bounding step, and swept it upwards. The sword slashed up through the mass-production unit's thigh and bit deep into its chest. Gore gurgled over its teeth and Asuka used the blade embedded in its side to lever it backwards. REI kicked the other one back, and together they fell on their adversaries. REI ducked under Asuka's sword swings, slashing with her progressive knife. Shinji grabbed the third mass-production unit by its lips, forced its jaws shut, and turned, burying his fingers in its flesh. He used his whole body, turning it in the air to torque it around and around, spinning it until its feet dragged in the mud. He could feel the bones in its neck grinding. It closed its hands around its own snout, peeling him off, and he pulled back and punched so hard into its hand that he felt the bones within shatter. It screamed and reeled backwards, and he pressed the attack. As he shoved it into the wall of the Jia front, it threw its head back and wailed. He went for its throat, tearing it into it with his bare hands, screaming as he peeled the slippery white skin away and burned anything he could see until thick black smoke roiled around him. He pushed into it until he met bone and pounded it to powder with his fists, hitting it so hard it simply shattered and the thing's head lolled up it. He put his arms up, shoved, and lifted it free of the smoking stump. The creature slid along the wall and landed in a heap as he dropped its head. The wounded Eva fell back and Asuka chased it, running after it, Unit 1 bellowing in triumph as she charged. She ran the blade up through its belly, lifted it from the ground, and hurled it into the far wall. The other flailed wildly as REI held it from behind, her right arm, ending in a stump, wrapped around its neck while she sawed at it with the progressive knife. She ducked back and dipped down as Asuka took a wild, wide swing, and beheaded the thing in a single stroke. The last one of them fell all at once, slamming to the ground with a great crash. A shadow passed overhead. The sun, streaming through the opening in the roof of the cavern, was blotted out. Shinji looked up and recoiled as he saw the enormous thing falling out of the sky. It was half again as big as any Eva, maybe twice as big, and landed in the city with such a crash that it made the entire roof of the cavern buckle inwards, groaning monstrously. Asuka and REI moved back, REI stopping to scoop up one of the grey swords. They backed towards the pyramid as a pair of enormous clawed hands, covered in tumorous, jutting spikes of grey bone, thrust down through the crater, grabbed the edges, and pulled. The thing's massive barrel chest flexed as it tore the middle of Tokyo 3's blasted remains up by their roots, 2 long slabs of black stone lifting up and falling away by its side with a thunderous crash. It stood in the widened opening, a giant, a leviathan made in mockery of its brothers. Its jaws were massive, the lower jaw jutting out too far beneath the upper, filled with irregular teeth jutting out at all angles, and the rims of its mouth were lined with spikes, giving it the aspect of a lamprey or sea monster, all teeth. Its tongue, huge and blue, lolled out to one side, swinging in the air as it moved. Its body was misshapen, hunchbacked, its chest huge and twisted inwards, like that of a powerful dog, and its legs were short and stunted in comparison to its long arms, heavy and corded with muscle and ridged with sharp spines. It could not fold its wings, they were vestigial, broken-looking, and swung uselessly from its back like crests of twisted flesh covered in sharp bone ridges. It stood on the precipice, threw its enormous head back, and bellowed. Unlike the others, it had eyes, huge bulging eyes, and they were full of rage and hate, and it saw him. You. He couldn't let it get into the geofront. He screamed at the top of his lungs, screamed with all his might, so the sound came from everywhere at once. Run. He headed for the thing, meaning to catch it in a flying uppercut. He struck true, but it hurt. It was like pounding his fists into a brick wall. It rolled backwards, a rumbling sound rolling from deep in its chest, and Shinji came around and hit it again, knocking it back from the hole. It swung at him and he dodged, but it followed through and buried its fist in the ground. The cavern moaned again, and a whole section of the city lifted, strangely, and then folded inwards, falling down inside. It slid down into empty space, falling with agonizing slowness, and a plume of dust rose up out of the opening. He heard that terrible rumbling sound again, and he realized what it was. It was laughing at him. He felt the wave of pressure coming as it reached out and simply plucked him from the air. Its great digits folded around him, squeezing the air from his lungs, and he could feel his bones grinding together. It stood and brought him around slowly, holding him before its hateful eyes, 2 human eyes, and its jaws worked slowly, seemingly unrelated to the words that thundered from its mouth. Now you see. Shinji tried to say something, tried to push himself free, but it was like nothing he'd ever felt before, pressing him down so hard he couldn't move. He wriggled pointlessly. Get up. It wasn't talking to him. He looked into his horror. He saw one of the mass production units stand up, the one Asuka had beheaded first. It picked its head up off the floor of the geofront and shoved it back in place, twisting it until with a great popping, sloshing sound it took root and the wound sealed itself, the flesh puckering and folding closed. The others were getting up, the one's head still on fire, the other unable to attach the stump to the cauterized wound, simply left its own head lying and advanced, holding its hands out to its side. Rei and Asuka moved together, back to back, covering the connection point for Rei's umbilical. Shinji struggled with all his might, pushed as hard as he could. It didn't work. A rippling boom rolled overhead, and a spreading crack flowed across the roof of Ritsuko's lab. Misato ducked out of the way of a falling streamer of dust and powdered masonry and ducked over to where Ritsuko and Kaji crouched by the door. We can't stay here. I agree, said Ritsuko. We have to get to the barracks and move everyone deeper into the installation. Do we have any idea what's going on up top? Said Kaji. Maya shook her head. Everything is down. The surface power grid is out. We're completely blind. Kaji tensed. If we're going to go, let's go before it gets worse. Ritsuko nodded, and opened the door. Misato went out first, crouching, looking up and down the hall before she motioned the others to follow. Kaji moved beside her, stopping at the junctions of the corridors to look one way while she looked another, while Ritsuko and the technicians brought up the rear. They crept along until they found the stairwell and filtered inside, watching up and down for intruders. Misato relaxed a little, standing up, and jogged down the stairs. There was another boom, and the world rolled under her feet. Kaji grabbed her and pulled her to the wall to keep her from tumbling down the stairs. They wound down forever into darkness, it seemed. The lights flickered, and she looked up. Far overhead, the top of the stairs, choked with hardened bakelite, were beginning to crack apart. They had to hurry. Come on, she said, we need to get those people out of the barracks. Misato pushed through the doors, checked left and right, and ran. The doors to the barracks stood open, guarded by a pair of Section 2 agents. They saw Misato and visibly relaxed, but she kept on running, into the mess hall, and skidded to a stop. There were hundreds of people there, technicians, cage crews, doctors, patients in hospital beds, she saw Hikari in the far corner with her people clustered around her. Rei walked up to her. Misato blinked. "We must go now," said Rei. "Where?" said Misato. "The elevators are probably frozen up with bakelite. There is an Evangelion shaft that leads into Terminal Dogma. Follow me." Misato ran a few steps and jumped up on a table. "Everybody listen up," she shouted, waiting for the crowd's murmurs to die down. "We can't stay here, it's not safe. We're going to move everyone deeper into the complex. Saddle up, and follow me." Misato moved through the room as everyone broke into action, heading for the hospital beds. As the doctors started pushing them, she made her way to Hikari. The girl was breathing shallowly, but she was alive. The Suzuhara boy started pushing her bed, and her sister and father joined in, while the kid sister rode at the foot of the bed, looking over the footboard. Misato jogged back to the head of the line, to Rei. "Let's go. It is this way." Rei led the way through the twisting corridors, never stopping to get her bearings, as if she just knew exactly where to go. The long train of people wove along behind her, and Misato kept looking over her shoulder. She didn't think anyone made it into the base, but she was still tense, looking at every junction in the corridors for someone to pop out and start shooting. Rei led them through the empty Evangelion cages, the parade of footsteps yawning in the vast, empty spaces. The metal walkway swayed a little and creaked under the weight of all the people traveling it, and Misato gripped the handrail instinctively. Rei just ignored it, walking at a steady pace, through to the staging area for the launch tubes. Misato seldom came here. Unlike the cages, there wasn't even the false comfort of a sea of LCL to fall into. It was a straight drop from an Evangelion's chest level to the concrete floor, perilously far below. The walkway began to ramp down, and Misato glanced over her shoulder, worried the hospital beds would roll out of control. There were 40 tubes in all, and crossing them would take some time. Rei veered away from them when the long procession hit ground level and started walking to a distant part of the staging area. There was a simple platform at one end, sized for an EVA to stand on it, marked out by hazard stripes. In the few times Misato had been here, she never paid any attention to it. "Gather everyone on this platform," said Rei. "We will go to Terminal Dogma. No help." See. All 7 of them moved now, and for a moment he thought there might be some advantage, but they stopped limping. The one with the severed arm twisted it back onto the stump, and together they moved, only the headless one seeming to have any difficulty at all. Asuka dispatched that one quickly with an upward slice of her sword, and unlike before, she moved and stabbed at its middle with the blade, as if searching for something. Shinji grinned when she saw her spear the Eva's red core with her blade, shattering it, and the thing finally stopped twitching. "Won't help," the hybrid rumbled. They moved together now with some grim purpose, some intelligence, and Shinji realized that either the presence of the hybrid was making them more intelligent, more capable, or they had simply been stalling for time before. Asuka and Rei could barely hold them back, much less press an advantage, even though there were only 6 of them now. It was Unit 2 that took the first blow. A swing of a sword severed her umbilical, and while she was distracted with the parry, the EVA without a sword ripped the power station right out of the ground, lifted it overhead, and smashed it. Rei impaled it, slid her blade down, and then up until he hit the core, but it was too late. She was on borrowed time. And yet, there were only 5, now. There was still a chance. Rei made the most of her remaining time. She parried a sword stroke and on the return, sheared off the beast's leg. Knowing it wouldn't keep it down, she raised her sword, turned it, and powered it down into the thing's core. It twitched and flailed and went dead. The remaining 4 shuddered and fell back, and as they leapt, they took to their wings, or tried to. Asuka sheared one of the wings off and the thing fell, shrieking almost pitiably. She swung her sword in wide arcs, taking it apart, severing its arms and legs before she took the sword in a 2-handed grip, raised it, and cut the entire body of the thing in half. The blade glanced over the core, so she reached down, plucked it out, and crushed it in her hand. The hybrid's rumbling laughter was all Shinji could hear. One of the EVA series rammed her, rolling over and had her pinned down, but it didn't attack. It just held her while the other 2 fell on Rei, yanking the sword out of her hand before they spun and severed both of her arms. Shinji slammed against the hybrid's grasp but it wouldn't budge, and he screamed as the two Evangelions picked her up, slammed Unit 2 back down, and climbed on top of it, running their lolling tongues over the armor. Tears burned on Shinji's cheeks when he realized what was happening. Asuka. They were making her watch. He could hear her screaming. Together, they lifted Unit 2 by the shoulders and legs, turned, and grinning at each other, pulled. The Eva bucked and its four eyes flashed, and then all at once it came apart, stretching open in a yawning spray of gore. The mass-production Evas pulled the two halves apart, tore the entry plug free, and one of them swallowed it, biting in it 2 chunks before it gulped them down its gullet. Unit 1 roared and threw off the Evas, pinning it down. Asuka moved with a grim purpose, taking up a sword in either hand, swing them wildly. One of the Evas took a swing at her but she planted the point of one of her blades in the ground and pole vaulted over it, landed behind it, and brought both of her blades together in a scissoring motion, hacking it into pieces. She flailed at it with the blades, cutting it to ribbons as gore and viscera flew around her, and when the core rolled away, Unit 1 turned its head to face the others and stomped down on it before she charged them. They were 3, but no advantage mattered to them. There was no finesse, or subtlety, or strategy. She dropped her blades as Unit 1 bellowed in fury and rolled over the middle Eva, pinning into the ground, and with her clawed fingers tore out its innards, hurling them at the other ones until she took the core in her mouth and crushed it in her jaws and leapt at the other ones. They struggled and pulled at her, but she bent their arms at odd angles and twisted them around, smashing them into one another, so consumed with fury that Unit 1 looked half an animal itself. She ignored the blows from the one while she dismembered the other, ripping its arms off first, then its head, before she plunged her fingers into its neck and split it in half to get at the core. When she turned to the last one it actually fell back, its mouth pressed closed. It seemed torn between attacking and fleeing as she fell on it, and it screamed as she tore it apart, slowly. She let it thrash in her grip, screamed in rage as she shoved her clawed hand down through its neck, pulled the core loose, and raised it up so the hybrid could see it before she crushed it in her hands. The hybrid let Shinji go. It drifted down into the cavern, not falling, but moving under its own power. Shinji pushed against its chest but he could no more hold it back than he could fold back time. It grew annoyed with him and slapped him away, casually striking him harder than anything had ever hit him before, harder than the angel that destroyed headquarters, harder than the angel that fell from the sky. He hit the ground so hard he blacked out for a second, throwing up a plume of mud turned black from the gore that had rained on it in the battle. The hybrid caught Unit 1 by the throat and lifted her from her feet. "No," Shinji pleaded, "no, no please dash." "Now," the hybrid thundered, "die." Shinji felt the twist as the hybrid bent Unit 1's neck to the side. He flew for her, flew to pull Asuka out, to get Unit 1 of its grasp, to do something, but it flicked him away with a casual swipe of its fingers. He recovered in the air, turned, and began pounding on the side of its head until his fists bled, but it ignored him. It grabbed Unit 1 by the neck and the legs, picked her up, and brought her down over its knee. There was a titanic cracking sound, and the Eva went limp. The hybrid twisted her back and forth in its hands, turning the body, shearing off armor and snapping bones, its rumbling laugh like thunder. It pulled her overhead, put its hands over the armor plating protecting the entry plug, and crushed down with its fingers as it lifted the Eva up and hurled her into the wall. Shinji followed, rocketing after it. He tried to slow it down, but it was too big, turned too quickly, and together they hit the wall. Unit 1's limp form rolled down the slope of the wall and came to rest, back up. He crawled over the back, ran to the twisted section of armor plating, and started stripping them free. He yanked on the emergency release but it was dead, frozen, so he had to pull them all off individual, tossing them over his shoulder. He pulled them all loose and then the armature that actuated the plug and then the plug itself. It stuck halfway, bent in the middle and bleeding LCL like blood. He put his fingers in the rent in the outer shell and tore it open. Asuka was lying motionless in the chair, her head hanging, her eyes half open. He scooped her up and carried her out into the sun. She was like him, now, all she needed was sun and she would be our light. He knew it, and he ran out into the light and sank to his knees, her motionless form cradled across his lap. He held her head in his hands and rocked her, moaning. "Wake up," he pleaded, "please, please wake up, Asuka please." Always there was light, so much light in living things, but there was none here. All the light in Asuka had gone out. The world blurred with the tears in his eyes as he cradled her unmoving form to his body, rocking, shaking, pleading in a harsh whisper for a relief that would never come. "You can't be dead," he whispered, "you can't be dead." Nothing. Her eyes were unmoving, empty, fixed on some point he couldn't see, her chest frozen, her skin already turned pale, the life draining from it. He sobbed and curled against the ground with her, even as the hybrid roared and began digging, pounding its hands into the ground and pulling out great rolling mountains of mud. It reared up, grabbed the pyramid, and tore it out by the roots. The structure lifted, folded, and collapsed in on itself with a thundering crash of breaking beams and shattering glass, and spread out through the mud as the hybrid shoved it away. "Come back," he moaned, "I'll do anything. Please come back. Anything." Shinji looked up. Gendo walked around the edge of the crater where he'd fallen, the box with the kryptonite held in one hand. He looked over at the hybrid and walked down into the mud pit where Shinji held Asuka's body, and in instinct he crushed his body to himself, cradling her head, and try as he might, he couldn't stop sobbing. "At last," said Gendo, "we understand each other." "What do you know?" Shinji sobbed, "you never cared for anyone but yourself. Every day since your mother left has been this moment, stretched from minutes into hours into days into years. Not a day goes by that I don't look to the heavens and say, I'll do anything, and no one listens." Shinji didn't say anything. He wept. "I don't have much time," said Gendo. "I can't stop it." "No," said Gendo, "I suppose not, but this can." In his hand, he held the fist-sized box. Shinji didn't need to look to see that it was lined with lead. "Kryptonite." "Give it to me," said Shinji. "I'll do it." "Not this time. I must have words with the chairman." Gendo was staring at the sky. A syringe slipped out of his hand. "Is this how you see it?" Shinji looked at him, and looked up at the sky. It was all there, and even if humanity died that day, would still be there. He saw the glitter of a perpetual aurora off the ionosphere, saw 1,000 colors for which man had no name. He saw the infinite palette of the universe spread out over his head, but he knew that without one particular shade of red it would be forever empty, without one voice calling him an idiot it would be forever silent, without one soft, warm touch he would be forever cold. Gendo smiled a wan smile, and looked at the box in his hand. "Goodbye, Shinji. I am sorry." Gendo took 3 steps, and he flew. Shinji watched him. He flew, and the hybrid paid him no mind, busy about its task, digging through the wreckage. He blinked away the tears as Gendo finally neared it. The thing lifted up, watching him approach, and that terrible rumbling laughter rolled across the jaw front, washing over him, renewing his sobs. Gendo didn't attack it, didn't punch or strike it, didn't even stop. Instead, he picked up speed, and as he passed into the mouth of the beast, Shinji saw a tiny flash of green. The hybrid reared up, and screamed. It stood to its full height, clawing at its throat, digging gouges in its own flesh that ran with blood not red, but sickly, snotty green. It stumbled to the side, falling on its arm, and did not wail, but gurgle. It pounded the cavern floor with its fists, twisted, raged at the heavens, and snarled, bellowed, snorted like a dying animal. Shinji rocked Asuka's limp form as he watched. "Not now," it coughed, "close. Close. Mine." The hybrid thrashed wildly, rising, as veins of green painted themselves across its body, boiling under its slick white skin. It made horrid sounds, sloshing and slurping and tearing, and began pulling at its own mouth, ripping away its teeth as it tried to shove its own hand down its throat. It reared back, pulling its arm out in a spray of foaming gore, coughing so hard it racked its massive body and made it double over, clawing at its belly. It turned and moved back towards the pyramid and its legs folded under it, and it fell. It coughed, and it sputtered, and it fell to one side, listing, its eyes staring. It started clawing its way across the mud towards Shinji, but as it raised its arm one last time, it fell limp, splashing in the mud. There was a great settling sound, a noise like a thick liquid sliding into an empty vessel, and the creature coughed out a great gout of sickly green blood that spread around its head in a fan. There was a light in its eyes, for a time, and then it went out. Holding Asuka tight, Shinji leaned back against Unit 1's broken body, closed his eyes, and wept bitter tears. The shaft dove all the way down to the secret core of the installation, far, far above the surface, in a cave within a cave. It was slow going, as there was a locking system, a series of massive blast doors, that held back their progress. REI occasionally looked up, just as a thunderous vibration rolled down the shaft, and there was a massive crashing sound. Something hit one of the upper blast doors, and from the hollow booming sound that followed, collapsed it. Misato looked up, too, and looked around. The elevator platform was cramped. There was barely enough room for everyone, and other than herself, everyone shied away from REI, watching her as if she were some secret, suspicious thing. She paid no attention, simply gazing upwards, occasionally peering at Misato from the corner of her eye. "How much longer?" said Misato. "Not long. We should be out of danger now. I must get to Terminal Dogma." "I know," said Misato. The elevator stopped. There was no door at the bottom, simply an EVA-sized opening, and everyone huddled back from the edge of the platform as the far wall opened and the platform made its final hissing, bouncing descent. An EVA would have had to hunch to make it through the tunnel that led away into the darkness, but it was tall enough. REI made her way through the crowd and started walking, and Misato followed her, motioning for the others to stay behind. She leaned her rifle on the wall. Kaji followed. REI walked in silence through the tunnel, until it began to widen. "You do not need to see this." "Yes, I do," said Misato. They were there, the rest of her, standing on the black stone shore in a loose semicircle, watching the distant white giant as if they expected it to move. They turned to Misato, briefly acknowledged her presence, and turned back as the REI she was following moved between them and stood on the shore, so that the sea of blood lapped up on her bare toes. She turned back to Misato. "It is time. I must go." "What's going to happen?" "Instrumentality?" "What?" "Be not afraid," said REI. "I am afraid." "The dissolution of discrete forms is inevitable," said REI. Misato slumped against Kaji. "I can't stop this, can I?" REI smiled a soft smile. "Inevitable does not mean immediate." "I don't understand." "You will, one day." "Not yet." Kaji took her hand, but said nothing. REI rose up, holding her arms out at her sides, and the others joined her, their feet dangling beneath them as they lifted off from the ground and moved forward through the air, their pale skin and white suits reflecting like ghosts in the Red Sea. A wake moved beneath them as they crossed, and the giant on the cross shuddered, leaning forward to take them. They struck its flesh like rain, and it rippled like water, flowing and moving. It shifted, and the bolts that held it to the cross slid through its hands. It fell forward, onto its hands and knees, and with one pudgy hand pulled away the mask over its face. There was light, so much light, and that pale flesh was alive, writhing and rippling, reshaping itself. When it looked up, Misato saw the eyes of REI Ayanami staring back at her, magnified 10,000-fold. The blazing titan stood, wreathed in light and color, and Misato saw something in it, something familiar. He sat up and opened his eyes. He felt something, a tug. Something was happening. He saw light, so much light, moving towards him. He had to close his eyes, to squint to see it, until it lessened of its own accord. REI walked across the mud towards him, but her feet did not touch the ground. Her hair was silver, and her irises a deep crimson, so dark it was almost black. The light was inside her and around her, the light of life. "Please," he whispered, "help her." REI moved to his side and knelt, touching Asuka's forehead with her fingers. "The light is almost out," she whispered, "but not yet." She moved her hand to Asuka's chest, and rested it on the surface of her plug suit. REI looked at Shinji, smiling beautifully, and with her other hand, touched his cheek. "Be not afraid," she said. "REI," said Shinji. "Are you going to help her?" "I am not REI." Shinji straightened. "Are you Lilith?" "I was," she said, "but now I am more. I am all that was REI, and all that was Lilith, and together we are more than the sum of our parts. I am in all times, and in all places. I am there when you are born to breathe the first breath into your lungs, and I am there when you pass on, to take your light and keep it. I have been waiting for all of time for this moment when I can be born safely, to begin my work. I don't understand, said Shinji. SHH, she said, watch. Her hand sank into Asuka's chest to the wrist. Shinji stiffened, his breath caught, and Asuka bucked in his grasp, her body righting, her eyes flying open wide, staring. Rei drew her hand back and light, the pure light of life, of being, erupted from Asuka's chest and spread through her body, flowing through her veins, pulsing through her skin and wreathing her. She sat up, took a deep, drawing breath, and fell against his chest, at that moment collapsing into a deep sleep. Rei stroked her hair, smiling warmly. She lives. Shinji held her, resting his chin on her head, and whispered thanks again and again. He looked at the hybrid, looked at the desolation around him. Everything was ruined, destroyed. The city above him was groaning, pounded into destruction, but still, he felt the warmth of Asuka's breath on his shoulder, and he could help but smile. What about the others? You'll see, said Rei, as she stood. I must go. Why? I have so much work to do, and so do you. The old men of the world brought this upon themselves through their arrogance and despair, but they are the men of yesterday, and you are the man of tomorrow. And just like that, she was gone. Shinji. Asuka whispered. I'm here, he said, pulling his cape around her, for all the good it did, caked in mud. I saw them, she breathed, I saw them all. Tears streamed from her eyes. I saw Mama, and I saw your mother, and Fuyatsuki and your father. They were all there, Shinji. Everybody was there. What happened? It's complicated, said Shinji, letting his head fall against the armor plate at his back. She sat up. Wait, she said, I was supposed to tell you something, I remember. It's okay, he said, we'll see them again. Asuka fell against his side, and closed her eyes, and quickly fell asleep. All things considered, he decided it was a good idea, and joined her. Rei opened her eyes. She lay curled in the fetal position on a bed, covered in a thin blanket. She unconsciously clutched it to her chest as she sat up, looking around the room. The space was familiar to her, but she did not know why, not until her eyes adjusted to the darkness and she saw the markings on the walls. Some had left a school uniform folded on a nearby table. She looked around, slid off the bed, and shivered. It was cold, and the floor was freezing, trying to suck out all the heat in her body through her toes. She hurried to dress, pulling on the shirt and lifting the jumper over her head, and was glad to slip her feet into a pair of shoes. She walked into the lab, and was unnerved by the silence. The clone tank was empty and dark, and the liquid inside still, the churning air filtration system shut down. All of the consoles were off, and the only source of light was a blinking light on one of the computers, bathing the room every other moment in an eerie red. She passed through it, hugging herself. Is anyone here? There was no answer. She hurried through the lab. The elevator to Terminal Dogma was standing open, so she walked inside, pushed the button, and crowded herself into the corner, waiting as it descended in the darkness. When it opened, she walked into the tunnel, peeking over her shoulder as she walked, still clutching herself against the cold. She heard muffled talking in the distance and headed towards it, towards the shore of the great primordial sea. Misato and Mr. Kaji was sitting on the shore together, staring up at the empty red cross. Rei stole up behind them quietly, unsure of what to do, what to say. Misato lifted her head and turned slightly, and blinked in surprise. Who? Rei? Is that you? Yes. Rei said quietly. I feel strange. What has happened to me? They got up and walked towards her. She reached out and brushed Rei's hair with her fingers, holding it before her eyes. It was a rich shade of chestnut brown, soft and shining. Rei stepped back, confused, shivering. She looked in a panic. She felt so small, so singular. It's okay, Misato said softly, taking her by the shoulders. It's okay. She pulled Rei into an embrace, and Rei hugged her back sharply. She was warm and soft and Rei needed it, needed to be touched in a way she never had before. She felt so alone. "Come on," said Kaji, "we have to figure out a way to get back to the surface." Misato draped her jacket around Ari's shoulders and they walked together, away from the bloody sea to the Evangelion access shaft that led upwards. People stared at her as Misato led her along, towards the elevator platform. Ritsuko was working at the far end, fiddling with a control panel she'd pulled apart, striking the wires against one another, while Maya sat beside her with a portable console. "I've almost got it," said Ritsuko. What the hell?" Misato burst out laughing. "Does anybody have a mirror?" Rei recognized Hikari Horiki's older sister, Kadama, fishing in her purse. Had they met? She couldn't remember speaking with her, but knew her anyway. She handed Misato a makeup compact and Misato unfolded it before Rei's eyes. She touched her cheek. There was so much color in it. Her eyes were different, too. Her iris is a deep green, like moss. Her hair was disheveled, all out of place, and a rich, thick chestnut color. She ran her fingers through it, watching it fall and shift in front of her face, and looked around, confused. "I look different," she observed. "Yes," said Misato, "you look different." "Ritz, what's the word on getting us the hell out of here?" "Working on it," Ritsuko grunted, running a wire from the console to Maya's portable. "There, I think I got it." When Shinji woke up, Asuka was on her feet. She was running her hands along the battered and bent armor on Unit 1's back, and her eyes were wet with tears. Shinji moved up beside her, looking at the wreckage of the machine. All the life had gone out of it, lying on its side in the mud, and it looked like so much old weaponry. The armor was so torn up that the servos and struts and support systems for the EVA's muscles were visible underneath it, and wires were strewn everywhere, sparking. "No more EVAs," said Asuka. "No more EVAs," said Shinji. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," she said, "I think I'll be okay." He turned, and saw a helicopter fly down into the cavern, and then another, and another. Asuka moved to his side and took his hand, and they walked up out of the crater Unit 1 had made when she fell, and trudged along through the mud, leaving footprints behind them that made tiny pools. The helicopters were landing a tight circle, and men in camouflage uniforms were leaping out. Shinji tensed, but Asuka pulled him forward by the hand. A clean-shaven man doffed his helmet and jogged towards them, a rifle slung over his shoulder. He saluted crisply. Shinji awkwardly returned it, and then looked at his hand for a moment before moving it back to his side. He suddenly wished he had pockets. "Superman." "Yes," Shinji sighed. "What happened down here?" "We saved the world," said Asuka. "Who are you, again?" "Oh. Lieutenant James Anderson, United States Marine Corps, attached the United Nations 6th Fleet. We received a distress call about 2 hours ago." Shinji looked up at the sky. "Who are they?" "Russians," said Anderson, looking back over his shoulder. "You should hear them, they made up a song about the day you saved the Kirov from sinking." "I have no idea what the hell they're saying." "Well, Lieutenant," said Shinji. "We could use your help." "Anything you need, sir," he stammered. "It's an honor, sir." "Do us a favor, and wait here," said Asuka, turning. She pulled Shinji along behind her, leaving the Marine to give them an odd look. When he thought Shinji was out of earshot he said, "He's just a kid." They walked along together. The GA front was in ruins, utterly destroyed. Headquarters was a smoking hulk, a collection of beams and shattered glass spread out across the vast plain of mud that now made up the floor of the cavern. "It's all gone," said Asuka. "No," said Shinji, "not all of it." Misato and Kaji emerged from a hatch not far from the entrance to the hospital. Shinji and Asuka ran to meet them, skidding to a stop where the mud ended and the broken asphalt began. Asuka scraped the solace of her plugsuit's feet on the broken surface to clean the sludge away. "Did we make it?" said Misato. "Yes," said Shinji, "we made it." Chapter 19, Epilogue. Misato was so nervous she thought she might throw up. She paced around the inside of the tent, feeling sweaty and stuffy in her suit jacket and skirt, and looked in the mirror again and again to check her hair. Ritsuko, leaning casually over the back of her folding chair, looked at her and smirked. "You look fine. Calm down." I don't look fine, said Misato, plucking at the collar of her jacket. Why is it so damned hot in here? Ritsuko snorted. It's not, it's you. It's cooler than it has been in months. This is ridiculous, said Misato. I don't see why we have to have a stupid ceremony. You're just scared to talk in front of a crowd, said Ritsuko. I could use a cigarette. Ritsuko smirked. I quit. Everyone is so boring now, Misato mused. She stood by the door, waiting for the cue. Ritsuko pulled on her lab coat and stood behind her, shuffling her feet. She fiddled her hair. She'd now grown a long, dark ponytail that hung down past her collar and adjusted her glasses. You mean professional? We're on our own, now. Time to grow up. I am grown up, said Misato. We'll see. You're as freaked out as I am, Misato huffed. Maybe, but needling you is always amusing. Everybody ready? Said Kaji, from outside the tent. Opening the flap. Ritsuko snorted. Kaji pulled the tent flap aside and ducked his head under it. He looked Misato up and down and lifted an eyebrow. She stuck her tongue out at him, and Ritsuko chuckled softly to herself. Kaji managed to look professional himself. He could almost be called dapper in his dark suit. He held the flap while Misato and Ritsuko emerged, and fell in behind them as they walked towards the pavilion. The sun was beating down through the open roof of the geofront. The biggest hurdle in the reconstruction effort was in stripping the old city away. Much of it had simply been burned to the ground, scorched away, and after the pounding the roof of the cavern took, there was no way to repair it. With the geofront itself essentially unoccupied, there was no choice but to blast away small sections and clear them up as they fell until the entire floor was open to the sky. It was an engineering feat on a scale with the initial construction of Nerve headquarters itself, and it was only the beginning. Since the demolition effort ended, plant life had begun to reclaim the fertile soil. In fact, plants thrived in the geofront, springing from every square inch of the rich, black earth. It was a constant battle to keep the growth back from the construction site. It made the air heavy and humid, and the wind carried the strong scent of flowers and foliage. Misato breathed it in deeply as she saw the stage that had been set up out in front of the work camp where construction would begin. The Secretary General and Prime Minister were already up on the stage waiting for her. Ritsuko and Kaji followed as she jogged up the stairs, and took up positions behind her. She had some note cards in her pocket, but the speech was short and sweet. She had Shinji write it for her, of course. She walked up to the podium and put her hands on the side, gripping the slick, polished black wood as if she needed it to keep from being flung off the earth. There was a sea of faces in front of her, stretching out in the bright sunlight, and she was distracted for a moment. Kaji cleared his throat. Good morning, said Misato. As the newly appointed Chief Operating Officer of the Institute for Human Advancement, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the groundbreaking ceremony for the Institute's new facilities, on the site of the former headquarters of Nerve. She looked around. No one was booing. So far, so good. There are no adequate words to tally the sacrifice, loss, and suffering that led up to this moment. We must take time to look back on the long chain of events that led us here. Anything I might say pales in comparison to the blood that has soaked this ground. We stand here today in remembrance of the lives lost in Second Impact and in the Angel War, of the sacrifices and simple mistakes that we have made. She lowered her head for the moment of silence. She heard cicadas buzzing in the background. We owe it to those we've lost to move forward. For too long, the most brilliant minds of the human race have been forced to turn their talents towards implements of war and destruction while the world slowly wastes away. Today we take the first steps on a new path. The promise of science and understanding will no longer be used to end lives but to save lives, to feed the hungry, heal the sick, make whole the maimed. In this place the last fortress of mankind will be reborn into a gleaming icon for the future, a shining city on a hill, a metropolis. By the authority vested in me by the United Nations and the government of Japan, I am proud to turn the first load of soil and begin marking the foundation of the future. She took a deep breath, walked over to the government delegation and accepted the golden shovel from Nakashima. It wasn't really gold, of course, but it was shiny enough. Misato jogged down the steps, moved to the square of plain black soil marked out by tape, and planed the shovel. She turned it up, and a small pile of earth formed, almost in the shape of a pyramid. She looked up and nodded at the applause, mouthing "thank you," until the clapping died down. "Enough of this crap," Ritsuko said as Misato got back onto the stage, "we have work to do." Kaji could barely contain his excitement. So much sacrifice and heartache, and he was finally here, standing in the office of Keel himself, the chairman of the Human Instrumentality Committee and the head of SEAL. The place had a sepulchral air to it, like a tomb, and that felt entirely appropriate. It had probably been elegant once, but a team of investigators under Kaji's direction were going through it with a fine-toothed comb. He'd spent a full week sweeping for bombs and traps, and was surprised to discover nothing. Keel was probably so sure of himself that he hadn't bothered, knowing he either be dead or God, probably not figuring on being one and then the other. Kaji moved through the room in a clean suit, with a dust mask over his face. The office was huge, big enough to hold a good-sized house, and the far wall was all glass, open to the sunrise. The walls were lined with an impressive and expensive collection of books, now being picked through by his investigative team. With half of the books missing, they looked like an old man's mouth, full of gaps and rotten teeth. The old bastard had a fine collection of art, as well. Set in alcoves around the office were a number of originals. He had a particular interest in Blake, including both of compositions of the Great Red Dragon, presumably rescued when the original museums that held them were burned or inundated in Second Impact. Keel's desk, Kaji saved for himself. It had been pushed to the side of the room, not by his team but Keel's own people, when he was moved from his mechanical chair to a complex mobile hospital bed that kept his failing body alive. The scuff marks from the wheels were still visible in the ancient-looking hardwood floor. The desk was pushed up against a row of bookshelves. As Kaji looked over the books, he realized they were all Bibles of varying age and provenance, and in a dozen languages. The disconnect between Keel's motives and his fascination for the esoteric bothered Kaji. There was something wrong about it. The desk itself was big enough for three. Keel never had a personal computer, and it was still scattered with papers. Carefully, Kaji began picking up each page with a pair of tweezers to look it over, while a technician held open a plastic baggie for it. It would all be catalogued, run through cryptanalysis, and stored. Even a seemingly mundane document could hold some sort of code or hidden message, and every care had to be taken. If there was no code, it was all stunningly boring. Keel seemed to have a fixation on Nerve's budget, demanding detailed reports on everything. Kaji blinked in surprise when he realized that Keel was keeping some kind of notes on Misato's uniform allowance. Once the top of the desk was cleared, there was only an antique banker's lamp and a telephone, an old-style rotary phone with an ornate receiver and cradle that was actually wired to the wall by a long, gilded cable. Handling it, Kaji could tell from the feel of the materials and the weight that it, too, was a genuine antique. For a man who had himself mashed into a monstrous half-alien cyborg shortly before his death, and who depended so much on technology for every part of his life, Keel seemed to have little affection for gadgets. He started going through the drawers, only to find more mundane junk. The file drawers held more budget reports, a list of contacts Kaji already knew of, and the one on the left was filled with ancient, crumbling candy wrappers and a pile of thoroughly used cotton swabs stuffed into an old coffee mug. Kaji held that gingerly, dropping it into an evidence bag. He took a step back from the desk, sighed deeply, and looked out the window. Then, the phone rang. Everyone in the room tensed, and there was silence. The phone continued to ring. Kaji pulled his mask down, walked to the desk, and gingerly lifted the receiver, not quite touching it to his ear. "Hello. You will find nothing of value here, Inspector." The line went dead. Asuka woke up, to discover she was sleeping above the covers. 4 feet above the covers. She'd gone to sleep beside Shinji more out of habit than anything. In fact, she'd almost forgotten what it was like to be tired. She could work on her thesis and clean the tiny apartment she shared with Shinji and catch bullets out of the air with her bare hands for days and not even feel a wisp of fatigue, or even get hungry. She could run so fast all she could hear was the blood rushing in her ears, and she could jump up to the balcony of their 4th-floor apartment. It was all incredible, but the one thing she dreamed of most never seemed to happen, no matter how easily it came to Shinji. Shinji. She screamed, "Help!" Shinji woke with a start, sitting bolt upright in bed. His hair was a fright, sticking straight up from his head, and he'd given up on wearing shirts when they slept together, since she had a habit of ripping them off of him in her sleep. He rubbed his head, looked around in confusion, and then his eyes slowly swept up. A wicked smile slowly spread across his face. He reached up and poked her hip, and she drifted slowly away, flailing. "How do I stop this?" He shrugged. "I really don't know. I just do it." "Oh," she snapped, "that's just fantastic. I have to meet with my academic advisor today. How am I supposed to explain this?" Shinji folded his arms on his knees and looked up at her. "You know how I flew the first time. I have a feeling I'm going to find out whether I want to or not." He pushed the blankets from his legs and hovered up beside her, turning on his side. "I slipped in mud and fell off a cliff." "That sounds like you," she snapped, crossing her arms over her chest. She yelped as, unbidden, her feet drifted down. She put her arms out to her sides as if trying to balance herself on a narrow ledge. She promptly rose up and thumped her head on the ceiling. She scowled at the offending architecture and pushed herself back down. Her toes touched the carpeting, but she immediately started to turn and yelped, pulling her shirt to her belly as she gradually rotated head over heels. "Anytime," she said, scowling. "This is going to take all day," said Shinji. He took her by the waistband of her sleeping shorts and walked to the narrow window that looked out over their small balcony. A bird lighted on the ledge, quarked, and flapped off into the sky. Shinji looked at her, looked at the window, and slid it open. "Don't you dare!" He grinned at her, took her by the ankle, and pulled her out the window. "Hey!" she shouted, "don't dash!" He pulled her out over the street and let go. She took one look at the ground and immediately rocketed upwards, spinning wildly, flailing her arms in all directions. The world shrank with stunning speed, and the harder she flailed trying to stop, the faster she went. Shinji slid up beside her, his hands folded behind his head and his legs crossed, watching her. She slowed in her strugglings, and finally came a slow, almost upside-down hover. "I'm getting a headache." "No you aren't." "I'm getting a headache in principle," she snapped. "That kind of headache." "Okay," he sighed. "Where do you want to go?" "Down." "Close your eyes." She closed her eyes, half expecting him to pull something on her, and drifted to the side, without meaning to. He kept his voice even and calm. "Remember how to swim?" "Of course I remember how to swim." "Good," he said. "Now, think about swimming. When you swim, do you think about every movement in your arm? Curling your fingers to paddle the water, or do you just do it?" "I just do it." "So do that. Keep your eyes closed. You're already facing down, just move forward." She took a deep breath, as if she stood on a diving board, and just focused on moving forward. She put her arms out almost instinctively, and her heart leapt as she felt herself gathering momentum. Shinji tapped her on the shoulder. "You should probably open your eyes now." She opened them, saw the ground rushing up at her, and screamed. She folded her arms in front of her face and blinked her eyes shut again, turning her head away. She could almost feel the ground under her, and when she opened her eyes again, she was only inches away. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and very slowly, turned herself upright, and lowered her feet onto the ground. She stood there, looking around, glad that no one seemed to be around to see them. It was still early morning, a few minutes after sunrise. "Now," he said, "try it with your eyes open this time." She nodded, took a breath, and looked up. She flew. "I can fly!" she shouted as she rocketed into the air, arms at her sides. She turned and did a lazy, clumsy loop in the air, and then a figure eight, whirling higher and higher, spinning in wider circles. Shinji followed her, lying on his back, arms folded over his chest. He looked unimpressed, or was trying to, but smiled a secret smile to himself. Asuka charged at him, and he yelped as he slid out of the way. She hooked a tight turn around him in the air until she pressed against his back, threw her arms around his chest, and kissed his cheek. "Catch me if you can," she whispered. Hikari felt the heavy weight of anesthesia settled on her as she woke up, and by now it was an old friend. She let her eyes adjust to the light, and it took her a moment to realize that she could see from both of her eyes. A hand reached over her head and swung the light away, and Ritsuko pushed the button to raise up the back of the bed. She touched Hikari's chin, tilting her head to the side, singing softly to herself as she admired her handiwork. A small green circle traced around Hikari's sight, settled on the scientist, and on the left side of her vision, a scrolling readout of biometric data appeared. "You gave me a heads-up display," Hikari croaked. "Cool." Ritsuko smiled. "I thought you'd like that. How does it feel?" "Itchy," said Hikari. "I'm thirsty." "Of course," Ritsuko said absently, fetching her a drink from the table. "The itching should go away after a while. I need to run some tests." Hikari nodded and sat up. Ritsuko held up a pen. "Follow this with your eyes, please." She moved the pen around, and Hikari swiveled her gaze around to trace it. Ritsuko nodded and smiled warmly, then slipped it back into her coat. "Really itchy," said Hikari. "Ready to get up?" "I think so." Ritsuko grasped the sidebar of the bed and lowered it out of the way. Hikari looked down and flexed her left hand in front of her face. The complex system of joints and tiny motors worked at her command, as deftly as her own fingers. As she looked at it, a readout on its functions appeared in her eye. "Wow," she said. "This is only the first version of the eye," said Ritsuko. "If you are willing, we can make improvements. I already had some ideas drawn up." "Okay," said Hikari, leaning to the side as she swung her mechanical leg out. Her metallic heel clicked on the floor as she stood up. "I need to rubberize the solace," Ritsuko said, absently. "I'm right here," Hikari grumbled. "Sorry." Hikari smiled. "How does it look?" Ritsuko picked a mirror up from the side table and handed it to her. Hikari sucked in a breath, her stomach clenching at the thought of what she might see. She was prepared for the scars. They'd been minimized into a few small, barely noticeable creases in her skin around her eye and along her jawline. Her right eye was as brown as ever, but her left eye was a pale, almost slivery off-white, unmarked by veins, and the iris was silver. If she looked carefully, she could see tiny bits of machinery moving as it focused and unfocused. Without warning, the mirror tripled in size, and she nearly dropped it. "Zoom function," said Ritsuko. "You could have told me. Discovery is half the fun." Hikari blew her hair out of her eyes and took a few steps. She was already used to the leg, but she'd also gotten used to having no depth perception, and constantly having to turn her head if she wanted to look to her left. She held her hands out to balance herself, perpetually tilting a little too far forward to balance the battery pack on her back. The first one had been boxy and bulky, but the new version spread the weight out much more evenly, enough that it was barely noticeable if she wore the right clothing. Ritsuko crossed her legs and admired her handiwork as Hikari walked around. "It works," said Hikari. "Excellent," said Ritsuko. "Let's get you dressed and we can get you home." Ritsuko blew her hair out of her eyes as she sat up from the microscope. Sometime during the day, or maybe the evening, she wasn't quite sure what time it was, her hair had started to slip. She pulled loose the rubber band that held her ponytail, flopped it on the desk, and set about gathering her hair back up. She worked it back through the band, shook her head, and saw Kaji reflected in the glass in front of her. She nearly jumped out of her skin, whirled on him, and made to throw a coffee cup. "Stop doing that." "Sorry," said Kaji. "How's it going on our little project?" Ritsuko motioned him forward, then hit the switch on her lab bench to close the door. "It's going poorly, but I think I have an idea of what we're dealing with. Anything helps." "Follow me," she said, standing. Beyond the main lab, Ritsuko kept a smaller, private lab, for work she wanted to keep away from the other technicians and scientists, usually for their own safety. In this case, it was for secrecy's sake. She didn't want anyone know what she knew or show she knew it. She had the major components of the helmet she'd removed from the lone survivor of the attack spread out on a metal tray. It had taken her weeks to strip everything out of the helmet itself. She locked the door behind her and pulled out the tray for Kaji to see. She pulled a pen from her pocket and pointed to the device. I can't get much out of the central processing unit. Unfortunately, when Shinji disabled it, he also prevented me from learning anything about the signal or who was transmitting it, but there was definitely someone else sending signals to this device. What does it do, exactly? You know how the A10 clips worked? Not exactly. They stimulated a particular set of nerve clusters in the pilot's brains. The way our clips worked was a back-and-forth connection. The clips connected the brain of the pilot to the EVA's body through a form of quantum entanglement. There's a lot of applied metaphysics involved in the latter part, I'll spare you. So what does this thing do? Something similar, but cruder, probably for simplicity's sake. She touched the clips that dangled from wires attached to the body of the device. These were wired directly into the subject's skull for a direct interface with the brain. They enabled whoever was transmitting the signals to this box to make the person attached to the device feel a particular way. Mind control, said Kaji. Exactly, said Ritsuko, as she slipped her pen back in her pocket. Wire people up with these things and they'll believe whatever they tell you, hate your enemies, love your friends. Kaji scratched his chin. Sounds sophisticated. Cutting-edge stuff. Ritsuko shook her head. No, the basis for this tech is over 40 years old. There was an American scientist named Jervis Tech who developed the theory behind it and experimented on mice and rats. It was an extension of Skinner's methods at first, but he quickly realized how sophisticated the system could become. You'd think that would be Nobel Prize material, said Kaji. Why haven't I ever heard of him? Because he also tested it on humans. He wired up a few thugs and formed a gang of sorts, and most importantly, he used a prototype wireless version on a student of his, a girl. She resisted it, but it destroyed her mind in the process, left her in a coma. Tech spent the rest of his life in an insane asylum thinking he was a character from some old book. Kaji paced around the room. Yet, here it is, today, being used on people. Ritsuko sat down and folded her hands on top of her knees. The only people in the world who had access to this technology was Nerve. Yes, said Kaji, but where did we get it? Ritsuko shrugged. I don't know. I never put much thought into it, really. The kinks in the nerve clips had already been worked out by the time I started my work. I already thought about it, it's a dead end. It's like they just appeared. I don't think this is over, said Kaji. When I was cleaning out Keel's house, someone called me, on his private line, and told me I was wasting my time. There's someone else behind Seal. Ritsuko felt cold, and unconsciously mimed the action of holding a cigarette. You never mentioned that before. There'd be no point. I'm officially under Misato's jurisdiction as security advisor now, and my investigation team was disbanded. I never found out how or why. What are you going to do? He leaned on the counter. That's why I wanted to see you. I'm going to start looking into this on my own, off the books. I need equipment, resources, assistance, and I want you to hide it in your budget. What kind of equipment? My old climbing harness and pistol isn't going to cut it. Ritsuko shook her head. I don't design weapons. Never again. No weapons, said Kaji. Everything will be non-lethal. Death is too easy for these people. I want justice. Ritsuko pulled her glasses off. Have you talked to Misato about this? No. She stood up. You can't do that to her. Not after everything that's happened. She deserves to know. She'll try to stop me. She'd be right. You don't have to do this on your own. You have Superman on speed dial. The kids have suffered enough, we dash. Ritsuko crossed her arms. The kids can see gamma radiation. I think Shinji may be able to achieve superluminal speeds under his own power if his abilities keep increasing. There are others, too. Who? Said Kaji. Hikari, said Ritsuko. I've been working on a suit, it would armor her vitals and give her strength in her natural limbs equal to her prosthetics. Kaji's eyes narrowed. What? It was her idea. I'm working on others, too. She looked at the map she had on the wall, marked with color-coded pushpins. She walked to it and traced her fingers around the map. Ever since the end of the war, things have been happening that no one can explain. You're not the only one who's been sneaking around. She touched a spot on the map. There are reports here of someone who can move so fast they can't even be seen. She touched another spot, an anomalous energy reading. Something is happening. Kaji looked at the map. These points are evenly distributed. Yes, said Ritsuko. I think it has something to do with the particle wave matter released into the atmosphere during the war. REI has another theory. Kaji raised his eyebrow. She calls it sympathetic terrain. The equations are complicated, but her proofs are elegant. The implication is that, somehow, Shinjani is causing people to develop superhuman abilities simply by existing. That's ludicrous, said Kaji. So it may sound, but see the blue pins? They're all confirmed reports. They're all young people, too. Something is coming. You're right about one thing. This isn't over. Misato scrubbed at her eyes. It was 3 in the morning, and she still had a pile of paperwork to approve. She always thought that being in charge would mean there would be less work, not more. She was beginning to wonder how Akari had always kept his demmed desk so clean. Probably from foisting most of the work off on his subordinates. Now that Shinji was busy with actual work for the institute, not to mention his other job, she didn't feel right demanding his time. She blew her hair out of her eyes, took a sip of cold coffee. The hell with it, she said. She knew, instinctively, that Kaji would be about, mostly because he always let her know before he headed off to their Spartan apartment. The place never seemed to see enough use, and felt a little empty after Hikari adopted Pen from her, now that Shinji was moved out and Misato was too busy to care for him properly. One thing she was sure of, their bed had seen far too little use, in every possible sense. Great, she mumbled as she touched her hand to the panel on the wall to lock her office. I'm developing a paperwork fetish. One of the perks of being chief operating officer was her own personal elevator. She took it down to the lower level where Kaji kept his office, and knocked on his door. There was no answer. He heard a soft voice mutter, "Oh, shit." Misato frowned, and as she touched the panel beside the door, her fingers curled around the butt of a phantom gun. She didn't wear a sidearm anymore. The door slid open and she found Ritsuko inside, fiddling with something on a bookshelf next to Kaji's desk. She barged inside and planted her fists on her hips. "What are you doing in here?" "Ah," said Ritsuko, "I was borrowing a book." "What book?" She looked nervously at the shelf. "Improvised Explosive Devices and Mines, a Demolitions Primer." "Bullshit," said Misato. "What are you really doing?" "I can't tell you." "Don't tell me you're sneaking around bugging everyone's office." "No," Ritsuko said defensively. "Then what?" Ritsuko didn't answer her. Instead, she edged to the desk and sat down on it, looking away towards the floor. "It's not my place to tell you." "Tell me what?" Misato demanded. "Top shelf, 3rd volume from the right." Misato's eyes narrowed, and she walked over to the shelf, watching Ritsuko all the while. The 3rd volume from the right on the top shelf was a faded-looking photo album. She reached up, standing on her toes to touch it, and managed to curl her fingertip around it. It slid forward, pivoting on a hinge, and clicked. There was a pneumatic hiss, and the shelf started sliding backwards. It kept moving until it hit the far wall. She stepped into a small, cold alcove made of polished metal. A set of steep, narrow steps led away into darkness, and the bottom was set into the ash-black rock of the geofront itself. In stepping through the hidden door, she'd technically gone outside. She started down a few steps. "Ritsuko." Kaji called. "Does it work?" "Kaji," said Misato. She could hear his breath catch in the darkness. "Don't come down here." "Why the hell not?" She jogged down the rest of the way. There was some kind of a chamber cut into the rock, harshly lit by portable work lights hooked up to one of Ritsuko's pet projects, a generator that made electricity from some kind of current blah blah something something. She was too angry to think. She saw a figure moving in the darkness near some workbenches and reached for that missing gun again. "What's going on?" Kaji stepped into the light. He was wearing some kind of coat. No, it was a cape draped around his shoulders. The bottom was scalloped. It shifted and moved unnaturally, almost like it was alive. Another one of Ritsuko's science projects, no doubt. There was a hood or something hanging down behind his face. I didn't want to involve you with this. Involve me with what? What is that thing? What is that, a mask? Yes. Misato's fists clenched. I can't believe this. Don't tell me you're starting this secrecy bullshit again. He looked wounded. She felt herself soften, but resisted the urge, forcing her face into a scowl, and stalked over to him. So what is it? I never wanted you to see this. He spread the cape apart, lifted his hands over his head, and pulled the mask on. Blind, naked terror ran through her. She turned and almost fell as she darted through the darkness. The pounding of her heart was louder than the click of her heels on the black stone or the ragged breaths she drew. She ran to the stairwell, grabbed the handrail, and used it to wheel herself around the corner as she ran. Her foot went out from under her. Kaji caught her in his powerful arms. He'd pulled the mask back. Why does it have to be a bat? She snapped, brushing the tears out of her face. He looked at the floor. I'm not really sure. It's just something I know I have to do. Why? There are men out there with resources and means beyond our ability to reach. No one can touch them, not even after everything that's happened. They're not afraid of anything. His face hardened into a scowl. They're going to be afraid of me. Everything about the situation made Kinsuke nervous. He was nervous about his suit, which was his father's meager college graduation gift. It was all his old man could afford, and Kinsuke didn't resent that, but a little tailoring and alteration would have gone far for him. He was never an athlete, not like Toji or Shinji were, but he wasn't in poor shape, either. He fattened up a bit during the stressful first years of college but lost the weight as he leaned into the degree program and shed pounds as he gained experience and skill. He'd always thought of himself a superstar hacker, but those first few classes were an eye-opener. When he learned about the Future Institute for Human Advancement and the possibilities it represented, he put almost everything aside to give himself a chance at employment with the institute. Now that possibility was unfolding, and he was flat terrified of it. He was sitting in an electric tramcar with a dozen other young men and women, all like himself in ill-fitting formal clothes, briefcases full of portfolios and proposals and letters of recommendation clutched to their chests. His bundle of papers was particularly thick, mostly accolades he'd earned, but it was layered with disks full of his programming work. He always had the feeling he was on the verge of a major breakthrough in the cryptography, a new algorithm that would set the stage for the future development of cryptography and cryptanalysis, but it was always tantalizingly out of reach. As a salaryman, he'd have to subordinate his dreams to the needs of his company, but at the institute, the advancement of humanity came before profits or corporate hierarchies. The ride calmed his nerves. He didn't really recognize his old home. He'd seen the Geofront itself maybe 5 times, and most of those under stress, visiting Hikari in the hospital. Access to the cavern was tightly monitored during the war and even the son of an employee was denied regular access. It looked nothing like it once did. There was no longer any roof when the foundations of the old city collapsed, they were simply stripped away and the materials recycled and repurposed for use in creating the new city. The new construction represented Dr. Ritsuko Akaga's famous human paradigm, a set of principles designed to bring humanity into harmony with itself and with nature. There were no high-rises, all of the buildings were low to the ground and spread out, and rather than built up, they were built down, if more room was needed. Rather than the structurally problematic practice of building a high-rise, the engineers and architects built into the ground where the Earth's natural facilities for cooling, heating, insulation, and the like could be exploited. The expertise developed in the old Geofront was used to make subterranean spaces more livable. While it was as dense as any pre-war city, New Tokyo was a glorious world of green. Every roof was covered in plantings, either decorative, or gardens. The air smelled of flowers and foliage and life, and was cool and humid with an underlying scent, almost a feel, really, of fertile earth. Part of that was due to Akaga's advancements in the use of LCL to revitalize dying soils. She was well on her way to solving world hunger. Kinsuk was so excited he could barely sit still. All of these wonderful things were happening, and he was going to be part of it. If he didn't totally screw this up. The building the tram was approaching wasn't the institute proper. It was visible from every point in the valley, a giant, hollow glass pyramid that gently swirled through a variety of colors as the glass altered its tint and hue every second to ensure the perfect comfortable temperature inside. It was a marvel, the photoreactive glass and the computer system that controlled it all powered by microscopic photovoltaic elements embedded in the glass itself. The pyramid was proof of concept for 100 such technologies. The glass system was already proliferating into the world, incrementally reducing the amount of power people used for air conditioning and the like. It was a small thing, but every tiny advance helped push people into a future without want or strife. As if conjured by the thought, he saw the war memorial. The battered head armor of Unit 1 dominated the low rise that had been dedicated to the dead and injured during the Angel War. The armor sat empty, pulled apart by wires like an exploded schematic to act as a pavilion over a white wall etched with the silvered names of the lost and the dead. The tram disembarked at the memorial, leaving the applicants to walk into the pyramid on foot. Kinsuk waited his turn and walked over to the wall before joining the others. Embedded in the very center was a glass case full of photographs, turned in by people who lost loved ones or suffered injuries, a mosaic of the world during the war. He teared up a little when he saw a picture he'd taken, of Toji and Hikari, only a week before her injuries. He fell in line with the others, needlessly adjusting his tie. The entrance to the pyramid was monitored by the all-seeing eye of the Magi system. His heart fluttered at the idea of gaining access to it, the world's most powerful and most intelligent computer, rumored to be a true artificial intelligence. He'd heard rumors that it incorporated alien technology. A familiar voice called to him. Mr. Aida. He turned, and saw Hikari walking towards the security check. She waved him forward, and he stepped out of line and hurried to her. She looked great. One had to look to see the fine scars that surrounded her eye, and in her black suit she looked perfectly normal, the only thing out of place being the black glove on her left hand. She smiled warmly at him. Hello, Kinsuk. How have you been? Nervous, he blurted. I'm here for an interview. I know. Dr. Akari sent me to escort you for a personal interview. Kinsuk paled. Akari. Not that Akari, said Hikari. Come on. Moving through the security stations with the head of security was surprisingly easy. Hikari only had to look up, pull back the lock of hair she wore over her artificial eye, and the gates raised to admit her. Kinsuk quickly lost track of where he was. The interior of the pyramid was twisty and turny, and the constant color shifting of the flying glass over his head distracted him. It became easier when they came to an elevator. Hikari hit the button and they rode a few levels down, and she walked him to a rather plain-looking door. Wait here, said Hikari. Good luck. Kinsuk swallowed. He felt like he'd been waiting forever by the time the door slid open and a soft voice said, Come in. Kinsuk edged into the office. It was dark, and the entire back wall was covered in computer equipment, monitors, keyboards, and the like. The occupant was turned away in a high-backed chair. Kinsuk edged forward and jumped when the door slid shut behind him. There was a guest chair in front of the plain black desk that sat in the middle of the room. The chair spun around, revealing a slight young woman who looked far too young to have a doctorate, dressed in a simple green dress and a white lab coat. Her name tag said Arakari. Kinsuk adjusted his glasses, and before he realized it, he was staring at her. She looked so familiar. Dr. Akari? Yes. Do you know a Shinji Akari? Of course I know him. He's my brother. I didn't know he had a sister, said Kinsuk. Neither did he, for a time, she said, smiling softly to herself. Kinsuk blinked. She looked very familiar. Her hair was down past her shoulders, a mousy chestnut color, neatly cut, and her eyes were a piercing green, like two chips of emerald, lively and excited, like everything she saw was new. He was sure he'd never seen her before, but there was something about the curve of her jaw, the shape of her nose, that was so familiar, and her lips especially. Kinsuk swallowed. He looked at her name tag again. Rei. He said, quietly. Hello, Kinsuk, she smiled. Welcome to the program. REI pulled up her hood, and she walked among human beings. Throughout her life, she'd had a select, limited company. Her every movement was monitored, her every position tracked. By the time she was of age, everyone was already used to her unusual appearance and mannerisms, and either ignored her or gawked at her. In all that time, she had never gone to an unfamiliar place, as she did today, and simply walked among people who had never seen her before. She did get a few looks as she walked through the crowd with her hands in her pockets, but it was not like before. It was mostly younger men and boys looking, though a few older ones, too. After a while, she put her hood down. When absolutely nothing of consequence happened, she kept walking, smiling softly at the feeling of the breeze in her hair. She'd stopped cutting it, and it now reached her shoulders, long enough for the wind to play with it. She had to slow as the crowd grew denser, weaving and ducking between other people who seemed to pay her very little attention. She stopped when she saw something from the corner of her eye, a reflection in a shop window. A yellow figure was mixed in with the crowd. People flowed around it, moving away from it without seeming to know why. She turned her head slightly while pretending to look at her telephone, and saw the crowd moving around an empty spot on the sidewalk. She turned back to the window in time to see the apparition moving away. Quickly, she turned, pulled her hood up, and followed, watching for the strange dead spot in the crowd. She kept glancing at the windows around her, spotting flashes of yellow. She quickly realized there were more of them. From the eddies in the crowd, it quickly became clear there were 3 such anomalies. She followed them and watched them draw nearer to one another, until there was a single empty space in the throng of people, edging slowly towards an alleyway. She moved closer, nearly stepping into the eddy, until it moved into the alley itself. REI darted in after it, and found himself confronted by 3 nebulous yellow shapes, somewhere between the color of sulfur and polished gold, flickering in and out of visibility. All that remained constant was their black eyes. "Time is short," said the first figure. "You are not the one who opened the way," said the second figure. "You must carry the warning," said the third. "What warning?" said REI. "Gather all your strength. He is coming." From there, she caught only snippets. Entire multiverse in danger, world lines collapsing, ideological instability, must not reach, core world. She blinked, and the 3 shapes vanished. REI pulled out her phone and tapped the dial button. "Akage," she said, "we must speak." Shinji's heart was pounding as he circled their little kitchen table, arms folded behind his back. His throat was dry and he had to stop and remember to breathe. The box sat there, waiting as Asuka showered. He listened for the fall of the water to stop, then forced himself to stand still as she walked out of the bathroom, one towel threaded around her body while another held her hair in a ball above her head. She looked at the box. "What's that?" she said. Her eyes narrowed. "Why is it lined with lead?" "Happy birthday," said Shinji. "I told you not to get me anything." "It's really great," said Shinji. "I promise." She pulled the towel from her head and let her wet tresses drape around her shoulders. She picked up the box, turned it around, and then sank her fingers into it, probing the inside, before she pulled it in half. In either hand, she held a pair of curious masks, made of transparent, soft plastic. In each mask was embedded a small gray square that ran a wire to an earbud. Asuka stared at them. "What are these?" "Put it on," he said, taking his mask from her hand. He pulled his on to show her. When she had it on, like a dust mask with the wire running to her ear, she said, "What's this for?" Her voice doubled in his ear. "I'll show you." She jumped at the sound. "Get dressed." She gave him a look and went off to the dresser to change. She stood behind a screen while she pulled on a tight black t-shirt and jeans, folding her wet hair behind her head as she walked out and slipped the mask back on. Shinji quietly waited for her to join him. "Now," he said, "let's see if you can catch me." She grinned, but he was already through the open window, rocketing straight up. Asuka leapt out after him, spiraling in a wild, ecstatic corkscrew through the air as she chased after him. He had a head start on her both in the race and in the development of his powers, so keeping ahead of her was easy. He pushed straight up, higher and higher, just slow enough that she could almost reach him. The air thinned around him. Hey, her voice crackled in his ear, distorted by the whistling air. I've never gone this high before. Okay, he said as the sky turned to dark despite the day, you got me. She slid up around him, touching her lips to his. He turned her in a slow circle, looking over her shoulder at the world turning beneath him. Now, he said, turn around. She blinked and did as she was asked, pressing her back to him. He put one arm around her waist and then gently cupped his fingers over her eyes. She smiled wickedly. Oh, this better be good. Oh, he said, it is. She yelped in terror and exultation as he took off at full speed. The world around him seemed to drag, and even Asuka herself seemed to slow down. He carried her through the airless void and jogged to a stop, the super hot gray dust under his feet tickling his toes. He'd gone barefoot, to avoid melting his shoes. He uncovered Asuka's eyes, and they widened in shock. She pushed away from him and almost fell, her bod moving lazily in the low gravity. She spun around in confusion, then looked up at the tiny blue marble of the earth peeking up over the horizon. She stood staring, slack-jawed, until he embraced her from behind. Mein Gott, she whispered. Earth hung in the void, tiny and round and perfect, ever-changing. He could see it all, the glaze of the aurora on the ionosphere as the solar wind curled around her, the shifting infrared tapestry of the great atmospheric heat exchange and ocean currents, the luminous halo of the ultraviolet radiation reflecting from the surface around the equator, and for the first time in his life, he knew someone else could see it, too. Tears slid down her cheek, unbidden. It's beautiful, she murmured. The colors. It's the second most beautiful thing I've ever seen. What's the first? She said, leaning on his shoulder. Do I have to say it? Yes, she sighed. You. This is a great present. Shinji grinned under his mask. This isn't the present. This is the setup. He pulled the smaller box from his back pocket and unfolded it in front of her. This is the present. She snatched it from his hand, holding the ring in front of her eyes. What is this? He touched the stones. Rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and a crystalline form of a new element I helped synthesize. I mean, what is it for? She turned around until she was facing him, still in his arms, holding the ring between them, staring at it. She did nothing but breath for a while, blinking away tears. It's an engagement ring, said Shinji. Asuka stared at him in dull shock for just a moment, until her face lit up in a brilliant smile that could have drowned out the sun. She crushed herself into him, so hard it almost hurt. Yes, she said, finally, her voice high and tight. I'm so glad you asked before I told you. He stood up. Told me what? Is everything okay? She smiled enigmatically. Well, she said, it turns out you're not going to be the last child of Krypton, after all. Shinji's jaw dropped. He picked her up by the waist and spun her with an ecstatic cry as she slipped her arms around his neck. He sat her down and pulled down his mask, and she pulled down hers, and with the earth rising in the background, that little blue mote in the void that had seen so much struggle and strife, he kissed her, and it was a very good kiss indeed. When it was over, there was a very brief pause, as there were many more to follow. During that short space between moments of passion, he looked over her shoulder, and looked out at a very special angle, an angle that only he could see. Where he sees us. And winks. You have been reading Last Child of Krypton. Redux. By Chuck Kman. Neon Genesis Evangelion was created by Hideaki Anno and Studio Gainax with character designs by Yoshiyuki Satomoto. The appropriation of Anno et al.'s universe and themes in Last Child of Krypton is intended with the utmost respect. Superman was created by Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster. Brainiac was created by Otto Binder and A.L. Plastino. Batman was created by Bob Kane and Bill Finger. The character of Superman, throughout his 74-year publication history, has undergone a number of revisions, reboots, reinterpretations, rebirths, and yet has always reminded us that deep down, what we all really want is to be a hero. The depiction of the Superman character in Last Child of Krypton does not exist in a vacuum, but owes itself to the works of Grant Morrison, Mark Waid, Alex Ross, Paul Dini, and Bruce Timm. It is through their work that some part of me will always be 11, and believe a man can fly. Still with me? Good. When Shinji arrived at the first secure door to the labs, Ritsuko was already standing there waiting for him. He looked more haggard than he'd seen in years, almost like she used to in the old days that now seemed too distant, a memory buried under the gleaming magnificence of the institute in Neo-Tokyo. In fact, if it weren't for the long dark hair she had tied in a loose ponytail that was draped over her shoulder, he could have seen her just the same back in her old lab. The only thing missing was the cigarette. Ritsuko, he said, rushing to her side. What's wrong? We can't talk here, she said, her voice low. You need to see this yourself. He was surprised by the lengths she was taking. She led him through the building and the above-ground facilities, down into the secure labs, and finally even deeper, down the elevator to the old cloning lab and Shinji's own private laboratory, what Asuka had jokingly nicknamed, the Fortress of Solitude, the name she'd given to his bedroom in the old apartment, so long ago. What's wrong? He said. Ritsuko was shaking visibly as she walked with him into the terminal elevator. She didn't say anything, but hit the switch. When it reached the bottom, she shied to the back of the tiny space and hugged herself. I'm sorry, I can't. Kaji is with him. Shinji touched her shoulder. I don't understand. You will, she said, please. Go. He blinked, and headed down the tunnel. Kaji was standing at the end of the tunnel, waiting for him. He had his cowl thrown back over his head but was in the full suit. If he'd pulled the mask over his face he would have disappeared, blended into the darkness and made it part of himself. His cloak swayed around him as he walked. We picked him up about 2 hours ago, said Kaji. I brought him here. I thought it was best to keep him out of sight. Shinji nodded. There was a figure sitting near Kaji's equipment on a simple folding chair. He wore a ragged black suit that was more gray than black, and long scraggly hair and a thick beard obscured his features. Kaji stopped and let Shinji cross the rest of the distance himself. He froze. It can't be. You're dead. His father looked up at him. Of course I am. I usually am. We have a poor survival rate. What are you talking about? I'm not your father, boy. I'm his father. I've come to warn you. He's coming. Who's coming? Said Shinji. Gendo looked him in the eye, and Shinji saw madness in him. His eyes were bloodshot and his lips dry, and he was as pale as a ghost. He smelled, and his hair was a rat's nest of tangles, dirt, and dust. He smirked quietly to himself, and then began sobbing. You are. Check the description for the links to the author.